What's going on, everybody? AB Media 83 here, and it's Coliseum night. Hope everybody's doing all right tonight. And give me 1 second, put the link in the chat, and we can get this Coliseum started. As the title says, I have now reached 1,000 subs. I'm grateful and honored, and I just hope it continues. 1 second. Let's see here. Copy, paste. There's the link for anybody want to come up. But like I said, I've reached 1,000 subs, and I plan to continue. I haven't turned on my monetization yet. That might be coming in the future. But yeah, presidential race is still going on. There's been another Keith Lee incident in Dallas, and that was pretty fun to watch. You know, sometimes people. All I got to say about that situation with Keith Lee is some people, sometimes people fumble their blessings, and that situation is what it is. But yeah, once again, I hope everybody doing all right tonight. Going to have a fun night. Did a stream on Thursday, talking about what democracy, and I maintain my position. What democracy are we fighting for? The one where more than half my generation can't afford to buy a house. The average house is about $400,000, which means you need about a little bit over 100K just to qualify for the house. On top of the fact, these corporations are buying these houses up like crazy. Um, what democracy do we live in? If you ask me, the American dream is pretty much dead. Now, can we gain it back? That remains to be seen. But as of now, the American dream is pretty much gone, at least for my generation and younger generations. Now, can that change? Sure. So will it change? That remains to be seen. In other news, apparently Nicki Minaj and Megan Thee Stallion got in a fight. And my personal opinion, I really don't care. I don't listen to either one of them, so fight doesn't bother me. Slow night tonight, but that's okay. For watching, like, share, subscribe. Hit the Cash App and support the show. Cash App is pinned to the top. If you want to join the panel, the links in the chat. But yeah, I am aware that BBT made a stream about me earlier. Par for the course. I'm used to it now, so whatever. He doesn't think the migrant crisis is a big issue. Okay, that's fine. You don't think migrants taking over that center in Boston, his area is a big issue? Okay. Okay, if that's what you want, okay, if that's what you want to sell people, okay, it is what it is. It is what it is. But yeah, Been watching BGS's streams, and actually, I just signed up for Dr. T's Patreon. I look forward to seeing his content behind the scenes on his Patreon. So support our PhDs in the Black Manosphere. Dr. T. Hassan Johnson, Dr. G, Dr. Dunbar, also known as Dr. Germain, and Dr. Goodbar. Support Dr. Thunder and support Dr. Ronald Neal. I haven't heard from him in a while, but I hope the brother's doing all right. The Super Bowl coming up, and it's between San Francisco and Kansas City, and the Kansas City Chiefs. Shout out to the Snowman if he might be listening. I'm kind of rooting for San Francisco on this one since since the Raiders didn't make it, unfortunately. But that's neither here or there, and it is what it is. Um, Last I heard, if I'm not mistaken, the All Star game is going to be hosted in my hometown, Indianapolis. Man, I look for the and I'll kind of look forward to that in a couple weeks. The and with some more political news, the Fannie Willis controversy is still going on, and while it may not affect the case, it doesn't look too good on her. Sleeping with a married woman's husband. Okay, some people's like, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. She has a strong case. Okay, whatever. It may affect the case. It may not. Who knows? But it's still interesting to see. Oh, they did have the primary today. Okay, whatever. I guess we got primary news. Allegedly, Joe Biden won South Carolina. Okay, whatever. That's not a shock. The Democrats rigged it for Joe Biden to win anyway, so and no sense of crying about it. If you're looking for Dean Phillips or Cenk Uygur or Marion Williamson to win, well, I don't know what to tell you. The Democrats much rigged their primary, and Biden's going to win. At least on the Republican side, they had an actual primary. Nikki Haley's still hanging in there. Why, I don't know, because seems to me the voters on the Republican side have made it clear that they want Trump. If you actually look at the New Hampshire numbers, um, most of the people that voted for Nikki Haley were actually Democrats and or independents. So, and most of them weren't actually voting for Nikki Haley. Most of them were just voting against Donald Trump. You know, okay. Democrats seem to have this big push. We gotta get Trump. We gotta get Trump. Then what? That's the real question. Then what? Something to think about. Just something to think about. We gotta get Trump. We gotta get Trump. Then what? Somebody else must be on. Let me check. Let's see. Go to home. Z's on. Okay. All right. That's all right. We'll keep it moving. Sorry about that. But yeah, that's just some of the stuff going on now. Like 10, I see 10. I see now I got 12, 10 watching. Sure to like, share, subscribe, hit the Cash App, support the show. And like I said, links in the chat. If you want to come up, you can do so now. But yeah, apparently the South Carolina primary for the Democrats was the day, and Biden won. What a shock! It's been a crazy election cycle, and it's probably going to get even more crazier. Um, this this lady Eugene Carroll claims that Donald Trump uh, assaulted her 20 plus years ago, and now she's won an $80 million settlement. How's that going to hold up and how's that going to hold up over the long run? I have no idea. But she won that settlement, and apparently she wants to splurge the money on Rachel Maddow. Just let that one sink in. Lord. But yeah, yeah, let that sink in. Hmm. But it is what it is. They're clearly trying to me too Trump, as BGS said. Well, he ran for president again, so all these bogus trials are coming up. I just heard one of them got canceled because the judge postponed the trial. Now, it might happen later, may not. Might depend on whether or not he's elected president. It is what it is. Hey, what's going on, Snowman? Good to see you. Hope you get to 1,000 too. If you haven't reached 1,000 already. But yeah, got Snowman in the building. Be sure to support Snowman too, our local sports broadcaster. But once again, I hope everybody doing all right tonight. I'm doing good today. I just got back. Actually, got my hair cut today, and I've had a pretty good day. Plan to do some more research later. Once I get off the stream and get some rest. But life of a daily YouTuber. A lot of people think YouTube is just turning the recorder on and running your mouth. No, if you want to give accurate information, you got to do research. Even if other people claim that you're spreading misinformation, that doesn't change the fact you still got to do some research. That includes both watching videos and reading articles, and not pretending the White House spreads accurate information like some people do. But that's neither here or there. So here we go. What's going on, Snowman?
How you doing, AB?
Oh, one day at a time.
Same here. I'm in the hospital currently.
Oh, I'm sorry. What happened?
Well, in a short sentence, neuropathy got the best of me.
Your eyesight?
My neuropathy.
What's that?
Um, my neuropathy got the best of me.
Okay. What is that? No, no. What is that?
I can't feel anything in my feet.
Oh, oh man.
So much to the point that my sweet dog Lucy tried to make things better and wound up chewing off my big toe.
Ouch.
Yeah, I woke up Thursday morning. You know what? Let me get off my phone. I'm going to try and use my laptop here. Give me about 5 minutes. Stand by.
Okay. Man, I hope you feel better. Good Lord. Hey, what's going on? Be sure to like, share, subscribe, and hit the Cash App and support the show. For those of you just coming in, but yeah, and send prayers up for Snowman in the hope in the hopes he gets better. But you listen to some people. All we do is talk about black women and crap on the Democrats all day. Okay, you can keep telling yourself that lie. If you actually watch my streams, I actually I actually shit on the Republicans too. But they're upset because hence the reason I call them butthurt blue because you know I call out the hypocrisy of their precious Democrats and their butthurt about it. The precious Democrats can do no wrong. It's always the Republicans' fault. Okay, bro. Okay. But yeah, let's see. Oh, oh shoot. That's not what I want. But yeah, I hope Brian starts to feel better. Hey, Namer, what's going on?
I'm good. How you doing? Hey,
Yeah, yeah.
congratulations on the 1,000 subs.
Thanks. A little concerned about Brian now, man. He said he's in the hospital.
Yeah, I heard. I wasn't sure about that. Neuropathy of the feet. You started losing feeling in your feet and everything.
Man.
That's a dangerous diabetes, man.
Yeah, I try to exercise and do the best I can to eat right.
Yeah, yeah. Plus,
It's a
like
struggle. It's a struggle, but
yeah, type 2 diabetes is no fucking joke. I know some people. I mean, I remember, whoo, man,
I would know I'm legally
one of my
blind, man.
cousins
I've been through it. I can't see out of my right eye.
is the blindness diabetes related?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, yeah, that does happen. Depends on the person, but some people go blind in either or both eyes due to diabetes. Others lose a leg or something, lose their legs or something like that. They got to take care of their feet.
Yeah, I'm doing the best I can to try to stay active and keep up with it.
Yeah,
There he is.
and, yeah, and the dialysis being a trip,
Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes, you're
loud
fine.
and clear.
Sweet. Yeah,
Yeah.
I've been here since Thursday. And, oof,
You
it's
lost
been
your big
rough.
toe?
Yeah, right big toe.
Damn.
Yeah. Oh man. Okay.
That neuropathy is no joke. First of all, oh, he's back. He'll be back.
Yeah.
you know, that diabetes shit is no joke. That diabetes is no joke, man. I
No, it's
mean,
not.
I've got relatives. I've got relatives who have had. I mean, I'm gonna tell you a story. A couple stories. I've had like a couple of pre-diabetic scares myself.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
Because what happened was like I was like, because I have a sweet tooth, and but of course,
Yes, you
me,
all have.
celiac disease, lactose, celiac disease, lactose intolerance, and whatnot. One time I went to the bathroom, take a leak, right, and I could smell my urine. Had a sweet smell, had a sweet smell and everything. I got scared. Went to the doctor, got some blood work done, and they said, "No, you're good. You're all right. Nothing to worry
Hmm.
about." I said, "All right, all right." Because I had this addiction to these those is like gluten free, lactose free brownies, and I would have like one too many, and I thought I was like pre-diabetic. I said, "No, no, your body's okay," and I gotta watch myself sometimes, because I do have like some extended family members who have diabetes. Like one of my cousins, his pops has it. He got diagnosed like in his 40s. I got one who's like a friend of the family who's like
Lucky
like
man,
the second father. He has it.
I got diagnosed when I was 14.
Oh wow.
So yeah, I've been
Type
living.
two at 14, or the type one?
Yeah, I think it was type 1 at 14.
Type one, which means your pancreas is shot. You can't produce insulin. That means because type two is basically the insulin don't work in your body. That's adults. That's the majority of people.
Okay.
Yeah,
All right.
I got type two myself.
Yeah. Yeah.
But
My uncles, most of them got type two because I remember like a lot of boomers. This is my parents' generation here, folks. This was like from the late '90s, early 2000s. No man, you okay?
I'm here.
What's going on?
I was typing something in the back chat. That's all.
Okay, you
Uh,
because I'm hearing the phone like it feels like somebody picked up the phone to start fiddle faddle, fiddle faddle like Bernie Mac used to say.
I'm on my laptop.
Yeah,
I
okay,
don't.
yeah, I
I'm
figured that
not.
part.
I'm not in studio. But
Uh,
my wife.
yeah.
I'm sorry. I'm about to cry. My wife brought me my laptop.
okay.
Thank you, Jody.
So
What? No headset?
I don't have my normal. Uh,
Oh, okay.
I don't have
Sound
my
effect.
normal setup.
Okay.
I know. That's all right.
I'm
Take
We'll
hey, hey,
manage.
hey, take it easy. Take it. Just breathe.
I'm
Just
sorry.
breathe.
Take it
Just
easy.
breathe,
Take it
Brian.
easy, no man. We'll manage.
Okay.
We're here. We're here.
Um, AB, can you do me a favor and throw my Cash App up on the screen? Because this is the
Um,
time I really. It's in the back chat.
yeah, I don't know if I can do it from the back chat. That's the only problem.
Okay.
You
I'll
got to type it in the
improvise.
normal chat.
I'll
I'm
improvise.
a doctor.
You should be able to link to your YouTube account and type in the normal chat on StreamYard because I know I can do that.
Okay. Give me a few. Give me a few minutes and I'll be back.
Okay.
All right, take your time. Man,
Yeah. But I've heard we don't talk about healthcare in the Black manosphere. Okay. Okay. Keep
dun
down
dun
headline.
dun.
Yeah. Allegedly, I was on the stream today. It was said that
Hmm.
I misinformed people. I was like, okay. I tell people on my stream all the time, you don't have to take my word for it. You go look it up for yourself. I mean,
Most people don't want to do the research. They don't want to
I
do the
know.
work.
I addressed it earlier. He wants to pretend that we don't have a migrant crisis. We don't have a immigration problem right now. But okay. And
And the way
yes,
Texas is,
to be fair, because I talked to BGS about this. They want
Mhm.
them here, but they're going about it the wrong way.
Oh, they're going about it the wrong way because if they went about it the right way, imagine how much the local populations would be up in arms about it, their constituencies in particular. Because if you
Yeah,
told them the truth, look, our numbers are dying, our numbers are low. If we're going to maintain our position as the racial majority here, we got to start
mm,
importing some of these people. And then some of them motherfuckers will be like, oh hell no, and they're going to vote them out. So they got to play this whole distractionary thing. This is why it's called political theater.
yeah.
And
You there? Never.
hello,
You went out. Yeah, you went out for a minute.
yeah, long distance connections can have that problem sometimes.
Yeah.
As I was saying, take it from a guy, me, who grew up in a one party authoritarian state.
Mm-hmm.
Propaganda is propaganda, and they're going to try to force feed you whatever bullshit they want to impose on you through the media, through state run media and whatnot, and they do a better job at it because there's only state run media.
Yeah.
But fortunately, a lot of us have cable. Those of us who were able to get satellites and whatnot, we could watch cable and see the world for what it is. We just learned to keep our mouth shut because you never know who you're talking to on the street. Anybody
Right.
could be an informant.
Yeah, that's true.
And as far as this diabetes thing goes, I can tell you, back home in Trea, back home in Eritrea, I remember a lot of my parents' generation were getting diagnosed with type 2 diabetes and whatnot. And a lot of that was due to lifestyle choices and such. And I remember, like, I was sent to do an errand once when I was still working. Had to go to had to stop at somebody's office to do an errand, such, right? To my boss. And they had a book in English about type 2 diabetes and said, oh, you guys have the person at the desk explained to me what the book was about, and he told me like he was head of the local diabetes organization here that was recently formed.
Mm.
And I remember reading articles about that, like people were still didn't understand how they end up being how type 2 diabetes is ravaging their generation, and this is a generation that liberated us. So I'm like, hell, I know people. I got some of my partners back home or throughout the world, like one of my boys, his father, type 2 diabetic, and he's also battling severe prostatitis. That's inflammation of the prostate.
Mm-hmm.
And this man's in his 60s. Then again, I know some people who have like a combination of high blood pressure and type 2 diabetes, and they're a ticking time bomb because
Yeah.
anything could happen. They could get a stroke, or they could have a
Yeah.
diabetic
What, what,
episode.
what's good, AB and Nemo?
Oh, hey,
What's
Andre.
going on, man?
Wasn't sure if it was you.
Uh,
Your
yeah,
avatar was
man.
like threw me off. Like, what is that?
I was just over at like conservative shit for like the last
What's he talking about?
hour. Uh, he was listening. We were listening to like the Black Brain Trust live stream.
Oh, earlier? Okay.
Yeah, we were listening to that, and, just cracking jokes and shit.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
Yeah,
well, yeah,
What
yeah. I know.
what am
I
I
know.
missing?
I saw it. I saw it later. I saw the playback. It was mostly about me. I'm like, okay. I'm
yeah.
like,
We
okay.
never got to finish this. We never got to finish the stream because Keep It 100 came up, and then it turned into basically they were making Keep It 100 a scapegoat for the left, so they were just all attacking him.
Okay.
Am I
But
missing something here?
Uh,
no.
I
well, people assume that Keep It 100 is like left wing, so and so is like Black Brain Trust and like conservatives. His channel and his crowd are like right wingers, so
Yeah.
yeah,
I don't know
so
about if you can say right wingers
they pretty much
necessarily,
just
but
all
fair enough. Okay. Mhm.
Well, they claim rights, so you know.
That
Yeah,
doesn't mean they're
yeah.
right wing. They can be conservative, right?
Well,
Of course, then
yeah, exactly. That
Yeah,
doesn't
some
mean they're
people
right
can
wing.
try to use the Yeah, hold up. Some
yeah, I know.
people will
Yeah,
say they're right of center, which is
yeah, neighbor, they are who they are. So
Yeah, exactly. It doesn't mean they're right wing because there was especially one dude that was on there that was like he was he sounded like he was talking some fade to be like pro black shit while claiming right wing. So I'm just saying.
yeah, they are who they are.
But it was actually quite hilarious because
I'm so
like
glad.
some of the points that you brought up before was mentioned was the whole with all these migrants coming over to the US, how come Mike V's not letting them stay at his house?
Yeah, well, like I said, I watched the video. Apparently, they already had all this set up. I was like, okay, and he apparently don't have a problem with them, putting migrants in that one facility. So I was like, oh, okay. You comfortable telling people in your neighborhood that? Okay, that's fine.
And there was also an article that they brought up that was talking about apparently like the US is letting in like 100,000 Ukrainian refugees, I'm assuming. And the conversation was just
Ukrainian.
like yeah, like
Shit.
Ukrainian refugees, and the conversation was just like, is this 100,000 after how many they already brought in, or total?
Who knows?
Who,
By the
know,
way, 18 watching,
I'm,
like, share, subscribe, hit the cash app, support the show. But yeah,
yeah.
what's good brother Art and Stall? Thank you, brother.
Assalamu alaikum.
It's good, right?
Take it from me, man. Being an immigrant is not easy. I
Yeah,
mean,
I don't necessarily have a problem with people coming to this country, but come in the right way. I know it's a long process, but
it's
Yeah,
a lot longer
exactly.
for
And that's
those of us who apply for asylum and shit. But those of us in Europe, we have it a little bit rougher. But we have our struggles. I'm not trying to downplay what they're going through, what those guys are going through. But like I said earlier, the U.S. is dying, just like Europe. The U.S. has an immigration problem. Hell, Canada's got an immigrant has got a population problem as well. The
well,
whites are
we
dying
actually just
out.
uh
What?
name we actually just put in a policy to slow down the amount of immigrants coming in. But that's like talking about
Mm,
international students. But obviously
okay.
immigration is still a problem. Well,
yeah,
they changed
but
it now that like international students have like a maximum of 2 years that they can spend in Canada
Okay.
which,
because they
all
were
right, all
using
right.
that as like a way to get like citizenship or fuck I can't remember the other word. It's like a
Residency.
residency something like that.
All right, no, I get it. Permanent residency, whatnot. No, I get it. I get it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, permanent
But
residency.
like I said, like the U.S., like I said earlier with AB, it's like BGS broke it down for us. The U.S. right now is in a population decline,
Yep.
and for the white people to maintain their majority, they gotta let the so-called blancos into the country. But they're going
Or they can
about it the
just
wrong way.
or they can just upgrade black people. Oh wait, never mind. Or they can just
They
stop
don't want.
making.
I mean,
I know. I'm pulling your leg. Or they can stop making black people the underclass. But yeah, I know that'll never happen.
I just came off knee surgery. AB, why you gonna grab my leg like that? Now I gotta walk around going, oh my leg, oh my leg, oh my leg, oh my leg, oh my leg.
you know.
The antics of AB Media are brought to you by Bum Leg Orthopedics. The only thing keeping Anthony the Glass Man Davis's career intact. That's Bum Leg
Oh
Orthopedics,
my!
folks.
Oh
Oh
wow!
my leg, oh my leg, oh my leg, oh my leg.
But yeah, that was actually like it was actually a pretty entertaining conversation. Like he was doing like he did like a 10-hour stream, and I was there for like almost the whole thing, but
Oh, okay.
did a panel like couple
Man,
hours
these
in.
guys are intellectual marathon runners. That's what they are. That's a
Yeah, like
marathon. 10 hours.
You ain't
yeah,
lying.
well, it was like all like other. They were pretty much like all right wing content creators on there, and like Keeping 100 came on, but like I said, they were all attacking him, and like I was trying to help him out because like they were all piling on him because like he's assumed to be left wing. So
Yeah, whatever. What's going on, Salchi?
Yeah, well,
what's good, Salty?
hey,
Was
Sachi,
good evening.
what's
Oh,
good?
wait, I'm sorry. Number 2.
Yeah, yeah. So what is it doing?
Oh,
Chilling,
not
man. We
much.
just having conversations.
Conversation.
Yeah,
Sorry.
BBT
like
went up with one of my videos again. One of my shorts again. Whatever.
Which short?
oh
The one because I guess the governor of Massachusetts said you need to start letting immigrants in your house and stuff. And I asked Mike, hey, you gonna let a family stay with you? And
AB, can I ask was that the BBT or is that MLT that brought your shit up?
that was
You
BBT.
showed up, sorry. Oh yeah, because I seen that because I kept seeing your face on like the stream that they were playing.
Yeah, they was going out with that short. I was like, okay. I made it like a
Yeah,
couple
because
weeks ago, so yeah, okay.
like Hood, when he was defending your shit, he was just like, why aren't you letting them stay with you then?
Mm.
Yep.
Hey, I didn't even know they were on. So because I went and got the haircut and did some other stuff. Then when I flipped on YouTube, I was like, oh, they did the stream. I took a look and it's about something I said. So okay, whatever.
Oh
I'm
yeah, and
used to it
Are
now.
they just?
also like
You know
one of
what?
the parts of the stream that I noticed they were talking that same crap they were talking on Art's channel where they were Mike was arguing with Salchi for like a good like fucking like what like an hour 2 hours talking about like structural racism and like that kind of crap.
He
Like
Oh
wasn't. He didn't answer my questions. So well, he didn't have any. He didn't have any valid answers. Let me correct myself.
Hmm.
Salchi he brought it up again today on his stream. And he was arguing that with like the dudes that came up on his panel, and I was listening to this crap, and I'm just like, "What the hell is wrong with this guy?"
Well, the thing is, man. I mainly speak with Mike, so I can only really talk about Mike.
Yeah.
You know, he's really, he has his identity tied into, his politics, and he's not, at least not yet, he's not flexible enough to be adaptable to what's going on, to understand that at the end of the day it doesn't matter. Like, it doesn't matter if you're a Republican or a Democrat. It's what is the
Mhm.
agenda. And
Yeah.
if you can't, and that's really what politics is about. That's why I put out these little crumbs where I'm like that's why I say, like, a lot of guys don't get it. Like, they don't really understand how power works. They gon' again, it's a show for the common person, because the common person, they don't understand power.
Right.
If you cannot remove morals, then you do not understand power. In my opinion, you cannot have a deep understanding of politics.
And
You
and
just
that's
you just
one of the
can't.
points. That's one of the points that we were having a conversation about. And also too, what they also added is like what one of the points that Ho was bringing up is like just based on representation, like the clips that were showing like black people, black men specifically supporting Trump. Not that you have to support him or none of that kind of shit, but like the ones that were supporting him were like hood dudes. But the dudes that were like pro Biden, except for like one dude that was like, I got a business and Trump is he's about businesses, so I F with Trump. They were all like professional looking, like wearing suits and stuff.
Well,
I'm
yeah.
just like that's like an obvious like sign of like the type of like media representation that they're giving to this current race, I call it.
Election cycle. Election
Yeah,
Election.
election
cycle.
Yeah.
cycle. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
But understand that if I may, Salchi,
yeah.
Go ahead.
thank you. You got to
Right.
understand also, it's not just the power of of politics and power and such, you got to understand the power of media and how it influences people's perceptions of things. What do you think
Mm-hmm.
MLK? What do you think? No, sorry, not MLK. Sorry, but Malcolm X, when asked about his views on the Civil Rights Act being signed into law by LBJ, he said it's going to take more than that. It's going to take education, not legislation. And he talked about how the power of the media can influence people to love and to love and hate whoever. And he
Mm-hmm.
talked about how you put in certain images, people are gonna be are gonna adapt that. You put a positive male, black male image right out there, people are gonna react a certain way to it.
They've figured out enough of the human psyche,
Mm-hmm.
especially marketing hundreds of years ago. They have perfected it, and social media has just well the well it's a tool.
Amplified it.
So exactly. So the social media,
Right.
because I don't blame the technology, because the humans created the technology and the humans use the technology. So they're utilizing the technology to hit you in your subconscious, because your subconscious is going to take everything in.
Well,
Now,
Yep.
now it's your frontal lobe, your conscious, that you need to train to know the difference. And that's the hard part. And that's why they say thinking is hard. That's why.
well,
Because if
Yeah.
you
I had a, my apologies. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
yeah, I mean
Also,
that's what I'm saying. So, this 2024, I mean, there's a lot of things going on. People are going to be extra emotional because the general market is actually, it isn't good. I mean, they're blatantly lying. I mean, the government used to be so much better at lying. Now it's like, are you even trying anymore?
No,
So so
No.
so so there are a
not
lot.
even with the numbers. Because they claim they had a good jobs report. Then we find out like a month later, that they botched the numbers.
But
well,
what have I been saying for almost 2 years? The
It's
first the
numbers.
first the first wave was the tech. I said they're laying. What did I say like 2 years ago? I said they're going to be laying off people in tech. Why? Because the rates are going to start going up. Somebody's got some chatter. But the
No,
rates.
Oh,
that's that's
that's
me.
no man.
Okay.
That's me banging on my laptop. I'm in the hospital right now,
Okay.
and
S-
I'm typing something out. I am so
Yeah, go
sorry.
ahead, Kelsey.
Okay.
well, you got to mute
So
up then.
so
Yeah.
You got to meet up.
so the reason why I saw it is, again, because I'm just a trends guy. I look where things are trending. I look at the numbers. I look at the
Right.
taxes. That's all I do, man. So I saw it happen with tech, because how can you have all these tech companies who, again, because people don't know how to read financial statements, they don't know basic accounting. Like, these companies are not profitable. How long can you be profitable? I mean, well, how long can you keep on going being unprofitable?
Mm-hmm.
Well,
Not that,
so,
only as long as the rates are low. They're going to raise the rates, so that means they're going to have to stop cutting expenses, and all companies are going to go out of business. What has been happening?
it's all cheap. Like they made a point that I think that like you would like they said that under Biden this the American economy has been at its highest point that it's ever been.
They don't
And
understand.
that was laughable. And
Yeah,
they're also like the interest rate is about to go down really soon here.
be,
I'm just like,
be, because they do not understand finances. Even though, as far as I know, two of them are in finance. I mean, I don't know exactly what they do or have done in finance, but that tells me they don't have. I don't even want to say deep. They don't even have a shallow understanding of finances, because, I mean, they have revised the jobs report. It's about to be 11. Put money on it. It's about to be the 11th consecutive month. The last time we saw anything like this was the Great Financial Recession. And guess what happens? Every time the government reports we're in a recession, on average, it's they're 8 months behind on average.
and
Yeah.
actually,
Hold on.
I
Wait
actually
a minute,
want.
Andre. Wait a
My
minute.
apologies.
Got 35 watching. Like, share, subscribe, and hit the Cash App. Support the show, because you're getting some in-depth knowledge here. Okay, now go ahead, Andre.
like I actually brought up the point that you made before when you had that last conversation with him, when you were talking about like the importance of family structures, like to what he was talking about to like improvement for the black community because he was over there on his channel like they were playing Roland Martin and like you already know how that goes when you,
Lord have
when
mercy.
you listen to
Oh
an
dear
amateur
Roly
God,
rapper.
poly.
not Roly Poly Martin. What the hell?
They
Yep.
were playing him and he was talking about the economy's great and everything's going well and like
Beep beep
Pluto
beep.
this
man
lie.
Beep beep beep.
And that's how I know they really don't understand finance, because okay, you're quoting or you're showing this guy who's he's good at what he does, but the
Oh
guy's
yeah.
he's not an economist, he's not a tax pro, he's not a good accountant, CPA, financial guy, nothing. He's good at interviewing people, he's good at
like
speaking.
And
eight
the economy is doing
go ahead,
better.
brother.
My ass.
Yeah, but the thing is, they don't. Why can't they explain why on the surface it looks like it's getting better? See, that's why
No,
they don't have guys like me around. Because
Mhm.
guys like me around, as Nagon would say, would tear them the frame, whatever the fuck he says. Yeah, because I would have real questions like, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
well, to the brother that was speaking prior to Salty, like it's worse than them saying the economy is getting better. They said the economy is great, and I'm just
Well,
like,
well,
how?
I hope that works out for them.
Yeah, good for them. Let them tell that. Let them keep telling that lie.
I
See how
And
hope.
it works out in this day and age.
I mean,
eight,
unfortunately, the last time they were in the email conversations was when one of them, I'm not going to put anybody's specific name, when they were talking about the tech, and no, they're not, the jobs are fine and they aren't going to be getting rid of these people in other countries. And I flat out said, what are you talking about? It's already happening right now. Here's a source, here's a source, here's a source. It's not my opinion. Here's a source. The government, they are not these visas, look at these applications. They're not taking anybody who needs a fucking visa. How are you
well,
telling me I'm wrong when it's happening right now?
like
No
AB, I don't know if you've
response.
seen, AB, I don't know if you've seen this video, but like, apparently Biden, he actually made a play for the Democratic vote, and you know what he did? He had dinner with a black family, and like, do you want to guess what they had for dinner?
Oh
Fried
no.
chicken and
What?
watermelon?
Fried
Probably
chicken.
Yeah,
not.
it was fried chicken from a
Collard
fast food
greens?
place.
Oh, I'm glad you said that. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second, y'all. Give me 1 second. Let me see if
Oh
I
yeah,
can
I couldn't
find.
stop laughing when I see that shit.
Macaroni and cheese?
It was, it was fried chicken from a fast food place. I'm like, are you kidding me?
Oh, Popeyes. It
Fried
definitely was.
from a fast
No,
food
it
place.
wasn't Popeyes. It was somewhere from the like I think it was from the south. Where it was like
Okay.
it was some kind
Roast
of
Bojangles,
chicken?
perhaps.
fast food place. Because like the reason why
Bojangles,
I say this
perhaps.
because they had takeout drinks and like there was
Was
I'm
people
so
in the
glad you
chat that
said that.
confirmed
was
it
it?
was a fast
Hold on,
food
wait a minute,
place.
y'all. Listen to this.
Hey
Listen to this.
Andre, was it Bojangles?
I can't remember what it was called. I think it was called like Cookout or some shit.
Okay.
Uh,
Oh my
Yeah.
God.
all right, hold on. Wait a minute, y'all. Listen to this. Listen to this.
We've come too far. I come too far. From where we started. From where I started from. Nobody told me the road would be easy. Nobody told me that the road would be easy. I don't believe he brought me this far to leave me. I don't believe he brought me this far to leave me. My fellow Americans, I don't think the good Lord brought us this far.
So, what part about him eating fried chicken at a black person's house was supposed to surprise me?
Well, that's supposed to appeal to black voters, you know, because he's one of us. He, you
Of
know,
course. I mean, if you don't vote
like
for
he,
it,
I'll do
he
this one live.
yeah,
I'll do
yeah,
Yeah,
he
this
that's
was
one
supposed to.
talking
live.
about
I can tell you that's supposed to appeal to the church crowd.
I'll do this one live. What is
Look,
that? What the fuck is that?
wait, I'm sorry.
Or we can just say,
Let me wait. I'm sorry. That's not totally accurate. is supposed to appeal to the older church crowd. The younger ones probably ain't falling for that crap.
Oh hell no! Or as
Hell,
Bishop Bullwinkle said,
So that's an old
hell
song.
no, 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 hell to the
So
no,
that's about
hell to the no.
Namer,
But
because he's referring to an old gospel song. That's what he's really doing.
repeating the
what?
same sentence. Hell to the no.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's called being
It's like
relatable.
exactly, and I was just looking at it like, how stereotypical is this shit? Like
Be-
you're
be-
literally eating fried chicken
because it
from a
works.
Answer to
fucking
that
fast
question.
food place, and
Because
like
it
you're
works.
appealing to
Hey,
black
what
voters. Like, are you kidding
did
me?
Hillary do back in 2016? Hot sauce.
It
Yeah.
works.
Unfortunately, it does work with some black folks.
Oh man.
Why do you think Hillary Clinton had hot sauce in her pocket? It unfortunately, as bullshit as that is, it works.
Yeah, it does.
So this is
34 watching, like, share, subscribe, support the show.
Can you
Cash App is pinned to the top of the chat.
so
Go
what
ahead.
throw
so what
AB?
kind
Can you
of
throw my cash app up there too? Because I'm getting ready. I'm gonna head on to bed. I'm gonna head on to sleep.
Can somebody copy
But
that and put it in the chat for me, please?
so
It
it
should be in
kind
the
of
back
like
chat.
no, it's in the regular chat now.
Oh, let's see.
It's in the regular chat now.
Let me see. Where'd you put it? Oh, okay. I got it. Yeah, try to get some rest, though, man. And I hope you start to feel better, man.
I
Keep us
appreciate.
posted.
I will. I'll let y'all know how everything goes tomorrow.
All right.
hope you're doing well, brother.
I love you guys. Thank you.
Love you. Stay safe.
AB
But they say the economy's doing great. Let me play my little clip on Gen Z.
Years who are complaining that they can't buy a house are not working for minimum wage. These are people making $60, $70, $80, $90,000 a year who can no longer afford a house. But minimum wage workers are also complaining because they can't afford rent. If you look back to 1980, the rent was $243. Minimum wage was $3.10, meaning your monthly gross was $496. So to rent this apartment, it would be 48.9% of your gross income back in 1980. But let's fast forward to 2024. The average rent is $17.47. The federal minimum wage is $7.25, giving you $11.60. You can't even get an apartment with federal minimum wage. But let's be generous and double the federal minimum wage, because people at Walmart and fast food joints are making $14.50 to $15. So $14.50 would bring you to $23.20. So technically you're making more, but this is your gross, and it'd be 75% of your gross income, making double the federal minimum wage in 2024. But let's take it even a step further. ZipRecruiter said that the starting pay for college graduates is $24 an hour.
To make a long story short, college graduates are now paying about 48% for rent now. The average rent in America, for about, you can correct me if I'm wrong, is what 1,700?
Well, I haven't looked, but yeah, it's come down a little bit. But yeah, it's basically it's in the depending on where you are, it's in the 16 to 2,000 range. Yeah, that's where it is.
Ouch.
But as I said before, this, I forget the name. I have to listen to it. But this guy, this economist, he was talking about this, I think, in the 60s or 70s. He already saw the shit coming, especially with Social Security. What have I been saying for the past couple of weeks? Since 1969, the average college graduate income has been on decline, adjusted for inflation. Okay? Tuition for colleges has outpaced average real wage since 1980 consecutively. Now we come all the way down to 2020, and they pumped in trillions of dollars into the system. Back then, it's on my Instagram. I said it's going to be crazy inflation. It has to happen because there's no production to absorb this shit. Here we are.
Mm-hmm.
The prices of the homes had to go up. One, people keep on forgetting, real estate is local. When they're talking about rates And they're talking about banks. Yes, that's that's at the federal level. But when you're talking about actually buying the house, it's local. So these local states, they really aren't what you need to look at their taxes. You need to look at their permit costs and their procedures and their entitlement procedures. It is fucking expensive now to even build a house, and it started happening back in 2000. So forget about we already didn't have enough rentals.
Right.
Then the prices of stuff started going up. Then the materials started going up. And then you didn't even have the labor enough to even build, even if we could do it in a year, which clearly we couldn't do that. I mean, it's damn near impossible. So now we bring it up. Now we bring it to today, where the inflation rates are high. Yes, even where the inflation rates are at, even where the interest rates are, it's actually at the historical average. Just under 8% is the historical average. It's not the interest rate. It's the price of the fucking house. The median house is more than double on average in the country.
Yeah, it's like 400,000, 430.
And has the average person's income, again, has it gone up like to keep pace? Hell fucking no. What?
Nope.
Just since 2020, what has the cumulative? That's why I tell people they don't know shit about finances and taxes, because if they understood that the cumulative, what did the government keep on talking about? Inflation rates. They're not talking about inflation or the cumulative inflation. The cumulative inflation says 20 is just under 20%. Has your take-home dollars income rate gone up 20% to keep you at zero? Probably not. That's the problem.
I wanted to ask you, do you actually think that the inflation rate is going to go down to like 2% or 2.5%?
The way how they present it, yeah, but that's not going to be the real rate.
Well, like I understand it's not going to be the real rate based off of like what I've heard, but like mostly from you, but also from other sources. But like it's starting to look questionable that they're actually going to, in fact, lower the interest rate.
Let me tell you something about the Feds. Well, at least this Fed head, Powell. He's not like the last two. They were very political. This guy is not. He's a true Fed head. We haven't seen one since Volcker. This guy is doing what he's supposed to do. The problem is we haven't even recovered since the great fucking financial recession. We had two political Fed heads in office during that time. Now he's combating that, and he's combating what is the COVID, basically the COVID money. That's what he's really combating. So guess what he has to do? Is going to stay high for longer. And he's been pretty consistent at doing what he says he's going to fucking do. I don't know where the hell BBT is getting this from, that they're going to be lowering it significantly. Also, the bullshit. He never said that.
Well,
the Feds just had a meeting a couple days ago. He didn't say that. So where are these people getting this shit from? I don't know.
Before the New Year's, they did make a claim that the interest rate was going to be lower.
No, Powell specifically said, I listened to the whole thing. He said,
I never listened to him specifically, but
listen.
He said, right now, we project to lower rates 3 times next year. That's all he said. That's all he said. He didn't say significantly. He didn't say, all he said is, I projected. And I screenshot the shit and it's in the email blast. Highlight. That's what he said. Personally, I said, I don't see him doing it more than 0.25% each time. Why?
Well,
because of the economy. Because the only way that he would have to bring it down significantly, unless shit is like really going good, because then there's no need for it to stay high. He has to keep it high to clean house. That's why it's going to stay high for longer. I'm telling you right now. This year, it's not going to go. They're not going to lower it more than 0.75%, 0.75. It's not going to happen.
like when I did last like look at the news of like the interest rates, like I did see the same thing you're talking about, where it was only a promise to lower it, but there was no actual
It's
guarantee that it was going to be
be,
lowered. But
be,
people are like going off of like it's gonna get
yeah,
lowered based off
be,
of like a rumor. And I'm just like,
be,
that's crazy.
because they're trying to hopefully will for they're trying to manifest. That's what they're trying to do. These motherfuckers are not paid to Powell is worth about 150 million. That motherfucker does not need to be there. So he has no agenda, really, aside from doing what's required. That's how I know this guy is a fucking truth.
Well, I mean, he
People
probably
need
has a
to really pay
personal
attention.
agenda.
What?
Maybe not a
Listen,
political one, but he definitely has a personal one.
no. If he did as a businessman, because he used to be in finance, he would lower the rates. That's how I know. It's not personal and it's not political. He's doing what's required to keep the fucking dollars. Well, one, he's combating keeping the dollar strong because we are the reserve currency. That, I mean, you got to look at bonds. This is why I say you need to understand the bonds market, because people look at the bonds market. I'm not going to get deep into it, but basically that's the confidence of the U.S. economy. That's all you need to understand. 2-year, 10-year. That's all you need to understand. It goes up, people are confident in the U.S. economy. It goes down, people are not confident in the U.S. economy. Then you need to look at the reserves. Who's purchasing reserves? How much? What country has in our reserves? Now, people were saying, "Oh, BRICS is going to take over anytime soon." I'm like, no, it's not. You need to look at who's holding it. Yes, China did release a significant amount compared to what they have historically, but you need to look at how much they're holding. A whole fucking lot. BRICS ain't happening anytime soon. Sorry, guys. I'm just looking
Well,
at the numbers.
who's holding a lot?
Japan, China,
Oh, okay.
various
They got
countries
the
in
bag.
Europe. I mean, this is all public. This is all public information. This is why we are the best of the worst.
Mm-hmm.
Most people do not trust China. People who don't understand. Most people don't understand a true communist country. China's still a communist country. Those motherfuckers, don't get me wrong, they are very fucking shrewd, but they fucking lie their ass off. And they hide a lot of shit. That's just the truth. Not being racist, none of that shit. Anybody in finance, we know that. That's why after COVID, a lot of people started actually, and I was listening to a lot of these guys who own serious shares or CFOs. I listen more to CFOs than the CEOs. CFOs know all the dirt. They know the numbers. CEOs are confidence men or women. That's all they are. But a lot of people are divesting out of China. I don't hear people talking about that. The guys I listen to, they were talking about it during that time. Yes, that's what's happening on the fucking ground. Because of why? Supply chain. People are like, fuck that. If we get anything like what just recently happened with this COVID, we don't want our whole fucking economy to be hit as bad as it was recently. So they're doing that for that reason. That's just already happening. Why do you think? Again, this is why you got to go back to the taxes, because these countries are telling you what direction they're going in, and this is why the corporations they monitor that shit and they utilize it. There are no tax loopholes, bro. There really aren't any. The shit's put there intentionally. This is just most guys are not used to this level of information and knowledge. It's put like that on fucking purpose. You're just not a producer. That's why you don't get any significant tax credits like an Elon Musk. But look, there's only one person who's doing it in the whole fucking country. One. For all those tax credits, because he's the only one who made it happen. Is everybody else getting that shit? No.
So, Chair, I also wanted to ask you randomly, you think it's worth it to do taxes on the side? But like at least here in Canada, you need certification to do that. I don't know if that's the same case out there.
In America, you have to be an enrolled agent, CP. You have to be an enrolled agent, CPA, or a tax attorney. That's it.
I know how to do taxes. I know that shit. Like I was
But
taking
but but I mean, for you
shit
to
on accounting.
for you to represent someone in tax court, and for you to actually sign off on taxes, you have to. Those are
Yeah,
the only
you
three
need
people.
certification.
Like technically, anybody can technically do the taxes. They can't sign off on that bitch. And anybody who those three people I just told you about who can trust or believe, they're not going to sit here and potentially lose their license or get fined because someone who's not certified to do it is going to be doing it. Yeah, I mean, I don't know about Canada, but I know here you can.
Well,
Um,
I'm basically wondering, like, this is like anecdotal, of course, like if it's profitable to look into that.
I don't know about I
Like,
don't. I was about to say China.
anecdotal evidence.
Well, here in the States, yes. That's what I'm saying. I don't know about in
Yeah,
Canada.
I don't think he was a tax lawyer, but my father used to do people's taxes,
Yeah.
like with stuff like TurboTax and stuff like that.
I mean, I'm not doing it this tax season, but I can tell you exactly what's going on. A lot of people are not going to college or graduating out for becoming accountants, let alone CPAs. And then people doing taxes. It's been on a fucking decline because of all the tax changes. So a lot of the older folks who were in there, they retired or they were tired of the bullshit that was going on with this
Well,
country. So
like
there is an opportunity. There is an opportunity for it, but I don't know what the enrolled agent equivalent is in Canada. You would have to look. You would have to go on your.
well, like I was actually looking into accounting before, but like the thing is like I'm good with numbers. Like I know about doing taxes and that kind of shit, but like it's it's more like that shit would drive me crazy just looking at numbers all day. And like at least for Canada, they say that like the highest self-deletion rates are social workers and accountants.
Well, accountants generally speak. I think accountants used to
Seventeen.
be in the top 5 a few years ago. I don't know about. I haven't looked at it in a while. But
Mm-hmm.
again, I mean, for the amount of knowledge that you need or you need to specialize in, again, the typical income really hasn't been keeping pace with anything like the amount of technical knowledge that you need. So that's why here in the States it's been on decline. But a lot of people I follow or know, they are super specialized. And I'll be quite frank with you, they're not fucking with regular folk anymore. Like they're dropping them,
Yeah.
like they're dropping them. You're not worth my time. All this knowledge, all this headache. I tell you what you need to do. You don't fucking do it. You give me a headache, and then you ask for discounts. Fuck that. Now they're basically only dealing with investors, people who got money, or small business owners. That's what a lot of them are doing now. So the regular folk, they're about to start getting fucked. Why? Because their shit's all over the place, and they don't know what the fuck they're doing. And
So over
taxes
there,
have been going up. That's what's been happening in the
so
States.
so are you saying over there that like for accounting, you're also qualified to do investments?
What do you mean?
What do you mean?
Like as an accountant, you're also qualified to advise people on investments.
No. You'd have to get your securities license, Series
Oh,
7,
okay.
Series
I was
6,
wondering.
Series 63. Um, then yes. Now you can, as an accountant or CPA. Now okay. So there's a difference. There's a major difference between an accountant and a CPA. Obviously, you
Just a
go.
minute, Patrice.
I know I'm
Hold
just
on, wait a minute, just a minute. I got what 45 watching. Like, share, subscribe, hit the Cash App, support the show. You getting some stuff that probably should be behind the wall somewhere. Cash App's pinned to the top of the chat. Continue.
So the CPAs, they can do audits. They can conduct audits and sign off on audits, and a couple other things like they can sign off on saying, well, basically audits saying that your taxes are correct. An accountant cannot do that. Like in the financial sector, if we're going to lend you any kind of money, we're going to ask for your either your certified, you're certified from a CPA.
Mm-hmm.
And or if you don't have that, obviously we want your financials. Most people don't fucking have it, even in small business. You'd be surprised. And also, we're going to ask for your tax returns. So that's a oh my god, 7795 form. I'm forgetting the number right now. So you got to request that from the IRS, and then it just gets sent to us. Because again, what gets sent to the IRS, we're gonna go based off of that, because that's the raw numbers. And again, that's why the IRS stats are one of my main sources. All the numbers go through IRS, man. Now, what everybody else does with it is a whole different ballgame. BLS, all those other guys, they finesse the shit. I'm going straight to the source. That's what I do. So, I mean, CPAs, I mean, it's crazy to become a CPA. I know CPAs. I said, like I told you guys, one of my sources, the dude works on Capitol Hill, man. It's his department, and guess who's above them? Congress. They report directly to Congress. Nobody else is above them. Congress. So when these guys are talking about all this bullshit, I'm like, dude, I talked to a guy. I run the shit through him. We're swapping notes. We're swapping ideas. If I didn't know what the fuck I was talking about, trust and believe, he wouldn't fuck with me.
Well, like I said, I was just asking you for like anecdotal evidence, basically, even though like it's not going to directly correlate to my own personal scenario, but
that's what I'm saying. For the taxes, I would say in the States, yes. In the States, yes. Again, I don't know about Canada.
The majority of people that I know that are around me, like family, friends, and etc., that are around me, they don't know shit about taxes.
Most don't.
Yeah.
I mean, again, because the taxes can be complicated depending on the individual. It can be, but once you learn the basics, you need to specialize. Because trust me, nobody knows everything. It's fucking impossible. You need to specialize.
For me, it's like I've been self-employed for a while, and I've went to actual tax professionals, and they were asking me to do like majority of the work for them. I'm just like, why the fuck am I paying you? And on top of that, they're trying to ask me for like $500 to do it, and you want me to do the work too? I'm like, what kind of bullshit is this?
Well, again, I don't know.
But that was like business taxes though.
It's business taxes, and they only charge you $500. Oh, that's not bad.
They're charging me like $500, but they wanted me to do all the accounting myself.
Oh yeah, you're supposed to do that because
if I'm gonna pay $500 and I gotta do all the all the math myself, why am I paying you?
Well, it's simple because your tax pro is unless you hire your tax pro to be your bookkeeper throughout the year, that's not the job. I mean, I don't know how they're explaining it to you, but that's how they should explain it to you. Because if you're in business or if you're working for yourself, you're responsible for everything. So that means you're supposed to have your books. You're supposed to reconcile your books every month. Again, most people don't do that.
Well, that's what happened for my first year, right? And then after I seen that for my first year, I'm like, yeah, never again. I'm gonna just do it myself. And then I just went from there.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
Hi. Salty, are you gonna say something? In Canada, it's similar to the UK. They don't have CPAs over there. They have CAs over there. They're called chartered accountants.
Chartered accounts, yeah.
Not certified public accountants. That's the thing.
Yeah.
Because remember,
even though it's practically the same thing.
That's Europe. I mean, he's in Canada, so I don't know what they call him.
No. In Canada, it's a similar thing because remember, Canada is part of the Commonwealth, and the monarchy is still there. So the monarchy of the UK is still the monarch of them. That's why they still have a prime minister over there.
Okay.
Same thing with they have a similar system there, similar to Australia and New Zealand and such.
Well,
the
name of that, we still got the Queen on our money, and now it's on the new currency is going to be King Charles, but the older currency is Queen
Elizabeth. I know.
The fucking number it was.
The dollar, the Canadian dollar.
Yeah. So the monarchy is still active here, unofficially.
Yeah.
Unofficially,
and since Canada is part of the Commonwealth, all countries that are part of the Commonwealth, they don't have CPAs. They have chartered accountants and whatnot. They use the European, they use the British style.
And if it's anything like America, that means most of them don't even do taxes. Because again, taxes like its own thing. Even in this country, not even 3% of CPAs do taxes. So that's what I'm
For
saying.
themselves or in general?
No, just professionally.
Oh.
And even to do it for themselves, a lot of them don't know how to do taxes because it's a different skill. It's totally different. Just because you can do accounting doesn't mean you know how to do your taxes. You don't know where to look. You don't know what new laws came up. It's taxes is like on its own, man.
Wait. How do
I
you
can
know
tell
how to
you.
do? How are you certified as a CPA, but you don't know how to do taxes? That's insane to me.
No, it's not insane because you go to accounting is about the books, it's about the financial statements, it's
Right.
about bookkeeping. Yes.
It's not about the taxes because you have to file. I'm sorry. You have to file the account. You have to file. If I may, I'm sorry, Salchi, but if I may, if I can break it down for me easier. I'm not saying dumb or anything. Accountants,
Salchi
their
is the
job
pro
is
here,
to
so
make.
I'll let you
Hold
know
on,
more.
listen, Andre.
No.
Go ahead, man.
What I'm trying to say is like, first of all, because I'm up here, right? I'm up here, and it's a little. The tax system here is a little different. And the thing is, like, most people cannot afford an accountant to do it, so they have to file their taxes. Because to file taxes, when you do taxes, you got to do all the paperwork and the filing. And an accountant can't do that unless he is your bookkeeper. Is what he's trying to say. Unless you've given him the books every week, he's looking into them, seeing everything's on the up and up. You got to do it your goddamn self, man. And a lot of people, they have to do taxes themselves. They form the tax because they keep all the receipts and everything themselves. And they do their own bookkeeping.
Well, like
That's the
you're missing
thing.
the point of what I said, right? Because like for personal
Uh-huh.
taxes, like if
Mm-hmm.
you have I think like in the States y'all call that a W-2, which over
Mm-hmm.
here is a T4.
Mm-hmm.
Basically, it's like just regular working income. Um,
Yes,
Uh-huh.
like over here, they
but
charge like a max of like $50 if you go to a
Yeah.
professional to do this for
Well,
you. But
well,
yeah. Well,
well,
first of all, you hire the account. I'm sorry, Chelsea, if I may.
I don't need to hire anybody because I'm
well,
trained to do
you're
this shit.
self-employed,
Plus,
so
I know how to do this myself.
you're self-employed, so
Yeah, you're self-employed. You have to do it
that's
yourself.
different. Yeah, so being
Well, like,
self-employed, well,
that, and like, I actually took accounting. Like, I
what
actually took like accounting in school, so I know how to do
so,
that shit.
so yes, the difference between being there's different quadrants, man. You're an employee, you're self-employed, or a small business owner. You're an investor, or
Well,
you're a
that,
big or you're a big business owner. Basically, you have over 500 employees. That's the cutoff, at least here in the States. So you're
yeah,
self-employed. So that means you're responsible for everything as an
yeah,
employee, a W-2 here in the States. I mean, technically, you're
that's
in a
not a W.
sense here in the States. You're responsible not for much.
Well,
Your employer.
I
Hold
thought
on.
a W two
Your
was like a
employer.
Listen.
working income.
Your employer is supposed to withhold your taxes, federal,
Yeah,
state,
that's
all that shit. So that's the
that
difference. When you're self-employed, you do that. You're responsible.
exactly. That's what I was trying
Not
to say. I thought W two was you're employed by somebody. I can't
yeah.
remember what the self-employed is
So that's what I'm trying to tell
or
you.
small business owner.
When you go to a tax professional, you're self-employed or you're a small business owner or you're an investor. How the fuck do I know your numbers are right? I don't know. I have no idea. And I'm not going to do it for
Well,
free.
well,
If
I'm
you
gonna
don't
talk about like this.
I'm just saying, if you don't present me with numbers, you're just saying, you come to me, okay, I got, here's all my stuff to do my taxes. I'm like, okay, how do I know your numbers are right? I have no idea.
Mm-hmm.
I have no clue because it's not certified by a CPA. You didn't have the shit done. You weren't doing it throughout the year. I don't know if one, maybe I am capable of doing it, and maybe I just don't want to do it. And if I am capable
Well,
and want to do it, then I'm gonna have to charge you because that's my time. Because I have to literally recreate everything for the entire fucking year, and then make sure the shit balances out because my name is signing off on that bitch.
well, like I'm talking about like the tax code for like self-employment in the U.S. I can't remember what it's called. I heard it a few times. I don't remember what the fuck it's called. The tax code for like
You might have to talk to a
self-employment in the
tax
U.S.
attorney about that.
There
I'm
is
talking to
because
there is no listen. There's the tax code is about like 5 to 7,000 pages, right?
well,
50
I'm talking
roughly.
about like in terms of like a W-2, what they would call it.
A W-2, maybe I would say,
Like W-2 is like
is an employee.
regular employment,
It's a
but I
regular
don't remember
employee.
like what
There's
self-employed is
there's
or
again
a small business
it
owner.
depends on your business. It depends if you're self-employed. It depends. That's taxes. It depends. What do you do? Do you have any other investments? Do you have any interest in anything else? Where else is your
Oh,
money coming from? That's what
yeah,
I'm saying. You need to
yeah,
come to
like
me with facts, and then I look at what I'm supposed to look for. And until I know you, and until I have all your facts, or if you come to me with all your shit all over the place, I really don't know shit.
yeah,
That's
like
that's the truth, and unfortunately,
that
that's most
Can we
people.
go back, gentlemen? Can we move on?
Yes, yes,
Yeah, that was a
yeah.
good run through, Salchi. That was a good run through of like what you need. I mean, basically,
hey, booby,
hey man, how's it going?
By the way,
AB, how's it going, panel?
What's going on?
Salchi gave a great run through of like just what you should be looking for in the macro of the economy. But
mhm.
if you really want to do, you could do those H&R block taxes stuff. Like,
Yeah,
there's a ton of people who don't know what the fuck they're doing
yes,
and don't know
fuck
you could just do
H&R
like,
Block.
look, if you're just a if you're just a W-2 employee making 75,000 a year, go to Tax Act, TurboTax, whatever,
yeah.
click in the numbers and you'll be fine.
Well,
Right? If
George,
you but if you have more
Yeah.
complex stuff, hire an accountant. It's $500, maybe
Minimum.
$1,000. And then just have your receipts. If you're self-employed,
Well,
definitely
well,
have your receipts. And
well,
at that
Jules,
point, you've
like,
already hired an accountant. It's not
Yes,
well,
terribly
exactly.
terribly complicated,
Correct.
but
But people
you just have to know
don't.
what what the
Yes,
landscape is, and then you know
Yep.
what vehicle you're driving on.
and
Yeah,
people don't.
well,
And people don't listen. That's the
Yeah.
problem, Jules. They don't fucking listen.
Yeah.
Jules,
Look, I pay
Jules,
my accountant and I over withhold because I have a unique situation where I have
Yeah,
W-2s, contracts, all this stuff, right?
yeah,
But
yeah.
it is not terribly complicated once your accountant tells you this is what I need you to do. This
And
is
you
what I
listen.
need you to pay. And you don't want to take those penalties from the IRS because it's
Exactly.
a motherfucker to get those penalties. You pay
Exactly.
quarterly
Well,
or you pay withhold X, Y, and Z.
Mhm.
You have your reserves and you're good.
That's
You know,
it.
well, Jules, I want to
yeah,
piggyback
yeah.
off
Hold
what
on,
you said,
Andre.
like,
Like I said, we need to move on. Uh,
Yeah, yeah.
But when you go, oh
going
man,
back
you were going
to,
on about the bonds. I was like, woof. People don't get that, man. That 2-year, 5-year, 10-year, 20-year, man. That tells you a lot about
yeah.
what's going on. But I'm still
TV
having a break
Going
Salty,
today.
back
I have a
to
question for
talking
you.
about the economy. I did a short. I
Right.
haven't uploaded it yet. It's a little bit longer than 1 minute, so might be just a video.
Uh-oh.
And it's talking about how Gen Z actually doesn't think $75,000 is enough to live a comfortable life anymore.
Well, it depends on where you live.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The dude was breaking down. Some baby boomers still think $75,000 is enough,
Because they're drunk.
and he actually
It's
and
not.
I know,
If you have a woman who's
it's not.
doing, go ahead, sir.
Hold on, let me finish. He actually broke it down. You got to keep in mind, a lot of baby boomers, their kids are out of the house. They're not paying for child care. Most of their college debt is paid off, so they're not paying for that, and they're not paying for other expenses. But average Gen Z or millennial, they have to pay for child care. They probably still have to pay off their student debts.
Definitely.
So yeah, they need about 100. They need about 120, 130, 140, if not more.
All I say, AB, when people talk about this income shit, this is how I know. This is how I get people. It's real simple. Can you save 30%? 9 out of 10 think I'm crazy when I'm just saying 30%.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, if you can't do that, your chances of retiring are slim to none, especially with what we've been seeing in the last couple of years. That's what they don't tell people. People keep on forgetting because, again, people don't fucking read. Your Social Security, it's right there. Arissa, read the shit. It tells you.
Yeah.
It is supplementary. It doesn't say it covers all your expenses. It's supplementary. 401k. I listened to the guy who actually proposed the bitch to Congress. I listened to that guy, the guy who the guy who actually created it. What did he say? It's supplementary. So what am I gonna call it? Supple-fucking-mentary.
Yep.
So
50
what?
years ago, when they thought that pensions were going to be going out, they started putting that in.
Because the pensions are too goddamn expensive. So they put more responsibility on your ass. That's what people didn't realize. So if you don't save enough money, forget about investing. If you don't save enough money, you're fucked. The point of putting your money in the at a bare minimum, you put your money into the market, one, there's sharks in there, you're not going to beat them. Sorry to tell you guys. That's why I just go into index, call it a fucking day. And there's a way to even beat the index, kind of. You put your money there, at best, you just want that bitch to keep you at zero, to keep your capital at the same purchase power. Most people don't understand that. They just see the number going up or down. They don't realize, okay, if I retire, let's say I retire this year when inflation is this high, you're super red. You're so red, you don't even fucking know it. One, you didn't save enough. Your pension would have you, depending on where it is, the common person probably isn't enough. And inflation is fucking killing you. Now you're on fixed income. That's why your ass has to work. Retirement is...
if you pay attention, a lot of boomers are going back to work.
That's right.
They can't afford.
And what's the other big thing? Healthcare.
Yep.
That's
we don't live in a cheap healthcare country, man. I think we're the most expensive of the developed world.
Hold on, wait a minute. Let's see. I got about 42 watching. Like, share, subscribe, hit the Cash App, support the show. I haven't got any Cash Apps today.
I'm asking for your PayPal, but
I'm working on that. Leave me alone.
No, you good. No, I thought you got the super chat.
Stop picking on him like that, Andre.
Well, Salty, I wanted to ask you, so you think that saving is like at this point in time specifically, like better than investing?
Well, one, the main reason to save is obviously to develop the discipline.
Right.
Yeah.
That's the main thing. Investing is a whole different ball game. So, and this is why I tell people, bet on yourself. Don't bet on a fucking market. Don't bet on anything. Yeah. Bet on yourself. You are number one.
I agree with that wholeheartedly.
That's the first thing you need to do. Then you look at various investments based on your strengths and interests, so you can have an unfair advantage. Then you go learn that bitch like you're getting a PhD. How about that? I don't have a PhD, but I'm saying that kind of energy, because when you go out there, you're going against the sharks. You're going against people who have way more resources and information than you do. Do you think you can consistently be profitable, stay in the market at such a deficit? The answer is no.
Yeah, like that. There's been many times that I've got fucked by the market makers trying to, do some trades. Many times that's happened.
Because they're playing a different game. That's what I'm saying. Base it off of your strengths.
They're playing chess and I'm playing checkers.
No, it's not that. It's. I mean, they are playing Warhammer 40K on a super machine.
Yeah, they're playing Risk.
Yeah, they have supercomputer factories and farms that are like 50,000 square feet of just servers that are trying to get 100, maybe 10, maybe 5 miles closer, so that their servers can ping faster to make trades.
Yes. Yep.
Like they have automations that are running all the time, shaving fractions of a dollar to make them more profit. It's crazy.
Jules, like, let me put it like this. Listen,
have you ever seen like CNBC when they show One Wall Street, right?
Yeah.
And they show the trading floor? That's not where everything is done. That is a movie studio.
Anymore.
That's a TV studio.
Yeah.
All that shit that you see on
that ended in the 90s.
Like all the shit is done in New Jersey. It's like server farms that in New Jersey that are doing all those trades for like IB or Vanguard or whatever. Well, maybe not Vanguard, but a bunch of those different brokerage houses. Like all that stuff is moving light years faster than the retail investor can do.
Let me tell you something.
Make more money. That's accumulation is your goal. Make as much money
Yes.
so that you can put it into
Yes.
more safe vehicles. You can take some risks. Definitely get some education on how to do shorts and puts and calls, so that that's your play money, and you might be able to make a side career out of that. But if you're
Right.
doing, let's say the basic stuff of you're making, let's say you get your income up with one job at 75,000, and you have like a side hustle that makes you another 50,000, right? And then you have an attorney or that you contract out, or a CPA, and it costs you like $1,000 a year. But then you're maxing out your 401k, you're maxing out your IRA, you're trying to get as much in your brokerage, and then you're trying to put some in like a high yield savings account. You're doing better than everyone else. Add on like
yes.
the HSA, add on the 529 plan if you're having kids, and you're doing better than like 99% of Americans.
For me, I'm not balling, so I'm just gambling.
Well, let me tell you. Let me just put it in this perspective. The common person who goes into the market, they're trying to make 5 cents on a dollar. That's a game. That's a game they're playing, and they're not even making 5 cents. You know what the pros are doing? They're making like $5 on a dollar or less.
Leverage.
Do you understand? You have such a small room of error. Your margin of error is so thin. Basically, you really can't make an error. They can. You can't.
Wait, how are they making $5 on a dollar or less?
Jules just said it.
Leverage.
Yes. Leverage, and guess what? They have funds called capital. So if you make 5%, your 5% on $1,000 ain't the same as 5% on $1 million, 10 million, 1 billion.
No,
that's the game they're playing.
I went to school with a guy who his dad was higher up at, I want to say it was Morgan Stanley. It was one of those big banks, and he was doing like private capital stuff, and all of his friends wanted to, or like the guy I went to school with, all of his friends wanted to get their money in with him, and they were putting like 25, 50,000, and they would call him up and pester him over and over.
Yes.
Like, look, I don't want to deal with this shit unless you got 250,000.
Yes.
It's a waste of my time.
Yes.
These guys want assets under management. They want to talk to people who have net worths of 1 million plus.
Yep.
And you can get there, but it's
that's the work.
There's a lot of people who get. These are the people who have like they're high net worth individuals. They have somebody or several somebodies that they can call on, talk to, and get what they need done.
Yeah,
it's not fair, but it's like you have to accumulate in order to be someone that they will do some good business with.
That was my that was my internship. We was at a penthouse suite, only 2 guys doing the work. One was in his early, basically my age. He was 42 at the time. The other guy was in his early 50s. And I'll never forget the Italian guy, the younger one. He flat out told me, if you can't do 20+% a year, you shouldn't be in this fucking game. I'm quoting him. He was Italian, so he kept it straight. And he showed me his numbers. 20 plus a clip, 20 plus a clip, 20 plus a clip. But what do you hear on the street? Oh, if you'd be lucky.
5%, 7%.
You'd be lucky to keep up with. Exactly. That's the game they're playing. This is why I say I rarely ever recommend getting, especially into stocks. That's why people either don't have the skill, the time, or the fucking money. They just don't have it. Sorry, I gotta keep it real with people. You don't have it.
Go back to tell me, but the economy is doing so great, right?
Yeah.
Everybody succeeded, right?
Where's the money going? Where's the cash flow going? Ask them that question, and they can't answer that basic question.
Why get the top percent of the 1%?
Exactly. Yeah, the K-shaped recovery. That's
Jules,
what it really is.
Jules, you know about Citadel, right? Citadel,
the investment house. Yeah.
The hedge fund. Okay, so I was just listening to their CEO. This was a few days. This is literally like 2 or 3 days ago, right? Since their inception, they've made less than 80 billion, right? I think it was like 72 or 76 billion. Guess how much they made last year alone? Guess. Just guess.
They doubled it.
No, they made 8 billion just alone. Since their inception, they made 72 to 76 billion. They made 8 billion just last year alone.
Citadel is some fucking scammers.
No,
That's
it's
what I'm
not
trying to tell
scam.
you guys.
They
It's not
you have to
scamming.
know who are making the markets move. Like that is a big thing when like look, there are people out there that they run a trading desk at let's say at Citadel or whatever. And they are in control of $300 billion. And they are making decisions that you don't even know about. It's a private equity game. And a lot of these people
Yes.
they have you'll see them at Whole Foods and they just look
Have
like
no
regular
idea.
ass dude. They'll be in like the LL Bean hoodie, that parka with the gray one,
Yeah.
the fleece,
Yeah.
and they got the Crocs on, and they just you're like, who's this nerd in the Audi Q8, whatever. But they are in control of how they have a desk that runs 300 people, runs $300 billion, and they are
Mhm.
making money hands over foot. They'll be
Well,
invested in a
my
gold
only
mine in
beef with
Ghana, like just
my only
crazy
beef
shit
with
like that.
Citadel is like how they screwed over the GameStop guys. That's my
Yeah,
only
because
beef
they had
with
to.
Citadel. It's like they screwed them out of like billions out
Yeah,
of
But
all the
but
dudes that were involved in
but
that shit.
but remember,
because that was
if you
egregious. That was egregious gamesmanship. Like,
yes,
like
yes,
was it? Robinhood was not supposed to shut down the ability to
exactly.
to
Yeah,
execute.
exactly.
Like they were
That's why I
not
said
supposed to. That's what they got called in front of Congress.
Yep.
that's why I said they screwed them out of billions. But there's one guy that like I was following for a while. He went from 20K to I think it was like 15 or 20 million in
Yeah,
like a year or two. I was following all his trades and like
Yeah, one
yeah,
guy. Exactly.
yeah.
there's one guy.
One
I know
guy.
it's I know it's anecdotal evidence and shit, but
But
for all the people that would have gained off of like when they froze like all the trades,
well, you can gain, but the question
they
is, you
they
you have
fucked everybody over.
you have to cash out eventually.
Yeah.
So
Mhm.
listen though, even though it went up, right? It was going to come one. It was extra. It was basically like a black swan in a sense. Extremely rare case. So even if they didn't get fucked over, it would have gone down anyway. The point is, they most likely wouldn't have lost their initial money. But see, that's what I'm saying. Do not get in a game you don't fucking understand.
Well, what I'm talking about is like they literally froze all the trades for everybody
Yes,
that was using the Robinhood
Yeah.
account.
yes, that's what I'm saying. I'm not saying that they should have done that. My point is that's why they had Robinhood do that. Man, again, a lot of people are
But
not.
they
A
were
lot
done
of
for
again,
using
Listen,
Robinhood because of
Andre.
Robinhood.
again, a lot of people they're not on my Instagram. Like before shit happens, I tell people when Robinhood came out, a lot of people I knew they were getting on it. I said, do you think that this cheaper form of getting into stock is going to be in your best interest as opposed to you going to the regular brokerages? I said, this is where the people who have even less money and who have a less understanding of how this game really works, that's where they're going to go and they're going to get fleeced. What
Yep.
happened to game? What happened to game? Sharp. Their asses got fleeced.
Nope.
Sorry.
I mean, half the brokerages out there have dark money pools where they don't execute on your
Exactly.
trades for several times, or it takes it's a long enough time that it gives them more information. Think about
Yeah.
it as when you make a Gmail account, it's a free account for email. Email accounts actually shouldn't be free,
Exactly.
but they're using your information that they gather from you in their terms and conditions
Data
to get
analytics.
information to sell you stuff.
Yes.
Because Google is actually a marketing agency that has multiple products.
I am so glad you
right?
said that because people were telling me I was crazy like 10 plus years ago. I'm like, look at their financial statements. They're making over 40 at that time before they
Yeah.
started making over 50 billion. I'm like, they're making over 40 billion. That's the vast majority of their revenue. That's a marketing company,
Yeah,
bro.
like
Yeah.
the dark money pools is where they're making their real money.
Come on.
For brokerages. I mean, yeah,
Yeah, for
Google's a whole
brokerages, yeah.
different agency.
Yeah, it's
Google and
difficult.
Facebook are marketing companies.
Why do you
Yes.
think they
Well,
why do you
I'm
think they
talking
laid off so
about
many people?
what I was
Why do
saying.
you
Yeah,
because
bro.
they're
Yo,
shifting. I'll tell you this, I mean, they're shifting because Sach, you follow me on Instagram. My Instagram is pretty much dead, but my
Yes.
Twitter, I told people years ago because I was working with AR and VR, and this guy I was doing a seed for his startup. He was like he was a Drexel grad, told me that VR was total bullshit, and I was like, It's the reason why Mark Zuckerberg invested. This is back in 2018, billions of dollars into it. I was like, they see
No, it's
things
not.
changing. So
Yeah.
I've told people like, they're Google's no
Mm.
longer into marketing, Facebook's no longer into marketing. They're into extended
That's interesting.
reality and applying
Yes.
that knowledge over into this whole 3D realm. But I'll leave that for another day. I'm just
Well,
because people did not
is
see
it
that marketing thing
GPDR
at
or
all.
GPRD? Do you know
Wait, what?
GPDR? I can't remember whatever those regulations were. That killed their arm. Like 10 years ago, if you let's say 7 years ago, if you wanted to do marketing through
Yeah.
Facebook or Google, I mean, you could find all black men who comb their hair to the
Well, it
right,
still can
and
do it in
men
the
who work in
U.S.
you
I
you
believe.
you can a little bit, but a lot of customers are based in Europe for a lot more businesses than you think, so they have to default just have to optimize towards that.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
it's just really rough for them to make money like they used to. Like
It was
I
great
know.
when it lasted though, because I mean, I worked around
Yeah.
data scraping. You'd be surprised the amount of
Yep.
stuff that like you could. I actually used to talk to a data science. I don't know if you ever mess with citydata.com or
Yeah.
.org.
Yes.
They
Yep.
have like
Yep.
so much stuff in there. I used to go on there even as a kid and just look up different zip codes all through the
Uh
695
huh.
and 495 beltways, and you
Mm-hmm.
just see like just different areas, and there's a lot of stuff you can correlate between
No, a
income
lot more
and what
shit
type
is
of people.
tracked than you
Yeah,
think. Like
exactly.
an opportunity insights is just a one glimpse from Harvard, or is it Penn? But there's a ton of data out there on everybody. It's
I say it,
crazy.
and I say it all the time. Your managers of society, they need to monitor the shit. That's why I keep on saying they monitor everything. But dudes don't. In this space, a lot of dudes don't. Apparently, they don't listen. They monitor
Mhm.
fucking everything.
Yeah.
Period.
And shit, everything is recorded too. Like that's
People
one of the
don't. People
that's
don't get it.
like yeah.
They really don't. They really don't understand the machine that they live in.
Like pretty much think of everything that you said on any digital device, phone, cell phone. This StreamYard is in some server
Is it
farm
a
in
sir?
like Salt
Yes.
Lake
Yes.
City or
Yes.
New Mexico or some shit like
Oh,
that. I
don't
mean,
get me
Harry
wrong.
Reid posed that, and Eric Snowden he said the
Hmm.
same thing. Like,
Yeah.
oh, so it's been confirmed by like somebody went rogue and someone who was official.
Fauci, don't get me started because I'm a web developer. I can tell you.
Oh yeah.
Anything you
Mm,
do online, Facebook, you name it, Facebook, Gmail, all that shit is on a server somewhere.
Yeah.
yep. You
So
I,
those
mean
of
you
us
mean
who
incognito
know the,
window doesn't mean shit?
that's why I laugh when the black people like, oh, I can start my own Facebook. Like, okay, bro, you
Bullshit.
want all that server cost? Okay, because
Bill
it
Clinton.
costs
Public.
money to
Bill. Bill.
keep a million subscribers on there, billion.
Bill.
That
Bill.
cost that's a lot of money.
Bill Clinton opened up the gates.
Yep.
That's what he did.
Public-private partnerships.
People don't. This is
What
why I
was
keep on saying
the
people don't
law
get
he
it.
signed into act in '96?
The Glass Eagle and the other one was for the
The
NSA. Oh
Telecommunications
God,
Act.
what was it?
The Telecommunications Act is it.
Yeah,
Hmm.
telecommunications act.
So
Yeah,
Oh, the
because those
96.
come those
Yeah.
that coincide and everything. Because remember, a lot of conglomerates started swallowing up other businesses. We started
yes,
seeing huge, ridiculous mergers, and they're trying to control not just the information, and whatnot. I mean, hell, this is why I get big shout out to our resident lefty, Mr. Z. Why do you think he told people to check out something called the social dilemma? Because the algorithms factor into all of this.
Mm-hmm.
They need to keep you online, engaged with these social medias because you are the product. You are the
they,
target audience.
they have the scientists doing their work on neuroscience to what lights up your mind, all this other
The
shit.
psychologists too.
Yeah,
Just a
they
lot
got
of them there.
and that's why I said earlier, like an hour ago, marketing they have perfected your ass. People
Yep.
just don't.
TikTok. Why
People
do
People
you
that
think
are
don't get
cool.
TikTok is
it.
a endless scroll? TikTok has
Yes.
that because if you remember, Tumblr used to have that endless scroll, and
Hmm.
Facebook had that endless scroll, and they would just.
Facebook
I
has
always
those
tell
reels
people
on the
with
52.
a lot of those tech
I mean,
companies, their
I'll admit,
KPI. Wait, hold on. A lot of those tech companies,
sorry, Adam.
their KPI
Hmm.
is engagement. That is one of their key
Yep.
Yes.
performance indicators for the
Yeah.
product managers, the designers, and developers. When they go to those large company all hands, they're looking at engagement because they're going to turn around to an advertiser traditionally and say, we're gonna charge you this per 5 cents per click because we have this many eyes on our
Yeah.
site for this many hours.
Yes. You thought all this shit was for
People
free?
sit on people sit on TikTok all day long, absorbing
Man,
other
TikTok
people's
is bad. I think
just venting
they're
all
the
day
worst.
long.
I think
Like,
TikTok is the worst.
And
you are essentially what you absorb.
yes.
Yeah.
And do you?
And that's why I limit my exposure to that type of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Did we lose him?
No,
Jules.
Jules, you still there?
I'm
Oh,
here.
okay.
I'm
All
out.
right.
Yeah.
Oh, my bad. I thought we lost you. I mean, that's why is TikTok not banned?
It's
No, they
heavily
get no
I'm not
TikTok.
sure.
They got
I've never heard that.
TikTok in China. No, it's not. What they do is like over here, they have a different form of TikTok. Over here, like we see all this mindless entertainment shit, right? If you check out the TikTok in China, you know what they're being exposed, what people are being exposed to, especially the young people,
It's probably educational.
Yeah. They regulate
educational
it.
shit. By design. It's by design. You know
Of
what?
course.
This is why. What's his
Of
name?
course.
This is why.
Yeah.
What's his name? Bernays? No, the man, the one who was like the father
Eric
of
Bernays.
marketing. The
Yeah,
one who
you're
was
right.
like Eric Bernays. You know who he was related to?
Freud.
Sigmund Freud.
Sigmund.
That's right.
Yeah.
Sigmund Freud, the father of modern day psychology. So he understood the psychological aspects of it. This is why when you look at all the shit that's going on, I gotta give shout out to one and what's his name? Something Black, the comedian, something Black, Jerry Black, I think, or something Black.
Jerry Black. Oh, Lewis
Oh,
Black.
Lewis Black?
No, Lewis Black. Yes, Lewis Black.
Yeah.
Lewis Black. Because
Yeah.
like Lewis Black, when asked about this thing, going back to 2016, he says, "Understand that a lot of this things is a social experiment, and you wonder why people are such complete dolts. We're basically the walking embodiment of the mouse utopia." Go ahead.
Yeah, just a minute. Thank you, CB, for the cash app. Let's see, I got about 43 watching. Like, share, subscribe, and hit the cash app. Support the show.
I want to go
I mean,
back
what
to
do you
that
think they call
thing.
this?
Hold on. Go ahead, brother.
Go ahead, Javi.
Oh no, I was gonna say I was gonna shift the topic back to that thing you were talking about with that 75. What is it? What was that number? 72K, 75K. For the Gen Z.
75,000. 75,000.
Oh,
It
the
Yes.
is in
Z's.
certain
The
environments.
Z's.
So I was gonna
income.
say,
If you're in
yeah.
New York
yeah,
City,
I was
man,
gonna
it's
say
like,
that just because I'm closest to the, because I laugh when I hear this shit. Honestly, dog, because I'm starting to hit my late 20s. Like most of the Z kids, I don't think really work LinkedIn level jobs. I'm just be real about it. Because there's people
Starbucks
that,
baristas.
yeah, there's people when they trying to income check with me, and I'm like, look, dude, like, yeah, like I'm not, I'm underpaid because I work at a startup. Like, let's not even do this here. Because like
Yeah.
they'll be trying to compare their like librarian job, and I'm like, dude, I'm trying to sell a company. I'm trying to help these people like doing M&A this year. We're not having the same conversation. I'm not even saying
No.
to be erudite. I'm just like, yeah, like I'm having conversations with a guy from Wells Fargo about, how do we convince Vanguard to sit down and have a meeting? Just so they're just not in the same. Most of them they not having those conversations. So I can tell you
and
the income
No,
is kind of cat.
they're not at the table. They're not at the table.
and that's why I've been saying this for months now. Smile, nod, and walk the fuck away.
I have
Because
been
they
doing
have
that.
no, they have no idea what the fuck's happening.
Dude,
It's part of it is you're not exposed to a lot of it, and so you just don't have the concept of
you
it.
want to hear some
And
wild
so-
shit? So when I was just interrupt you to tell you this shit because their income perception is weird. When I was graduating, there was a kid. I don't know what school he went to. I want to say Duke. He actually has a corporate job and everything. But these kids were trying to tell me that 100K was like a starter salary. So they actually went to an interview
Yep.
and told a guy that
Some people
100K
do.
was what he wanted,
Yeah,
and the
it's not
guy
normal.
laughed at him in the interview, and he's like, "I was going to give you 80, but we'll just give you 50."
Boom. God damn.
Oh, you
Hit him in the
shot
balls.
yourself in the foot. Yeah. Oh, by the way,
It's
here's a piece of advice to anybody who's going to a job interview. When they ask you how much you think you want to earn, you flip it on them and say, "Well, how much is the job offering?" And then they'll give you a certain range.
Yeah, I
That's
mean,
how
you
it's
just ask
supposed
for
to
the pay
work.
range. Yeah, you ask for the pay range. I've done that.
Y-
No,
yeah.
the
Yeah,
big
that's
thing
the
is
pay rate.
But the big thing is, I do know people who've gotten 100K out of undergrad, but it's usually they have a very desired skill, like
Yes.
geologist, petroleum engineer.
This
They're
kid
very
was
Yeah.
like
specific,
business
or like
development,
comp
dog.
sci.
Oh hell.
Yeah,
This kid was, he was
you gotta
doing
show me.
Legion
You gotta show me a
sales.
track record. Well, I have known people who've done that, but they have their parents were top secret clearance
Somebody.
or like foreign service, and so they
Oh.
had a clearance from
Yeah.
birth. And
So
so they,
Jules, let me
because
guess. Let me guess. It's probably less
if you're
than
in
10%.
Karachi as a child,
Uh-oh.
Jules?
Did we lose you?
He'll be
Jules.
back.
Jules is
No,
still
it's
there.
just no,
cut
it's
off
a
again.
he's still there. It's just that you,
It's cutting
Jules,
off
you
on
were
my
out
end.
for a
So
minute. Can you repeat that?
Okay.
Yeah.
We hear you now.
yeah. Go ahead. What were you saying?
No, you
Well,
said something. Continue what you were saying.
I was just asking you. It's probably less than 10% of the people you know who hit that marker
Yeah,
right out of college.
Yeah.
Less than.
I mean, like I know like a handful of guys
I'm
who
being real
were
nice.
comp sci
Exactly.
degrees, and like they'd get like a good job making 75 to 85, something like that, at like 22. That's good money.
Yes.
But most folks were.
It's not
I
happening.
want to say my first job out of undergrad was like 50 grand, and it stayed around that, and then went to grad school, and then it jumped up a little bit, and then I was like, man, fuck this, and I figured out a couple things, and then started going to where the money is, and started getting certifications to certain things, and
Yeah.
But most of those
started piling
kids,
on.
I could tell you when I was in school, like because I was actually, yeah, 'cause I went to a specialized school in the Baltimore area, and I told them when I was leaving, I said, look, don't go to
Micah?
NYU. Like, no, I'm not going to dock myself. I've hinted at it before.
I know. Yeah, I know a lot of people who go into art
But
school.
no,
and
I
like
went
it.
to high
But-
school. I went to a
Yeah.
specialized free high school. I went to college in New York. I didn't even stay in Baltimore. No.
Good for you.
What I'm saying is that when I was telling them like, yo, don't go to, because we used to have like NYU Com, USC. Because I remember I asked a lady at USC. I was like, well, how much does an actor make from USC? And the recruiter just like, oh well, and all the acting kids got pissed. I was like, look, dude, like, why the fuck would you pay $100K to go live in LA when you could just move to LA, not go to school? It just like doesn't make any sense. So what I'm saying is that a lot of
go
kids
to Pasadena Playhouse. You pay like
Exactly.
$50 and probably get your dick sucked by some old lady, or some old man. You know what I mean?
think-
Like John Witherspoon said that. He said like he was at the Comedy Store. He used to pick up this old white lady in her Bentley, and then drive her in and fuck the hell out of her, and then drive her Bentley back to the Comedy Store. It was sad. I mean, you could get it. He got famous. Hey, we all saw Friday. We all saw Boom Boom.
Sachi, I think you said it best on your Instagram. Get your degree for a product market fit or something like that. Like that's the thing with some. I think with more millennials and some Gen Z, like they're not getting their degrees for product market fit. They're just getting it based off of like what they feel like getting. So they'll have like a degree in gender studies from like a okay school, like what's that school up in like Western Mass, like Williams College. But it doesn't really fit into the I don't know, just stuff I'm seeing with some of these kids, and it'll turn into like raging activist socialism kids, and I'm like,
of course,
I don't think you're really a socialist. I just think you didn't get the deal you thought you were gonna get, so now you're like trying to be anti the system. And I look at them like, dude, I went to a state school and I hustled y'all. Like this shit is insane. Like,
but
I'll
that's
leave it at that.
But that's why I generally say, right? I say, based on the market, and you have to continuously monitor the market based on your strength. But then that shit starts at home. That's the thing. It starts at home. In my opinion, if you're not, generally speaking, if you're not going into STEM, you're not going into accounting, I don't see why the fuck you would get into debt, especially significant debt, to get a college degree to make the median to per capita income. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make any financial sense, and also factoring in your time. It doesn't. I didn't say college wasn't important. I said from a pure time financial standpoint and what the market fucking wants, it doesn't make sense. You can get mad at me all you want, but look at your finances.
They need to go find themselves.
Here's something I gotta mention.
Oh, for 7 years.
Excuse me, Javi.
My dad was one of my
excuse
best
me.
friends is
Excuse me.
he's a blue collar worker at the highest income that you can think of for blue collar work. He's a train engineer, and then my dad was at one of the other ends as a brewmaster. I mean, they were making mid six figures. I mean, you can make good money without having to go into serious debt. I'm talking 200,000, 300,000, and like you basically just have to be good at managing people and delivering your product. Like you could do that. You definitely can. You don't have to go into debt to get it. You don't have to spend 250,000 to get a master's in social work. That's going to be making 55,000 with.
Crazy.
Like,
By the way, we got to understand the whole thing about debt payments, but here's something I need to bring up. That's really important here. Like we talked about the education system here, because you talk about how some people are being, some of these younger millennials, old Gen Zs and whatnot, feel have a sense of entitlement. And I'm gonna bring this up multiple times. Like Gen Xers, some of us millennials in some cases, when y'all went to high school, because I went to a different school in a different country, different education system. But when y'all went to high school, did you guys have home ec? Did any
Yeah.
of you guys learn how to handle money
Middle
from a young
school.
age?
Nah,
Did you
they
guys
didn't.
in high school? No, see, right there. They didn't. So you didn't know anything about the importance of balancing a check. So most of these guys don't know what it means to balance a checkbook, look at read the financial statements, learn how to
Uh-uh.
budget and shit. This, that, and the third.
But but
So
the
they don't
school.
have. So they don't understand the whole thing about. Yeah,
Here's
but
the bad
they don't
part about
understand.
it.
Yeah,
Here's the
the
bad
school
part
system.
But
about
they
it.
don't.
Yeah, hold on, wait a minute. Okay, go ahead, Charles. You've been waiting for a minute.
Here's the bad part about it. Okay, one, your parents should have taught you, but here's the caveat to
Exactly.
that: a lot of shit your parents
Uh,
could teach you is now obsolete.
Yep.
They
Yep.
could
that's
teach you
true.
basics, but it's like this. Like I've told people, let me tell you, my nephew went in the army 10 years after me. My sister was like, "Why don't you give him some pointers?" I said, "Why? First of all, women don't understand rites of passage. Um, two, you wouldn't respect it if I gave you the easy ways. Three, you're not going through the same training as I did. Why? Because you're
Yeah,
learning from my war. You're
Mm-hmm.
learning from my
yeah,
conflicts. So here's the problem. You get you're giving Gen Zs and Generation Alphas fucking Gen X fucking promises. Gen X can't tell you the same shit because why? Gen X can quit a job and get another one the next day.
Yep.
yep.
It's the rules have changed, and see, this is the same reason why some militaries are obsolete because they don't understand the theater of war they're fighting in. What's the current doctrine of warfare that we're in? We're in a proxy slash urban warfare doctrine. Before that, unconventional warfare or jungle warfare, to be precise. So
Guerrilla warfare.
if I use the same tactics from World War II to fight a war today, would I fare really well?
You're gonna fucking get slaughtered.
No,
Yeah, you
So
get.
what?
no.
So why would I ask my children to go by a doctrine that's 30 years old? And
Yes.
that's what it
Exactly.
really
Good
boils
point.
down to when you look at,
Mhm.
okay, you got to go to college, but not one motherfucker ever says how I'm gonna pay for it.
Yeah.
Not
Yep.
one motherfucker ever says that. Two, well, we're on
Yeah,
four
yeah.
actually.
Not only that, Charles, but yeah, you say you got to get a good job, but people, but they got, but some of the older folk, not all of them, but some of them around acting like these jobs are going to keep us for 40 years and give us a decent pension.
That
But
happened.
the
It's
thing I
not
want to
going to
just
happen.
I want to chime in because I literally graduated school not that long ago. I told people that they did not plan. They should have been planning around like 13, 14 at the latest around what they were gonna do.
Yes.
These
Yes.
people, I'm gonna tell you just from my own experience, they really weren't planning until like they were dead at 17. Really,
Straight.
I'm being generous. I'm gonna be real with you. Most people really didn't start talking about career shit until they were like 25. Like
I
most of the kids
mean,
I'm just gonna be real with you. Like they just got a real corporate or not corporate, like a real salary position with healthcare, maybe like 2 years ago. Like COVID kind of put some people in that position. Let's be honest
Yeah.
with y'all. So when I wasn't trying to sound cocky when I said we having the different conversations and they try to salary compare. I look at them like y'all talking about 100K. I'm like, nigga, do you even make 50K and do you have health insurance? Do you? I ask all these kids like, do you have a retirement plan? And I know the answer is no.
no,
They don't even
But
know where to start. So.
but the thing is
here's
to piggyback on what he said is and Kevin was one of those, because he had such a large audience, and I'm glad he said this. The majority of people do not have a career; they have a fucking job. There is a difference.
Exactly.
There is a
Exactly.
fucking difference, man. There's a
here,
difference.
here's the really fucked up thing about it, right? I remember when I went to my CPA. A lot of you niggas need to start going to these fucking tax-free tax, whatever, when you get your taxes filed, stop that because you're losing out on a lot of money. I'm going to tell you again, stop that. You're losing on a lot of fucking money. In my profession in law enforcement and private security, because I have to buy so much, do so much training,
You're
train so
self-employed.
much, invest in myself, not only self-employed, but also if you're a police officer, how many times you go to the range, how many times you go. Yes, the department may give you a vest, but guess what? If you have a dangerous enough situation, you better get a flag vest. You better invest in some type of training, some type of physical fitness that you can all take off as, business or occupational. But the point that I'm going at is this.
Just a minute, Charles. Like, share, subscribe, hit the cash app, support the show. Sergeant Charles tax is in effect. Go ahead.
Yeah, the big Sarge tax in effect. Get out of your pockets. Run them pockets.
Isn't it the Panther
But
tax?
yeah, you got to realize this is that I always go back to warfare because what type of degree do you get out of West Point and Annapolis? A bachelor in science, because everything is a science to it. It's like I remember the Padawan said, "Well, there's a lot of people lazy." I said, "Everything about economics is race based." He was like, "How you know?" I said, "Who's better off? A white guy making 15,000 or a black guy who makes 60? Who has the access to capital?" And then when you look at it, there's another part that I want to add in. There are people who make 100,000. They just don't count their benefits. My CPA told me, said you made over $100,000, but look how much you pay for insurance.
Yep.
Look how much you pay for your benefits. Like, look, there are some benefit packages that I could go with now because I used to be part of the city, now with the state. I could just go into a chiropractor's office and don't have to pay shit because that's just the deal through my package. People don't understand how when other people try to do it, they got to pay $25, $50 a session. People look at this is the reason why I said we have a very feminine way of looking at shit. We look at nest and not legacy. You should be able to have benefits well enough that you walk into most fucking medical facilities and say, "Fix me now." But because we have that, oh, we want to get a bag. When I hear dudes say get the bag, it triggers something in me because I already know what it means, but it triggers something. Do you want a bag or do you want the bank?
Do you want the bag or do you want the vault?
Like I said,
Like
smile, nod, walk away. That's how I keep my sanity.
and what really fundamentally goes there is that this is probably one of the reasons why I'm harping on a lot of young black men going to the military. One, it's an easy transition to being your own person.
Yep.
And it's also easy building up equity into whatever happens. Well, I'm not going to die for my country. I said there's a lot of motherfuckers who walked outside and died for their block. And you couldn't even afford to bury them. So which one are we going to do? At least something happens to the motherfucker. At least he's going to be worth something than death. Sorry to say, black pilling me, but hey, I've seen it. And I'm just thinking about it. Like, what legacy do you have to leave your kids behind? There's a lot of people who put their children in debt because of bad decisions. But I'm just an asshole. Yeah, y'all hit that cash app and that super chat and whatever the hell you got. No, I don't know what I don't pocket watch. It's like right now, I'm on a computer in the office looking up basic SWAT courses, PSD courses. You know why? Guess what we're gonna have? We're gonna have a lot of conflicts and a lot of shit that needs to be protected. A lot of motherfuckers need to see the writing on the wall before the ink even dries. But black people are so Black people are ingrained with the struggle. We're ingrained with the
It's
struggle.
that struggle.
We don't think you're authentically black unless you had a struggle.
Unfortunately.
Yeah, that's the problem, and that's actually the argument that Salchi was bringing up when he was speaking with Mike, and also the argument that we were having earlier when I was over on Hood's channel when we were reviewing like the Black Brain Trust, their arguments that they were bringing.
What argument did
Basically,
they have?
the argument he was talking about with Salchi, this is what kind of stemmed to that point was like Salchi was just like all this kind of shit kind of starts from the home. So we're talking about like family structures here. But Mike is over there talking about this is about systemic racism and
Yeah,
other shit.
he said that we don't talk about that on quote unquote this side, and I'm like, what are you talking about? I'm like,
They're not just
I'm like
mentioning that.
Green Gorilla, BGS, all the PhDs for the most
Dr.
part. I'm like,
P?
what's this guy talking about?
Yeah.
Well,
Didn't I just mention that in economics
Yes.
5 minutes ago? Didn't I
it's
just
not
mention how economics in this country is race based?
Yes.
well, it's
Part of it
it's
is
not even the
you
fact
can
that
get
he's talking about systemic racism. It's like
you can have
he
that
wants
conversation.
like
That's
he
not
was
the whole
arguing
thing.
with he
Correct.
was arguing with Salchi for like a good like fucking it must have been at least like an hour
I
and
think
a half,
at
2
least
hours.
like an hour.
It was at
Yeah.
least like an hour, 2 hours.
And what was he,
And like
and what was he arguing over? Because
What he was trying.
arguing about
He
systemic racism and
yeah.
like
Go ahead.
today
Yes. Hold on. Wait a minute. Go ahead, Salchi.
What he was saying was that obviously because the laws basically he was saying that at the state level and at the federal level, and I was telling him I'm not disagreeing with you. My point is if you don't if it doesn't start with the family, if you have a broken family, you will not, because families are the ones that control institutions and businesses,
Boom.
right? So if you're starting off in a dysfunction or don't have one at all, how the hell will you have any kind of representation? He wasn't getting that. He thought I
well
was
like
just. I'm like, dude, I'm not saying you're wrong.
I'll put it to you this way.
let
Hold
me,
on, wait a minute. I'll
Yes,
put
sir.
it to you this way. The Rothschilds, the other major families are around for a reason.
The Bushes,
the Windsors.
The Clintons,
Anybody heard of
the
the
like
Windsors?
well to add to that conversation, it wasn't a fair argument to have because he argued with Salchi for like a good like almost like 2 hours. He was arguing with Salchi, and you know what the conversation led to? It starts in the home.
Yeah,
After like
it
arguing
does.
with Salchi for
Let
like
me
a
let me
good
put
like
it to you
2
this way.
hours.
Let me put it to you this way, right? Why did why was there an argument about economics and racism when you already know if they gave us reparations, would that put us higher on the economic scale?
It would destroy the black
Well,
community. It would destroy it from the
like
inside out
th- th-
because we don't have a structure to run this through. I'll put it this way:
exactly.
at the very top end, the black there. Look, people know about 3 black families, 4 or 5, right? That actually are billionaires on paper, right? Let's say that's Kanye, Jay-Z, right? What's his name?
Robert Smith,
Robert Smith, David Stewart, and then God, there's one other one that I'm always forgetting.
well, you're
No,
talking
but
about
there's but there are other ones as well.
yes.
But I actually do have a document where I track a couple of these things, but they all have their money, and
Right.
they do make public appearances, and they don't advertise themselves very broadly, and they try to stay under the radar. But you know what the thing is?
Yes.
They're all
like,
married. They all are married, have
Ye-
children, have homes, have
Yes.
investments that are very serious and have some influence. Thing is, if you
Well,
start
like-
spreading
like-
this,
like-
if you start spreading this type of wealth throughout a community that is divided sharply
It's
based off
gone.
of policy, it'll just be absorbed back in. It'll just be like a liquid
Yes.
money
Yeah.
flow
well, like
And-
back
and-
into the major society.
and Jules,
Listen
in this
for a minute, Andre.
And Jules, this is why when BGS, I forget it was BGS, a couple other guys, and myself, who it was on a live, and this is during the time where Cerulean was on, and as soon as they said that, I said, listen, I know exactly the solution. We would have to get a trust, because if we gave all these Negroes the money, it would be gone, and everybody, it was silent for a quick second, and everybody got it. And I said, yeah.
Chappelle shows.
I said you put it in a trust. You give it a good 2 years. Everybody got to go get educated on finance, whatever streams at the end.
Yeah.
Then you distribute the money through the trust. That's how you do it.
Over
Do
years.
do not give
decades.
do not give it to them right away, or else it's going to go right back into the hands of the institutions.
Or you give everybody like 10 grand and just let Miami reap all that for like a weekend. Like every hotel in Miami would be booked up for like a year straight. But like, you have to have a family structure, because at that point you actually know that there are men and women and boys and girls who are being looked after and have a place in a community.
Yep.
Right.
It's
actually real quick. Sauchi,
the men
speaking of
tend
this,
to want to look out for the men and the women. That's what
I just want to butt in here because I know it's gonna be 8 people talking at once. Sauchi, there's an article that I just read. I'm not sure if you saw it on Twitter. Strong Family, Strong Future DC program. I didn't
see that.
So I'll DM it to you. So I'm probably gonna hop off here. They're talking about exactly what you're talking about. They gave I don't know. I want to say like maybe 5. I don't know. They showcased these 3 single black moms that gave 10K to. They either said we'll give you 10K up front, or we can give you 12 payments of like $900 or something. I don't know. They would spread it out throughout the year. Most of them took the 10K up front, and this guy from the Washington Post showcases what they did. I will just give you a preview. Most of them was okay, but there was one. She was 27. Yeah, she took her kids on a 5-day trip to Miami for 6K, and she said, "Wait, hold on," and she said she took them there. She took them there to motivate them, because she took them on a boat ride, and she said that going to Miami Beach was what did she say? She said it allowed them to see what a luxurious lifestyle looked like. So I'll DM it to you, Sauchi.
Please, thank you.
They went to the Mondrian for like a 3-day weekend and blew all that money.
Oh my God!
Damn,
yeah,
man.
Jules, she said she spent 6K of the 10K in Miami.
Whoever just told that story, I gotta ask: did she buy a nice looking weave at least?
Oh yeah, she said that she did say she spent some of the money on quote unquote self-care items so she could look good, and she showed the reporter the photos, and the reporter said he quoted her saying, "Do you see how good I look? I don't look like a stressed out single mom."
I'm gonna tell you what it is, right? I'm gonna tell you what it is. How many times have I told you? Men thinking what? Starts with an L.
Legacy.
Oh, I'm glad you said that.
Yeah. Women thinking what?
Nest.
And the meaning the here, the now, the small.
Oh, I'm glad. Oh, just a minute, Charles. I'm so glad you said that. Give me 1 second here.
Men see themselves in younger men. Women see themselves as younger women. Bars. A man looks at his life in phases. He knew he was a young man. He knew he was a bachelor. And then he's like, I'm ready to set it down. A woman doesn't do that. A woman still thinks, even though I'm 40 or 50 or whatever, I can still twerk. I can still wear revealing clothing. What Kevin Samuels did was hold up a mirror, and we had a decision to make. Yes, we had been lied to. Yes, some of us had those modern tendencies, but it was basically a line in the sand, and then you can say, okay, am I going to stick my head back in the sand, la la la, and say, I don't want to hear that anymore, and you should go away, bad man, or am I going to say, you know what? Am I really fit feminine and friendly? A lot of women cheered when Kevin Samuels passed away. That's how much that they had accountability. And those same women who cheered his death, you still lonely, you still need to buy a dog and die alone.
You know what's so tragic about that?
Mm-hmm.
What?
You know it's bad when the chicks say, yeah, get there, but you still need to, get a dog down low.
You know what's so tragic about that?
Yeah.
Because I look at it and I tell people, women do not think of generations after them. They just don't.
No,
$40 on
I
40.
disagree,
Nah,
but please continue. Please continue.
And I'm gonna tell you why. A lot of if they really thought about the generations after them, they'd be very careful on the fathers they pick.
Mm-hmm.
And how many of them have proven on their own to pick good fathers for their children? I'm sorry, this is why the
very
disagreement
true.
is gonna fall on deaf ears. When there's a reason why for thousands of years you gave that bitch an arranged marriage.
Yeah.
She
Yeah.
couldn't pick a man if one was hot glued, staple, and suture to her ass.
And just to pick, I heard what you said, Jules. That may have been true at one time that they care about the future. It ain't true now. Somebody's
Yeah,
having can't even teach these chicks how to properly clean themselves.
well, that's true. But I think they mostly look at the future through their own eyes, and they don't
Wait a
look
minute,
at it
wait a minute. I want to
beyond
hear this.
their
Is this
own.
Jules?
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's true. So
Yeah, I got to hear his reasoning why he think they think about future generations. I just have to hear this.
Well, I think that they have a limited view of the future where they only see it through what the benefit of the future is to their women, themselves, and their girl children. And men
Mm-hmm.
tend to look at it as the whole family, as and what that can go on further from that, because there's both boys and girls, there's both men and women. Like that solipsistic view does exist, and they just can't. Not enough of them can break past it unless they can say, "How can I give in order to gain for the women, but then give to the man and the boys in order to
What's in it
produce
for
men
me?
and boys who become men, and who can then give to the women who will then give." Like they don't see that reciprocal nature that other communities seem to get to a certain degree. Not all, but a lot more.
Let me tell you why. 67% of black women with two or more kids, thereby almost 70%, by the way. I'm not the math guy. You know, you niggas are smarter than me in that department. 67%, almost 70% of they have two or more kids, they're about two or more men. There's an old saying, if you get it right the first time, you never have to go back and fix it, right?
Right.
What do they constantly see themselves doing?
Um, Making
Getting it
themselves the
wrong.
definition of insanity.
Because all you see is always plausible deniability.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
If I
yeah,
get
yeah. I
drunk,
agree with that.
if I get drunk, think about it. They had to make 33 different ways of contraceptive because these bitches keep fucking up. If
Yep.
me and Salty, if everybody on this panel robbed a bank, who's getting locked up?
it's not a
Oh,
question.
yeah.
We
But
gone.
guess
That's
what?
federal.
But guess what? If a chick
That
messes
would be
with her,
me.
if a chick fails to be responsible with her womb, she'll fuck up the next 3 to 4 generations.
Right.
Every girl child is born with her children and the gametes of their grandchildren. So if you get it wrong with that child, it'll mess up that daughter and then that daughter's daughter.
Yep.
And think
It
about it.
just
I want you to really think about this, right? If they really thought about the future, why doesn't all single
Mm-hmm.
mothers who fucked up ever show their daughters how to pick a better man than them? Because they won't.
Mm.
They don't know how.
no,
Well,
it's also there's also a thing where I've seen some women who when they mess up or they don't get what they thought they deserved, they don't think other people should get what would be best for themselves. It's
And
kind of
guess
one of
what
Well,
the
they
tall
um, uh,
crabs in a barrel, cutting down the tall poppies type of thing. But they,
like,
they
and
like,
think
guess what they're
because
not
I
gonna
didn't get
allow
it,
their
you don't
kids.
deserve it either.
And guess what
like,
they're
Very,
gonna
like,
it's
do
very
to their
spiteful.
daughters.
I gotta add this real quick because I got a daughter, right? And I had like a conversation with BGS behind the scenes, and this was a rather black pill approach to take, but I took it because I got a daughter and she's turning 8 next month, and yeah, basically the conversation went like I went to my daughter's mom, even though I haven't like fucked with her in like fucking 2 3 years. I was just like, how much would it cost for you to smarten the fuck up? Yeah, I did that. I'm just like, I don't care if I'm fucking with you or you're not blocking access to my daughter, but like, I know the ripple effects that's going to be caused if you continue to interfere with my parenting.
And see the hell that we get put through as fathers. Most
Yeah.
of these women don't think we're important.
Unfortunately.
Until it's too late.
Yeah.
Until it's
And
Well,
Yeah.
yeah.
I mean, John Singleton made
Excuse me,
Boys in the
Andre?
Hood, and that the very first few scenes were about Trey needs his daddy. The very like that was the
Yeah.
premise of the whole goddamn movie was Trey needs his daddy. He's acting up. He needs to be around you, and then, so his dad gave him some shit to do, like scrub this tub, rake these leaves, come and lift weights with me. You need to be put on some
Not
business
only that,
about being a man.
not only that, Jules. Look what happened. Look what happened when the opposite was shown in the movie.
Doughboy.
Ricky and Doughboy.
You ain't
Doughboy
shit. Your daddy ain't shit. You ain't never gonna be shit. Yeah.
Yeah. And
That's
Rick,
hard. It's hard to
Ricky
watch.
and
I've known kids who've grown up like that, and it's very hard.
yeah,
It's
sad.
very hard to see.
but consider this, folks. I mean, you had Doughboy, but look at Ricky. Because remember how his mother how their mom looked at both of them. Ricky was the golden child. He could never
Ricky
do
was
no
the
wrong,
favorite.
despite the fact that he was the favorite. He was the golden child because he had a talent, and they knew like if they could keep him alive and get him to college, he'd probably go to the pros, and that would get them out of there. Because not only was it just his mom who was living in the house with them with Doughboy, also Ricky's girlfriend who he got pregnant had a son by. Remember when the recruiter was there? He said, "Whose baby's that?" And Ricky said, "That's my son."
Yep.
Yo, like for me, like prior to this conversation, I haven't seen my daughter for fucking 2 months. But when I seen her, fucking like a day or two ago, she was playing a space game where she was like she was doing some shit with planets. I'm just like yeah, I obviously taught her right, but it's like she's now at the age where she's very impressionable, and basically all she's gonna learn is, or her personality is pretty much set at this point.
It's
So
sad.
that's why I was pushing hard for me to be involved, because her mom been on some bullshit, on some
She
pain
didn't want
shit.
that to happen. You got to start I mean,
her
your
mom
best
is,
bet. Go ahead, please, sir.
I was gonna say her mom's just salty because like I left her for a flatback, so and it was a flatback white girl, so she's salty about that and still salty to this day.
What race is your daughter's mother?
So,
She's black.
No, her mom, she's black, yes, but I left her for a
Okay.
flatback white chick, so she been salty for years ever since that.
That'll never stop. That'll never end.
Yeah, we'll probably never get over
poison your daughter for that.
About that shit.
And it doesn't even matter as long as it's not getting in the way of the progress of your daughter of your daughter. That's all that matters. But see, a lot of these women, they don't do that. That's why I say I look at people's actions. That's it, especially when it comes to women. I don't give a fuck what they say. Your consistent actions, that's who the fuck you are. That's who they are. If you really give a shit about the child, why would you give the guys who you decided to open your legs to and have a child for, who actually want to make the best decisions for your child? Why do you give them the most hell? That doesn't make any sense.
Why? You know why? Because you have to give a fuck.
Exactly.
Because a deadbeat dad, you cannot bother him. And let me define deadbeat. Because a guy who tries and tries and tries and says, fuck it, I'm gonna wait till my child's 18 is not a deadbeat.
It's not a beat. Exactly, he's not.
No,
it's a person. Hold on, because this is very important. I'm gonna tell a lot of guys who's probably listening. Here's the fundamental parts. It's all about control. When you're dealing with a chaotic person, they're going to try to control every goddamn thing around them because they know as soon as their children, as soon as that man gets away from them, they're not coming back to him.
Yeah,
Which
and
is,
I would like to quickly add to what you just said. It's just like I've seen many cases of dudes that don't give a fuck about their kids, and they're fucking the baby moms is begging them to like be involved, but like when you actually try, you get fucked.
Yeah.
Like
yeah,
Yeah, and it's
that's
easy
that's
because of
like
the state
it doesn't make any.
laws.
Well, it makes perfect sense, but it doesn't make any sense at the same fucking time. So it's just frustrating.
it's
Not
it's
Yeah.
it's
really, Dre, because
frustrating.
not if I
It's
may,
frustrating because
not really,
of
Dre, because okay,
it's frustrating because of one. This is the problem I think men have. Men don't understand the nature of women.
Hmm.
They don't
Nope.
understand that they have a very conniving, they can be two faced. It's their nature. Their nature is deception, just like our nature is
that's the only
aggression.
power a woman has.
They can't, we use aggression, they use deception. So when you have a woman and you incentivize this, and people, none of this shit is done by accident. People, that's why they want to get women into certain shit. They want to
Mhm.
incentivize to have more babies to build up this population because they knew the population was dropping after the baby boomers.
Yeah.
So when these women decided, I don't need a man, I don't need to go to school, or you have the complete opposite, I'm gonna have 5 babies, but these motherfuckers are running amok in our town. Well, we need the fathers. No, 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 no. The men said, no, no, no. These are your bitches now.
Oh,
So when we
speaking of which,
go ahead,
I got a quick short here. Ladies, if you want a good man, you might want to pay attention to this one. If any ladies are watching.
You want to get cut out quick? Talk to a man any kind of way. Cussing at him, insults, whether it's targeted at his ego or his manhood, talking to him like he a child. You can't do that. Because if they ain't gonna let nobody out there in the streets talk to them like that, what make you think you can talk to them like that? Well, if he was a real man, if he was a good man, he wouldn't have me acting like that. No, you acting like that because you think as a woman you can do that. But a real man gonna show you quick. He ain't the one to play with.
Message.
That's
what my
the
man
thing.
here man say, let's go.
Yep, let's go. I saw that.
And it boils down to, hey, anybody donated lately? How many we got watching?
We got 53.
Come on now. Come on. If we get 53 people to donate $2 to $5, $2 to $5, that's going to be more than enough for today's price of admission and information that you're getting from AB, Salji, who else we got on here? Namer,
Jules.
Jules. We got Dre. We're getting more than enough
Andre,
entertainment and information on here. So if everybody in here watching can donate $2 to $5, that's more than the price of admission that you're getting. Woo! Now, now, and people say we don't help each other out and plug each other in. Fuck out of here.
Right.
But the purpose of this when you go through this is the reason why places like this exist, is to tell black men you're not insane. We see it too. And
Mm-hmm.
the worst part, because I know that Dre's a young dad, like my son's damn near almost an adult, and I raised my nephew who's now 30, and he's active duty in the army, married now. A
Mm-hmm.
lot of
Yeah.
times, a lot of times, we don't have much to lean on, and
Unfortunately.
that's why a lot of shit happens to us in a very unique space. Oh, everybody wants to talk to us like you could just walk it off. It's not that bad. You keep fighting. Fuck all that. How many times can you fight 15 rounds in a week?
Mm-hmm.
How many?
not a lot. Not
So
without
it's
fucking around getting CTE in the end.
exactly. So instead of telling us to keep fighting, Why don't you tell that motherfucker that? Why don't you actually? Why do I have to fight at all?
Exactly. That's the whole thing.
What's
It's
the point?
like
It's
for me,
disincentivized.
like
Hmm.
for me,
If I
I just seen my daughter like fucking 2 days ago, and I haven't seen her in like over 2 months. And like for me, it's like seeing
Uh-huh.
her and like getting.
Hmm.
I took her out to the movies, and I fucking took her to watch that Wonka movie or whatever, and she fucking loved it. And I
Willy
bought her all the
Wonka.
shit that she wanted, like the Wonka
Uh-huh.
movie, like the newest
Yeah.
one that came out. I took her to see that, bought her all the shit that she
Uh-huh.
wanted, and fucking, we had a good time, and fucking, she liked the movie, and like that's the happiest I've been in fucking months. But I'm just like, for me to have
Willis,
to go
if I
through this
may,
shit, it's just like
Hold
hey,
on,
maybe
I'm
sorry to
sorry.
interrupt, but
fucking
Hold on.
some
I'm
other shit.
sorry to interrupt here, but yeah, I need
Good,
to
bro.
bring up something really important here. Have you checked out Mr. Z's videos about the whole thing about advertisements and how they were targeting children and such, especially our
I'm not talking
generations?
about like I just wanted to spend time with my fucking kid. That's it.
No, I know
And
what you're trying to say. I know what you're trying to say. I know what you're trying to say. But understand that is going to influence her to an extent when
for the
when
next
she gets
20
older, because you
years,
never know
that's gonna
what,
be in her.
because you don't
like
know
I'm
what
gonna
she's
put it
what
to you.
because
I'm gonna put it to
like
you
at
this way.
her mom's house.
like I'm
I
saying there was no fuck, what's the word for it? But
There was no
like yeah, there
advertisement.
was no advertisement. It was
Well,
basically
this is
that's
big
not what I'm
difference.
talking about.
each other.
That's not what I'm
But
getting
hold
at,
on, hold
fam.
on,
That's
hold
not
on,
what I'm
hold
Hey,
on,
getting
hey,
at.
hold on,
brother,
hold on,
calm
hold on,
down.
hold on, hold on. We're coming off the subject matter because no, if you
Uh,
haven't seen your child in a minute, nobody gives a fuck as long as you with your child and you're seeing them smile. Nobody
yeah,
gives a
Yeah,
fuck. Like, hey, we're
yeah.
gonna go down the
You don't
slide.
have to be Disney
Yeah,
to
there's
get.
The
motherfuckers a 1,000 feet in the air, but as long as you're happy, put this helmet on, put this parachute on, we going down this fucking slide.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like that like Charles, that was the whole thing, right? Because like I had to pull up on her randomly, like at my baby mom, because she wasn't answering for months, and she even left the fucking province, which would be a state to you guys, like,
Yeah.
yeah,
right? And like I had to
Is
pull
she
up on her
black?
randomly. Huh?
Is
yeah,
she
she
black?
is. He said that earlier.
Yeah,
She
she's black.
is.
Oh,
Yeah,
I wasn't on here earlier.
the big thing about with
She
movies is that they,
she's
while they might
Jamaican,
not be
so
an advertisement, they are definitely pushing an ideology. So they
Yeah.
might not be advertising something for literal dollars, but they will definitely be pushing an ideology. Try and
yeah,
spend quality time with
I
your kid where they're not just having somebody else wash
well
over them with ideas.
I I
Like
completely
take them to the
understand that.
zoo,
That's
feed them some ice cream or whatever, and then just ask them questions. But I
yeah,
understand you
like
want to spend more quality time with your child. I
like
respect
Jules,
that and I encourage that strongly.
I
But
completely understand what you're saying. That's why I banned her, like at least like in the presence of me, I banned her from like Disney movies, unless like the Disney movie has a strong father figure in the movie. Like
okay, but what can you
it's not
replace that
popping.
with that makes it fun for her?
mm-hmm.
Because if she's a little girl, like 8 years old, she don't really care about ideology. She's not going to care about that until she's like 55, 60 years old. At that point, it's too late. You'll be dead.
Well,
What can you do that's
my daughter,
fun
I
and
can
that you
take her
can
to the park
influence
and
her?
she'll have fun.
That's
I
what you
can
got to
take her
think
to the
about.
park. I can take her to the park. She'll have fun for free.
At the park.
But she's playing with other kids. Like you got to engage
Yeah.
with her. You got to spar with her intellectually.
You know,
Well, like
just
Kids are
there's like
smart and curious.
well,
They're
like
very smart and they're very curious.
Yes, sir.
But
Yep.
yeah,
people just underestimate them.
like I live in Canada, so it's like colder and shit, right? So like I take her to like indoor playgrounds and shit, and like I'm actually like fucking going to play with her, like in the fucking little kids like crawling through shit type shit, sliding
yeah.
down slides
That's
with
pretty
her and
cool
shit.
Hey,
because you
what's
see
that
Which I don't
island?
want to do,
Are you
but she
are you
asked
in
me
the
to come,
Toronto?
so
Are you in the Toronto area?
that's where I'm from. But I live in Calgary now.
Okay,
Mhm.
never mind. Because I was gonna say you could take it to that island off of
Okay.
off the coast of Toronto. That's no cars allowed. That's a very interesting area to be around. It's a bunch of people with bikes and huge wagons and shit like that.
You know,
And just
just
pick her brain.
I mean, just always always do stuff with them, the crawling, like the indoor park. That's pretty cool because keep her active. And this is the one thing I have to say this about fathers with daughters. keep your daughters active because a lot of fathers don't let your daughter become overweight. I hate to say that like that.
Exactly. And
Keep
that's
them
what I'm mad
active.
about right now. Now that you said that, that's what I'm mad about right now. Because her mom let her become fucking overweight. I'm just like, what the fuck?
Teach your daughters fun ways to stay in shape. To being in shape and running around is fun. And
Mhm.
you know, always be active. Do something with some activity. Once in a while, sit down, watch a movie, read a book, have her read to you. You read to her. So make flashcards for her to help with her reading and vocabulary
Right.
and comprehension. And there's little things that you can do because she's gonna give you hugs and kisses and all that, and she's gonna you're gonna see one day you're gonna see her little fingers. You're gonna see her sleeping, and you're gonna hold her hand, and her little hands are gonna be just barely big enough especially when they're babies, they're barely big enough to grip your finger. And then one day you're gonna be looking at a whole adult's hand in your hand, and it
Mhm.
goes that quick. You'll be like, damn, hand just as big as mine, or almost as big as mine.
Yep. You see
Shoes
them
as
little
big as
little hands 20 years later. Like, whoa, what happened? Wait, what happened?
20 years later. It's not like
and
Brock Lesnar's daughter. Have you seen her?
Funny story.
Yeesh.
Hey, funny story though. Of the first baby to spit up on me is now what, 26, and married to a white woman. Hey,
I mean, if you say Brock Lesnar's daughter, you just look at Brock Lesnar. But anyway,
oh
oh my God,
Yeah,
well,
I guess you
yeah.
did.
only shorter.
I heard about her.
She like
I heard
5.
she's buff, big and buff like him.
Oh my God, like
She looks
Jesus
just
Christ.
like him. She looks
Oh
just like him.
Jesus,
She looks like she's like pale as hell. I look like an albino and shit.
Jesus Christ. I just be like, man, I bet you her
But
dating life is very pronounced.
well, the thing about it is like she goes to college at Colorado State, and she just like broke the collegiate shot put record apparently
Okay.
I guess
in a
so.
certain
I
in
guess
track
so.
meet.
When your daddy's a Viking.
I guess genetics matter.
Yeah.
Not a Viking. Her the Lesnar, they're of German descent
Yeah.
mostly actually.
Man,
So
it's
it's a Germanic
genetics, but
barbarian
also
thing.
it's also culture. You have to raise
Yes.
them in
Oh
an
yeah.
environment
Yep.
to
That's right.
influence.
Yep.
Like, all right, Sachi said it, and everybody else has said it in certain ways. Like by age 7, most people are who they are, right?
Yep.
And by age 7,
Mhm.
you're in first and second grade. That means you're in other people's hand. For those first
Uh huh.
5 critical years, you are in
Yeah.
your parents' hands.
Mhm.
That's the most important thing for kids. It's like who is
And,
raising you for those first 5 years before you go into
And
first,
and
second, or maybe
and,
kindergarten, maybe
in her
and
case,
pre-kindergarten.
but hold on, wait a minute. In her case, she was on Brock Lesnar's ranch watching him, do shit, lift shit. Clearly.
Yeah, yeah.
I want to tell you, I have a buddy.
Well, not really, because she was raised by her mom for a certain amount of time.
and
Because she
and,
has a twin
and
brother, by the way, who looks like her mom.
And
Okay.
I have
and
a,
Jules, like that's like part of the problem that I had because like that's the reason why I haven't seen my daughter until like a couple days ago because like I've been listening to like content creators talking about like the like the whole like the developmental processes like with children and shit and like I
Mhm.
realized it's like 7 or 8. Somebody else
Mhm.
told me 8, but yeah, I was listening to all of that stuff, so I was just like, I want to get her a tutor and I want to get her in some extracurricular activities such as like sports and practicing a musical instrument. And I'm like, I'll pay for all this shit. But her mom was just like,
Mhm.
I'm doing all this stuff already and got in her feelings type shit.
Well, you're gonna have to figure out a relationship with the mother to get her to back off and let you be the father that the daughter's gonna need. Because
Yeah.
otherwise,
That.
she's not gonna have a good relationship with men
Good luck.
in general because her mother doesn't have a good relationship with men.
Yeah, that's like
And
I that's why I brought up earlier. I was just like, can I just pay you to fuck off and let me
Just
be
no.
a
Just.
fucking
Just.
man?
no, no, because
No.
there's no amount of money that's
Just
ever
keep.
enough in that type of
Just.
situation.
Yeah,
No,
Andre. Just keep
because
working.
she's getting
Andre.
off the power
Andre.
of abusing
Listen.
you through
Listen. Hold
her.
on. Wait a minute.
Well,
Andre,
Sorry.
Andre, just keep working at it.
I'm gonna tell you, it's no perfect plan. It's no
Yeah,
perfect situation, and I'm gonna tell you this from experience. I know people be like, "But Charles, you had your son." Yeah, nobody's there when you see the fights. Okay, and you're gonna go through some ups and downs.
right.
And the biggest thing is, one, don't let it stress you out.
Mm-hmm.
Never let it stress you out.
well, a couple years ago, I told her mom, I'm just like, I'll pay you 10 grand. Just give me my daughter and fuck off. But she didn't want to go for it
Why doesn't she want to go for it?
because she's like, she could get more out of me if she drags this shit
Okay?
along.
Exactly.
There
You
you go.
already know. You
I already
already
know.
know.
Priorities.
But
The
I'm
problem with
like,
that is
10 grand up
it
front,
highlights
my
that the
daughter can
priority is not the daughter. It is
Exactly.
actually the mother's
It's
actual
what.
wants
What
and a
did I
need.
tell you before?
It's,
When you
it's
have a
very
chaotic
unfortunate.
person, what's the one thing they want?
Control.
Control.
More.
Control. A
Like
lot of
Didn't I
At
just
people.
say that earlier? It's about control.
the expense of your child, of both of your child or children, which is
yeah,
ridiculous.
it's
I
just
mean,
one
I'm
one
not in that
job.
situation, but I've seen it, and it's one, you can't show the woman weakness, or you can't show her that you care too much, but you also got to show her that you will walk the fuck away. Also, but the main focus is constantly, it's not even about her or her feelings. It's always about, this is just in the best interest of our daughter. I mean, just
Right.
blatantly. This is just every time you got to remind yourself, and then two, you got to remind her. This is in the best interest of Judy. Let's say her name is Judy. This is in the best. Every time she wants to get upset, this is in the best interest of Judy. That's all. That's all. Do you want our daughter? Do you want her to thrive or not?
Right.
That's it.
Well, Salchi,
Don't ask that question though. Don't ask that
like,
question because
yeah,
you won't like
Stop
the
the
answer for
backpedaling.
saying
Just
that.
hold up.
exactly. I made that mistake
Drink,
of
can I
asking
give you a
that
story?
question.
Hold
Well,
on.
like,
Hold on.
Yeah, then we're
I'm
gonna
gonna
move
cut this
on
real
from
quick.
this.
I was just saying, I asked that question for the third or fourth time the other day.
And what she said?
Yeah, I'll think about it.
Uh-huh.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Oh yeah. Purposely
Okay.
she said, "I'll think about it."
Well, that gives you that tells you where her mind's at. Well, obviously her actions are telling you
Exactly.
where her mind is, but now she's also confirming it. Okay. Okay. So anything comes up, remember you said you'll think about it and you move
Yeah.
on.
Yeah. Let's move on. I want to get Chelsea's opinion on this one. There's been another Keith Lee controversy, and this one's a little interesting. He went to a food truck in Dallas, and when he went to
Oh,
the food, and
cook.
yeah, when we went to this food truck, there was a barber and a hair salon on the same block, apparently.
Okay.
So when Keith Lee said the food was decent, gave most of it a 7 out of 10. When he went to pay, he paid the food truck lady $4,000, and he told her
What?
to keep 2,000 and to
He paid
split.
over
Well,
5,000 actually.
yeah, he paid. No, no, let me finish because I'm getting there. He gave her 2,000 and told her to pay the barber and the hair salon, which was a brother and sister group, $1,000 each. Plus, he put added extra 850 some odd dollars to just pay for people's food that were coming through. Well, to make a long story short, the owner only gave the first three customers free meals and pocketed the $2,000 that she was supposed to give out.
God
So
damn.
now she fucked around and found out that we actually live in the internet age now, and now nobody want to go do our business. Right? That's pretty much where the story's at right now. He's come out and said, he asked her to distribute the money and all that, but that's the big controversy now, at least on TikTok.
Did we not just tell you what does a woman think? And this is
Yeah,
the bad part,
Arnett,
right?
not legacy.
It's fucked up because they're so selfish that if you
Well, one, I would say I'm sure he gave cash, which was, in my opinion, if you're gonna get ridiculous.
He
If
paid by card.
by
Yeah.
card,
He paid by card. He actually explained that he doesn't carry cash for obvious reasons.
which makes sense. Oh yeah, especially that kind of money. Yeah, walking around, that makes sense. But I mean, if I were knowing the environment we're in and how, especially how people are and especially how women are, I personally would have just had the funds transferred over to them separately. I would have personally done it separately because then I know for sure they got the money.
Exactly.
And I'm done. That's what
That
I
was
would
my
have done.
argument. That was my argument. Exactly.
Yep, that's what I would have done. Because then
He
there's
kind of
no question.
explained, he's like he didn't because there was he kind of explained it. He didn't go to them directly because there was a lot of people around, and you know, especially when you're in the hood, you know how some people get trying to look over, trying to get people's information and shit.
Oh, I mean, obviously it's tough in his situation. Either I would have had maybe I would have had one of my guys or girl, whatever, have gotten the information while I'm speaking, so the attention's on me. Go talk to so and so, get the information so we can link up later on. And that's how I would have done it personally.
Right.
I gotta say this to AB. This is like the second time that I've seen a story regarding Keith Lee, and for the second time, he got practically, I want to say scammed, but it's more so screwed over because he got scammed in the second scenario, but the first time he got screwed over. But this is the second time that he tried to support a black female-owned business, and he got screwed over. But yet he keeps doing it. So
I mean, look, there's a lot of black folks that are just not good at marketing their business.
Right.
No,
they're really just
yes,
not.
I'm
They block. This is an example of blocking your blessings because there's been numerous other times.
And actually, that's what
when he's
everybody
done this
said.
type of
She's
thing.
blocking her blessing. That's
Yeah, this has been numerous other times where they've been like, "Hey, we only do let's say $2,000 a week worth of business revenue," and they're like, "We're going to shut down in about 16 weeks." And all of a sudden, he shows up and he hits them up, and they sell out 10x, and they're just like, "Oh shit, we're on the map now. Now we can make this thing move from food truck to have a brick and mortar." To have a brick and mortar and a food truck, and we can open up another. Like he really knows what he's doing, and he's not a malicious guy about this. But he just basically, says, "Hey, can you do this? Can you do that?" He's basically support black business.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
he's basically saying support black business, and he does it very effectively. But he gave her just a couple of things like, "Hey, I want to support this business, the hair shop. I want to support this business, the seafood place, and I want to support this girl over here."
If you go back and watch his original video on this lady, he actually gave her some good suggestions because he pointed out that she was the only one doing the cooking, and he's like, "Okay, if you're gonna do this, because there was a lot of food, they had a lot of food items on the menu. If you're gonna do this, you need to, you need extra help cooking and stuff. If you're gonna do this food truck."
But AB, here's the thing though. Again, this is why I say you need to have specialists around you.
Yeah.
So again, business is numbers. What does my revenue need to be so I can afford X, Y, and Z? Most people don't. One, they don't think like that, and two, they don't get the proper, a professional, and then pay them so they have the right numbers. This shit, you're supposed to be monitoring this shit weekly, monthly, quarterly, annual. Like it's business. This is not a fucking hobby.
Salchi, like in this scenario, it wasn't like a business transaction.
Well, yeah, I understand.
No, it was. It was.
Yeah, no, Andre. Let me correct you. That was a business transaction.
Yeah, the credit card was
listen.
Keith Lee Incorporated. Keith Lee LLC, like whatever you wanted to say, it's named. That was a business transaction. The downstream effects are much more important than, because I guarantee you, who her suppliers were, who other people she could have recommended as she got her business launched.
Well,
I mean, she is probably kicking herself in the stomach.
Oh, her reputation.
She was not a young lady.
Well, there's a lot of things missing from this because I watched a couple of videos on this today, and like the thing was, this was an act of generosity from Keith Lee, and
it's not generosity. It was just a business that he runs. He just got called to go, hey, somebody
Well,
said that you have a profile and people pay attention to you and nobody knows about this small
yes,
business.
it's
It's not
a tax
generosity,
write-off,
it's
but
business.
Yes, it
it's a
is.
It's
tax
just
write-off.
business. It's just business. It's
It's
not
a tax
generosity. It's
write-off, but
business.
like we gotta call it
He's a
generosity.
no, it's not generosity. He is a
It's
mass
business.
marketer. He's a
Yes.
mass
It's a
marketer
tax
for
write-off.
black businesses.
Is what he did.
No, he is a no, he is a
Listen,
black he is a viral social marketer for black businesses. He
Yeah.
doesn't
He
advertise
has
himself
tax
as
write-off.
that, but he tries to
No.
put on black
Well,
businesses that are undernoted, that don't have a marketing
and
budget.
and
From a
and
tax
He could do
write-off.
that.
and
Just
let me
do
tell
them
you,
right.
let me tell
Andre,
you,
listen.
and let me tell you something about tax write-offs. They're very limited based on the business type. Like, don't listen to these people on social media. Very few people understand taxes. Trust me. If you were to see how many people are in trouble with taxes, just in this country alone, it's some 25 million people. Out of how many people have earned income or work or earn income? Some working full time is less than 100. It's less than 123 million. So adding part time and all this other shit, it goes up to about 157 million. 25 million people today have tax issues. Today,
Well, like
as we speak,
like
25
I,
million. That's a high
I was talking
percentage.
about a charitable donation, which would be a tax write-off, at least over here.
Well, here is, I'm telling you right now, it is limited. I've had people try to tell me how to do my job while I'm doing the taxes. Oh, can I write all this shit off? No, you can't. Well, the last tax pro, well, go back. I've told them I got sick and tired. I'm telling you, people who are six-figure people. I told them, well, you know what? You can go back to them because I'm not gonna finish your taxes. I'm not writing off on this. If you get audited, my name is signed off on it. They can do that. I'm not doing that. My reputation's on the line. I'm not doing that.
Mhm.
It's limited. Would you like for me to show you the tax code to show you? No? Okay, then. Do you want me to continue doing your taxes? Yes? Okay. Move right along. That's how I handle that shit. You'd be surprised. People are not that smart, bro. They're just not. People will
Not that
waste
well, not that informative.
people will waste money to think that they're safe, to try to get a tax write-off. They're idiots. You're spending money you didn't have to make to get a tax write-off. It's an expense. It's gone regardless. So you're technically in the negative, but they don't get. This is why I keep on saying people don't fucking listen. Fine. That's what I'm saying. A lot of tax professionals are leaving, are dropping people left and right. The real good ones. That's why I took this tax season off for that reason. I said, fuck this. I'm going to increase my knowledge. I'm literally only going to deal with people with fucking money, investors, real estate investors, small business owners who are successful and they come with their numbers. That's it. So that means I'm charging minimum $1,000. The people I deal with, do you know what they charge an hour? They're in the $300 to $600 an hour range for consultation. Forget about taxes. No, nobody's trying to waste their time anymore. Like those days of all this bullshit in this country, they're shutting shit down, bro. They're shutting shit down. I'm telling you.
Exactly.
I
That's
just,
why I made
hold on, wait a minute, Andre. Because my father's accountant, and I still remember him arguing with people like I ain't doing that shit.
There you go. Your father put in how much work to be in not his job, his career, to feed himself and his family, and for you to have a better life than he did. You think he gonna sign up on that bullshit for this clown? Get the fuck out of here.
Mm-hmm.
I will lose my. You can go somewhere
else.
This
is back during the dialogue. Mm-hmm.
I got my son. I'm not losing my career, my reputation, not to put food in my son's belly. For what? A couple $100?
Oh, and by the way, I was for the record, I was number 7.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Hell no. That's super hell no.
Yeah,
I remember
actually, all my siblings are actually older than BGS.
What?
It is what it is.
Wait a minute. How old was your parents?
What?
I gotta ask.
Yeah, like what?
Okay, my father let me get it out. My father was born in 1932. He's in other
Wow.
words, he's a silent generation. My mother was born in 1949.
Okay.
Holy shit.
Yeah,
He's like,
they actually
He's
met
a
because
boomer.
uh, they were working both working at Blue Cross Blue Shield while my mom was in her
wow.
20s.
Wow.
So yeah,
Wow. Okay.
Uh, interesting. No, it is what it is. It is what it is.
so
So
yeah,
so last
I
question
was
about
raised
that.
by a
Are
silent
you the
generation.
baby?
Yeah,
Oh shit.
Are you the youngest?
yes.
Are you dad's kid? Yeah,
It
he's the
certainly
youngest of dad's
sounds
kids.
like
Okay.
it's me.
Wow.
Hmm.
Say that
Dre, can I
again.
ask you a question?
Ooh,
He'll be
let's
right
go.
back. He'll be right back. But Dre, let me ask you something. You said you left your woman. You left your daughter's mother for a flatback, right?
Yeah, I actually left her twice, but
Okay.
yes, the first time I left her was for a
You
flyback.
second time you went back to her. Oh, that was where you fucked up. You should have
No,
stayed
this
gone, man.
no. I left her once for a flatback, and then like after a year, I was like, you know what?
Hmm.
What? That's when I found the space, and I was just like, I started learning about the whole like proper family structures and shit like that. And I'm like, let me try again for that, and that's when I wanted to marry my girl,
Oh, yeah, yeah,
and
yeah.
like
But that's where you messed up. That's where you messed up, man.
yeah,
Because
I know that's where I messed up.
Yeah, he
hold on. Let me grab you by. Let me put you in the trunk of the car because we got to go down memory lane. 1987 to be exact, fam. Eddie Murphy Raw. If you remember that comedy special. The
Yeah, I
one
do.
thing he said about women, huh? What?
I didn't say anything.
Okay. Eddie Murphy Raw, 1987, New York City, MSG, I think it was, or another comedy venue. The one thing he kept hammering home throughout the entire comedy special was women are vindictive.
Yeah, and that was actually my
When
problem.
you hurt a woman the first time, she ain't going to forgive. Women do not forgive that easily,
Yeah,
if at all.
that that was actually exactly my problem because the whole time it's just like, oh, you like them fucking, you like them skinny white girls. I'm like, I
You think
guess.
she's gonna let you go? Let me explain something to you, man. Patrice O'Neal. You know what his take on the whole Tiger Woods thing was? He said, "If I cheat on my woman, it's best I cannot go back to her. I gotta end the relationship right then and there because if I go back to her, she's not gonna
But
forgive me.
low,
She hold
it's
up,
different. It's different with
hold up,
accountability.
hold up, hold up. Hear me out. There's a point I'm trying to get to you, fam. You're just not listening. You can never go back to a woman if you wrong her, or if she thinks you did her wrong. Because the thing about them is they're not gonna let you. They're not. They don't take apologies. They not want you to give an apology. They want you to live an apology. And Patrice, he said, like, listen, if I mess up, I gotta end the relationship right then and there. I can't go back to that because I refuse to live an apology. Because I know if I go back there, she's gonna want to make my life a living hell
Well,
until
like my whole shit was like I was on some shit, and she was like, I changed my whole life, and I got therapy, and you know, and I'm doing a lot better
did she
now. And
forgive you?
of course, she was like, "Oh, you're a great father," and like I know so many baby mamas that their fucking their baby father ain't doing shit, but like you are actually doing what you needed to do. That kind of bullshit, and I
What
fell for it.
what what made you? Yeah, but you have to understand, dude.
What made
They
me
don't
do that
forgive
because
that easy.
I love my daughter. That's it. It's like I love
Yeah,
my daughter.
yeah, you love your daughter.
Well,
Look, let me tell you something. Kids rather come. Okay, first of all, I apologize for using the Dr. Phil quote here. I apologize in advance for that. But understand, folks, kids would rather come from a broken home than to be in a broken home. How
That's
about it?
not
Nice
true.
take, by the way.
That's not true.
Oh, yes, it is. They came from it. That doesn't mean they were still in it.
Is your
You don't hear
argument
me?
just not like kids would rather come from a broken home than be in a broken home?
You get the point. What I mean by that?
I'm trying to see the point of what you said or presented.
They came from that means they were no longer in that situation. They may have been in that situation, but they've been able to get taken out of that situation and taken to a better situation where they can, learn how to be a fully functional adult. Because if you're in a dysfunctional family, you're going to be dysfunctional permanently. You can be scarred up even worse. It's better to get shot in the ass than to get riddled up, so to speak.
Well, at the point of my second attempt, like my income
Yeah.
increased dramatically. So at that
Hmm.
point I was just like, I mean, even before I left her for the first time, I was like, I could pay for a maid and shit. I could pay
You
for
think
a
she would have
maid.
got?
I could pay for somebody to fucking cook food and shit. I don't need you to do shit. Just take care of my fucking kid.
I
And
don't think
obviously,
she.
like,
I think she.
like
Why'd you leave the second time?
like the peace leave gotta be be offered when I need it.
How do you
What
know
we
she
got?
didn't try to get back at you by getting up with
Yeah,
somebody
I had to
else?
restart my phone. What we guys talking about?
I'm just trying to
Oh,
explain to Dre the whole thing about. I'm trying to explain to Dre the whole thing about like women being vindictive and shit,
Mm-hmm.
and
you
he's
gotta
just
Yeah,
not
remember.
getting it. I guess I don't know.
that's part of life, man. You just gonna have to roll with the punches with that.
Yeah, just like I
And
explained, Patrice O'Neal's thing about if somebody cheats in a relationship, you got to end it right then and there. Don't go back to them because they're gonna try to make you live an apology and shit.
yeah,
Yeah,
and
that
if you if
that,
you
that actually.
if you ever listen to Angry Man talk about it, sometimes you got to be the bad guy.
Hmm. Oh yeah,
Yeah, yeah. Actually, Angry Man
and we
was
don't mean
right.
Razor Ramon, folks.
Like
Yeah, you
Angry
sometimes
Man
you got to be the
actually.
bad guy. Sometimes you have to cut off the trinket. Just cut off the interaction for a little bit and see how
Hmm.
that happens, see how that affects it. And I
Hmm.
and it's not always easy, but
When is it ever easy?
yeah,
That's why I said earlier, man. When you're dealing with women, man, you have to be prepared to leave to move on. Uh,
Ready to take an L?
whether she leaves for whatever reason,
right,
obviously it gets a little. It's obviously Dre's situation is different because they have a child. That's clearly different. But by and
right,
large, you have
I'll
to
be right
be.
back.
You have to be, or else she's going to feel that she is in some way superior to you, and that's when the disrespect is going to continue or get worse. That's why they do that. But when that's why you see these supposed select guys or guys who really don't give a shit. That's
hmm
why, because they
they
genuinely don't
know.
give a shit. So the woman can't control him. It's not
Hmm.
necessarily that this guy's a better man than you. Nah, he just don't give a fuck, and he gonna move on, and that shit's very attractive to women. That's
Yeah,
all it is. But see, a lot of guys they don't see that dynamic. You got guys talk about, I guess, what is it, looks max and all this other bullshit. It's like, of course, take great care of yourself, no doubt, but yeah, be the best man you can be, and only deal with women who are complimentary to what you got going on and who's on your program.
yeah.
That's it.
Deal with a woman that's on your program, not hers.
That's why I say beyond that, women are simple. When you go beyond that, that's when it starts getting more complicated. Because
Right.
now you're trying to do all this other extra shit, and she sees that and internalizes it. Oh no, okay, now I got this guy. That's where guys fuck up. I'm telling you
Yeah.
guys, man. I like I have grown women who flat out tell me, oh man, I could never be with you because you see right through me. Grown women barely know, like they know the kind of guy I am. Oh, you see right through me. You see right through my bullshit. I wouldn't be able to be with you. I wouldn't even be able to cheat on you because you would know without even searching. I said, yeah, I would.
Yeah,
I would, and yeah, I would fucking just leave. Like it is what it is. And I'm not even
and you know
trying to.
what,
I'm not even trying to sell it.
now that I look back, that's probably why I got rejected a few times because they know I'm not the kind of man that's
They
gonna put in a certain amount of shit.
exactly. So rejection is a good thing.
Yes,
Don't internalize it too much. Now if some of it might actually be you and you might want to shop at some things, fine. Be aware of that shit. But by
right.
and large, it's her problem.
Well, like the
Which mean it ain't your problem.
the problem that I'm having now is it's like once I see the slightest bit of bullshit from women, I'm just like, you know how easily I could replace you? Like
I
I
mean,
try not to say that, but
I was
I
about to
end
say
up
yeah.
saying it.
Yeah, I mean
I
it
end up
has
saying it. I'm just like I could
it,
replace you so easily.
it has to be
You ain't Beyonce, man. What are you talking
it,
about?
it has to be within in the way you carry yourself, who you are, because women,
Right.
because they can tell. Remember, women are obviously they're very observant, but
Hmm.
they've been around different type of guys. So if you are kind of similar to that type of guy, then they're gonna say, okay, he's that type of guy, and that's it. And they're just gonna continue to watch you to see if you're consistent about it. So if you're that type of dude that got options, oh, okay, no, this dude, no, he's very consistent about it. And then she's gonna look around to see if other women are very responsive, and if they are, especially attractive
Shit.
women or even more attractive women, that's the game. That's the true game, man. That's why I say you ain't got to do much, man, with these women. Like I mean, Dre, your situation with your mom, with your daughter's mom, is totally different, man. That's different.
Yeah,
But
most
just
of the
by and large, they're simple.
most of the crazy. Let's say I'm in the hood somewhere, like in a drugstore or
Hmm.
grocery store somewhere, or, Wally World. Most of the crazy chicks that be talking crazy to people. I've had a couple try to talk crazy to me. I just look at them,
Yeah,
and you see them just squirm. They're like, "Oh shit, that's the wrong nigga."
exactly. Yep.
I don't yell, scream. I'm like, really?
Yep.
What you gonna do?
Don't give them the energy they want. That's what they want. They feed off that
Yeah,
type of energy.
I've had chicks try to call themselves wild out on me. I just look at them. I'm like, really? This what you want to do?
Are you all right?
You got to be like Homer Simpson fading into the bushes.
Right.
That's the number.
That's a good one,
Well,
Jules.
like for me, I'm black pilled, right? So like the
Okay.
problems that I'm having is with like new bitches. Like with my daughter's mom, like I told her, I was just like, how much would it cost for me to like deal with my daughter without you being a roadblock or an impediment in my attempt to give her a better life, or how much would it cost for you
That's not
to
black pill.
just do
That's
your
not black
duty?
pill.
That's a bad person, not a bad woman. That's a
Yeah.
bad person who would ransom their own
Mhm.
child up for money. That's a bad person.
All women do
Uh,
that
uh,
shit, man.
No,
Let me
not
She's a
No,
No,
vindictive
no,
no.
person, first of
certain
all.
But
women do,
the
but not
Yeah,
all
the,
women.
the
yeah.
vast majority of women do that shit.
No, no, no,
no, no,
no,
no,
no,
no.
no, no,
Keep
no, no.
living. Keep living.
Uh,
Keep
uh,
living,
uh,
Andre.
Let me
I
explain
yeah,
this,
you.
right?
I came in this space off CGA, right? So it's like I've seen some shit.
Let me
We all seen
That's
some
fair. That's
stuff,
fair.
man.
But
Come on now.
that's
let
fair.
me
But a lot of men do not realize that like the more women you sleep with, the more problems you can bring into your life. And I'm not
Yes.
saying you shouldn't sleep with women, whatever. A lot of times, look, I've had fantastic, casual, short term relationships with women, but I recognized and they understood what I wanted, what they wanted, and we
Hmm.
met at an arrangement. And it
Yeah.
was fantastic while it lasted.
Hmm.
But you do not want to make a child. If you make a child with a woman, that is a very different thing. And a lot of guys don't get that everyone is replaceable except for two. the woman who birthed you into this world and the woman you will make children with in this world. And it's because there's only one woman who could be your biological mother.
Exactly.
And there's only one woman you can make children with. And it's a little bit your fault if you're going to be squirting all over the place. But you have to recognize that you can't be that generous with your seed. You have to be very deliberate.
But Jules, but see what you're saying is those women who you dealt with, they were on your program.
Yeah.
See what I'm saying?
And,
that's why you
even the
don't
casual
have issues.
Even the casual ones. Even the
That-
casual ones. And the
that-
casual ones.
Yes.
The
That's
casual
point.
ones are the best ones because
You know what they call that?
you know how to deal with them. Go
They
ahead,
call
sir.
that
What'd you
lucky.
say?
They call that lucky.
Well,
No,
Because
no, I mean
that person,
there's-
that other person can flip the script anytime they want.
That is true.
Very true. That is
is
true.
true.
That is true.
That is true.
But what I'm trying to say is that there's a lot of women who want to have casual, non-strings attached sex with other men, and they don't want to do that with men that they don't find attractive, or arousing, or unappealing, or
aren't
creepy,
discreet.
or discretion. Man, discretion is the best thing.
Yes.
Like the point that I was trying to make is like I'm not like a dude that's like losing my seed and shit. Like this was a chick that I was with for 6 years before I had a kid with.
Yeah.
So,
Okay,
right?
we understand it.
Yeah.
That's what changed.
Yeah, downside is you hurt her feelings by getting with a woman of another race, and that might have been the main contributor of why she's being so antagonistic. But it's definitely one of the contributors. I don't know if it's the main one, but it's one of the.
She's being an ass because you're no longer part of the nest.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
Right.
like, well, the entire time she's like cooking and cleaning and doing the most, all this kind of shit, submissive and all that kind of shit. But then she started listening to like her fucking single hood rat friends that are like, girl, why you doing so much? Why you cleaning so much? Why you cooking so much? You should have girl, man. Like she listened to them hoes.
Is she a hood girl?
Yeah, she was a hood girl, but she was like,
Okay.
well, my mom is white, but my dad's black. She's like light skinned. She's like, my mom's white, my dad's black, but I prefer the white side type shit.
Wait a minute, hold up. Was she raised with both parents?
Of course not.
So all her friends are what?
All her friends are fucking. Not all of her friends, but the majority of them were strags. Like she did have some white friends.
All her friends are black or white.
Mainly black, but she had like some Asian and white friends too.
Yeah, Canada does have like a slightly inverted version of race, but not entirely. But yeah, you'll see like.
Well, ABC.
Wait a minute. Let me get this out. By the way, since some people say we only talk about black women, let me make something perfectly clear. I've always been consistent on this. White women can be strags, and Asian women can be strags too. Let's not get it twisted.
Oh, it's a social-economic class, as BGS talks about. But again, obviously in this space,
when it comes to strags, I do not discriminate.
Yeah, yep.
And I'll be the first to tell you, white strags can be worse.
Well, yeah,
they are worse.
I'm
far worse.
The full force of the U.S. government.
Yep. Hey, there you go.
Yeah.
Like they
Ask Johnson Majors about dealing with a white strag.
Perfect example.
And they know it. And they know it.
Well, the chick I'm talking about, she's not white. Like she's Jamaican and Nova Scotian.
She's what?
She's Jamaican and Nova Scotian. If you know where Nova Scotia is in Canada, that's basically like
Far East Coast.
Like whole
we got it. She's mixed.
Shit, that's where we went to.
She mixed.
No, he's saying Nova Scotia. First of all, is black central. First of all, before the Afro-Caribbean folks, a lot of people forget that Nova Scotia, New Brunswick, Prince Andrew Island, and I think also Newfoundland. This is where most American slaves who not only settled in the North but fled to Canada settled in. So that's always been pretty black. I mean, Rocky Johnson, the Rock's father, is from Nova Scotia.
Yeah, he's in the book
You
of
got to
Meatballs.
think about it, right? She identified as what?
Definitely black.
It's black.
She's black. So this is the
Yeah,
one thing about
wasn't
big
there was
chicks.
a girl who's in this space years back who was like Canadian, light skinned black girl, like mixed race black girl. I can't
Ruby.
yeah, that sounds right. That sounds right. Yeah, but she was like she had that very Canadian accent on certain words. But
She was from the GTA.
there you go. There you go. Yeah, I mean, like if
Jamaican
you
descent, apparently.
yeah, if you go to like different provinces, you'd be like, Toronto, it's definitely Jamaican. Quebec, a lot of Haitians, and then the rest of it, was it Nova Scotia? It's gonna be a lot of Afro Canadians. So like,
yeah,
people from Senegal, Nigeria, that West African, bite of Biafra type of stuff, and then
don't leave out the East Africans.
West, it's gonna be all over. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Wait, what were you saying, Jules?
Oh,
I was gonna say there's a different extract for the type of black person you're gonna find in different areas of
just real quick. Thank you, Aqua Techie. Thank you, HB, and thank you, Jules, for the cash app. Continue.
There's a lot of times you gotta think. You're dealing with a mixed chick. She's gonna try to be blacker than black. So she's gonna live up to the identification of blackness. Okay? Just that chicks will change their mind with the weather. I mean, these are the same creatures that will have periods for 5 days, 7 days, and don't die. Okay? Any chick at any given moment will flip a fucking script. It could be a casual thing, and she thinks you're the best thing since sliced bread. How many of these chicks said, well, I was in a relationship with this guy, and all you find out they were just fucking.
Mm-hmm. They were fuck buddies, in other words.
That was a relationship.
Well, unfortunately, that is a relationship for some chicks. That's why I be tripping about talking about these side chicks going after their dudes they mess with because they claim they're cheating. I'm like, wait a minute. And I always think to myself, how the hell are you as side chicks and complaining about a dude cheating? By definition, he's fucking another woman.
But he's mine.
I know. I know. I'm using logic. I know.
Yeah.
But mine.
Sounds too much like right.
Yeah. That's why I say they get what they ask for.
Yeah.
And that's why I say I rarely ever sit down and listen to a woman complain, man. Because the first thing is,
me neither.
One, you knew what kind of guy that was. Now, if you were young and that was the first one, totally different ballgame. But you over 20, especially you over 25, get the whole hell out of here, man. You know what time?
I don't even care anymore. I even tell my younger female cousins, look, after 18, if it's not SA, I don't give a shit. Leave me alone. I don't care.
Yeah,
If you go out there and be a hoe, that's not my problem. You get an STD, that's not my problem.
Yep, you gotta.
STI, that ain't my problem.
You're an adult. You gotta take care of that shit. That's your business, right? Don't you always say mind my business, right? Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm minding my business. So don't bring your business over here. Don't bring your bullshit.
I'll take it a step further. If you married cheat on you, you got two choices. You work it out or you leave.
That's it.
Yeah. And that's exactly what everybody's told me. And like even BGS told me this when we had our one-on-one. Like I met this chick when I was fucking 19 and she was 18. So
okay.
It's one of those ones.
Yeah, you're young and dumb and full of
time.
That's right.
Yeah. And it was one of those ones where it's just like, like I grew, but she was kind of stuck in the past type shit.
Yeah, that's what
Don't
happens.
look at it like that,
I
man. It is
mean,
what it is. Just welcome to the club.
Yeah,
yeah, I've
you
known a lot of guys who've gotten girls knocked up because they were like, "Oh man, she says she can't get pregnant," and when I've asked, like how, yeah,
That's funny. Oh,
man, when I've
say
asked
that
like,
again
how
just
do
for
you
the
know
joke.
that? How did she prove that? And they say, well, I was told I have a lazy uterus. And like, what does that
what?
mean? How's that
All
work?
right, no, hold on.
A
Hold on.
lazy what?
Lazy
All right,
Yeah, like
uterus.
really vague stuff that does not
Oh,
make
wait a
any
minute,
sense.
Jules. It was public service. Okay, I'm sorry. I can't help. Public service announcement. Young black men, all you youngsters, all you Negroes under 25, listen to me very carefully. Don't say we didn't tell you, nigga. All it takes is one time for your sperm to penetrate that wall. Let me say that again for the niggas didn't hear that in the back. All it takes is one time when you clapping them cheeks. All it takes is
Yeah.
one time for
And
that sperm to penetrate that wall, and she's pregnant.
when you're
One
18,
time,
you're not just going one time a day. You're going like 5, 6, 7 times a day. You just
exactly.
clap in that out. Just boom, boom, boom,
And,
boom, boom.
All it takes when you ejaculate, all it takes is one time for that sperm to penetrate that wall, and you got a baby coming.
oh, and to add, it could be another guy's.
Yeah,
You see
that's true.
you see what I'm saying? Because a lot of men, they really don't know how these women move out here. They don't know how women can move, man. You don't want to hear the stories, bro.
I got a story for y'all. I got a story for y'all.
Hold on, wait a minute. Speaking of which, rest in power to Kobe Bryant. How many DNA samples did they found in that chick's panties?
3, all white,
straight,
because this is in Colorado.
Yep.
And you still got black women saying that Kobe raped her and blah 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 blah. I'm like, damn, did you not
the fuck
did you not see the results of the court?
Right.
Did I read that shit?
The 60-page report that's written out that somebody was clapping this. Yeah.
This is a bitch of hoe. But anyway, here's my story for y'all. Now, I've mentioned this story a couple times, but I guess it begs repeating. Can y'all hear me now? Can y'all hear me now?
Yeah.
All right. When I first came here to Norway, was it within my first year? I got involved with somebody. A chick, everything was cool. She really wanted to fuck me the first time. I was like, not so fast. Now, and I insisted on getting tested. I forgot to ask her if she got tested. Also, I insisted on wearing a condom. I didn't care whether or not she was on the pill or whatnot. I was on the condom. So yes, I use condoms because let's not forget, I come from Africa. And let me tell y'all,
that brings back memories, but go ahead.
HIV is no motherfucking joke. There is no ARV, antiretrovirals for our black asses over here. So I learned prevention is better than cure. So wrap your shit up. So for all you motherfuckers out there, fuck the pullout game. Wrap it up.
Yeah,
but anyway.
that brings back a horror story because I had a chick tell me a couple times I don't like condoms, and she already had and hold on, wait a minute, she already had 2 daughters and both of them tried to recruit me, I look back, I was like, nah, baby, because I do not want to be on mama's baby day list. They had 2 different baby daddies too. I was like, nope, I don't want to be on that baby daddy list. Nope.
Yeah. Anyway.
That list. Nope.
Yeah. Anyway, I remember at one point, because at the time, like she was doing buying the condoms and shit. Like that was my big mistake because I didn't know where to get condoms at the time.
Oh hell no!
Yeah.
Oh hey, it's a funny ass story. I'm gonna tell you a funny ass story about that too. I'm gonna tell you a funny ass story. I'm gonna tell you a funny ass story about that later. But I had to do my research because I was still new. I didn't know how to communicate with people. I still couldn't speak. My Norwegian sucked ass. A whole lot of ass on that one. So, and plus, most of the condoms didn't fit. The ones she had didn't fit, too small. I'm sorry, but I do have the nights. I do have the big black nightstick here, folks. But anyway, one day she comes up to me. I'm over at her flight, and she sits next to me and says, "Listen, what would you say if I got on the pill so you don't have to wear the condoms?" And I looked at her and said, "First of all, if you want to use the pill, by all means, have at it. In fact, I'll even encourage you. However, I'm not giving up using condoms. All right? I have a responsibility to myself and to you. And let's just say that that relationship ended eventually. Hell, she cheated on me with another dude, and my ass was still kind of blue pill at the time, and I was like, couldn't let go because, and then plus
I
my
mean, at
abandonment
this
issues,
point,
my mental health.
to be blunt with you, at this point, I lean on BGS's approach. We got to talk on the phone at least 4 or 5 times
Yeah, that too.
before I even talk about putting you on a coffee date. And
oh, we met
I
coffee.
gotta
That's
be
the first time. First time with coffee dates with us. So I mean, the next person I got involved with, was just coffee dates. But we both went to the pharmacy together and we bought condoms. Hell, I even bought I still have
You use condoms.
I still use condoms. Hell, I mean, my brand of condoms. Man, fuck you, Charles. No use condom jokes. Please stop. But the brand of condoms I got are are Durex, but I also got one called Skin. But I remember when I first bought these condoms, I also bought this little condom case. So instead of having to carry the box with me, I can carry this case. I can hold up to 3 condoms and shit. I still got it.
Shout out to Aquatech.
It was a trap. It was a trap, Aquatech.
It's a trap.
Man, I got my STI test on my phone. So that's how I fuck women up. Like, yo, I was like, yo, I get tested regularly, like, and they be like, oh, that's good. I'd be like, yeah, like it's on my phone. so they know like I'm on point with all my shit. That's like I try to scare women away in certain ways. So like because so they know like I'm on top of my shit. Like I'm not chasing no women. I'm not trying to figure out sneak around. None of that bullshit.
Oh yeah, I'm too old for that. I'm past that
bullshit.
shit. Nope.
So,
I ain't sticking around for shit.
Nothing.
You either want me or you don't.
Exactly.
You don't want me, leave me alone.
So if you're not in my program, like we're not having a long conversation about basic shit. We're just not. In my opinion, we're not doing that. I literally got better shit to be doing.
Shit, I almost got in. There was a woman who wanted me, but here was the problem. She was like, she had 2 kids. They were both older. But what made me, just reconsider? She had a little funky thing on her lip. I was like, yeah, never mind.
The 2 kids never made you reconsider?
No, I met the kids. I was reconsidering because of kids, but what pushed what drove the point home was she had some funky shit on her lip. I was like, yeah, later.
And after you kissed her, what happened?
I never kissed her. I never kissed her, Charles. You sick ass motherfucker.
I call cap on that.
I've been tested 3 times. I've been tested 4 or 5 times in the past.
Had the whole mushroom kingdom on his fucking lip.
Damn.
Charles, Charles, you a wrestler. You guys can get that shit on the mat.
Oh no, that's why it's called bathing. It's called hand sanitizer.
On the mat. On the mat.
It's called clean your damn mats every day. No, never had that. That's called.
He knows what's up. There's this thing called herpes whitlows where you guys can. That's why you guys have to wear rash guards when they're training, especially jiu-jitsu guys, judos, wrestlers. Because you don't want to get that on the mat because everybody's sweating and everything. You don't get that virus, and so if somebody has an outbreak, that's why you also got to clean the mats because nobody want to fuck around and catch a staph infection.
Man, I ain't never had a scare. I ain't never had none of that shit. Hell no.
I ain't got
never.
I had a scare once. I had a couple of scares. One scare was like I finger popped a chick, but it was that time of the month, and I noticed there was a cut on my finger.
Ooh.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
I learned a lot, and because of that, not only do I have, I mean, the last person I got involved with, I didn't just bring condoms. I had to bring like surgical gloves, lubes, and everything. She was, hey. I kept my fingernails cut, but she was like, "Yo, why do you need the gloves for?" I said,
Surgical gloves. Damn.
"Yeah, you need
That
surgical
nigga
gloves for finger popping
nigga
because
had
you
hand
use the lube and that.
his finger
Yeah,
caught
hand
him.
condoms, hand shaped condoms, dental dams,
And some lube.
condoms, but also got flavor condoms too because the flavor condoms are basically so I don't have to ask her and say spit or swallow. I don't care. I'm wrapping
So
this shit up. Only choice you have in this is what flavor. Pick a
when
flavor,
she puts
bitch. Pick a flavor.
so when she puts on the condom, what act do you perform?
This nigga. Okay, let's get something straight here, folks.
Oh boy, here we go.
Let's get something straight here, folks. Charles is mad. Charles is mad. The homie's not here. If Art of Ibmore was here, you know that he'd be trading bars with this motherfucker. That's why he got to dump on me like that. That's just wrong. You ain't shit. You ain't shit.
Oh
Man,
shit.
I mean, you should. I mean, you should. You ever? I mean, the weirdest conversations I had regarding condoms was, I mean, I had a homegirl, and she works at a sex shop, and man, we'd be having weird ass conversations about condoms.
Like
Hell,
you want to make a pharmacist nervous? Just have a conversation like, "Hey doc, where's your contraceptives?" They're right there, sir. Yeah. Do you have the condoms for the guys who got the circumference of a Magpul light? Like the little fucking old school heat of the
no,
night.
you got to get that shit online. You got to get that shit online or at a sex shop.
And she's like, "Well, I don't know about circumference. I mean, like bigger than a silver dollar."
As I was saying, okay, the story I wanted to tell about the condom thing, where she went to buy the condoms. Here's what happened, and I've told the story before. This is a white girl, and I remember she went to Oslo because she went to go visit some friends, and there's this sex shop chain. She went to them because she wasn't sure about going to a pharmacy.
Mm-hmm.
And the backstory was like one time she wanted to hook up with me, and she had all these condoms, but unfortunately none of them fit. They were regular white guy sizes. So she's in Oslo. She goes to this place, and she talks to one of the sales clerks, who's a woman. She says, "Listen, I'm looking for condoms because my partner has a little issue. He's a little on the thicker side and shit."
A little issue, huh?
And yeah,
That's an issue you want to have, huh? I got a whole problem. Motherfuckers be like, "No, I got a whole problem. Go situation going." Mm-hmm.
you got a situation when the bitch got to try to measure your dick length and everything. She just pulls it outside the measure and shit.
I'm just trying to figure out why you didn't have them, and then you allow her to go get. I've never ever
I didn't
used
know. I
a
was
condom
still
issued by a woman
new
ever.
because I was still new to this motherfucker. All right,
No, listen.
we're in Norway here, dude. This isn't
When
the
she plays
U.S.
the hokey pokey, with the condoms in the round, that's when the baby come out.
Listen, even when I lost my virginity, I walked down the street. She wanted it more than me. I walked down the street, purchased the condom. I've never, ever used a condom issued by a woman.
Okay.
Never.
I was naive as hell about it. Okay.
Damn.
Okay,
I own up. Can I finish my story?
You scaring me, man.
Yeah, I took that L hard. I had to take that. I took a hard L on that one, man.
I agree with architecture.
But anyway. She goes there. She talks to the person, and the person just looked at her and said, "Is he black?" The salesperson looks at her and says, "Is he black?" She said, "Yes." She grabs her by her hand and says, "Come with me." She gives her a box of Durex. She also gives her a bag and some samples of some other condoms. Said, "Listen, if none of these fit, call me. We got larger sizes, okay?"
Oh Lord.
And
Yeah,
yeah,
okay. Oh, I see where this conversation's going. Okay.
so
Well,
she told me that too. I had a hard. I just laughed real hard, but but after
All
that,
right.
I decided, you know
All
what?
right.
I'm just gonna
Let's
go
let's
buy
change
my
the
own shit.
topic. Just to have a little fun here. Does anybody give a shit about the Megan the Dude Horse versus Nikki the butt leaker?
oh man,
Controversy.
Megan and
Nah,
Megan and Nikki, you know this
I
bootleg Biggie and Tupac bullshit.
I don't
Yeah,
even know what's
Nikki
going
versus
on.
Megan the Stallion. That's what I'm talking about. But
Two catty
Nicki
bitches, man.
Minaj.
I don't even know what's going on with them. I have
It's
no
the
Who
clue.
cares?
apparently
battle
they're
of the
beefing
BBL.
now or something. I don't really give a shit. I don't listen to either of them.
Well, this isn't like Lil Kim and Foxy Brown now, is it?
How are
Hell
they?
no.
How are they? Like, how are they beef? I don't get it. Like, how? Did he even have new music out? Like, I don't. How?
I don't know. I don't listen to them.
Hamina.
Like, what's going on here? Like, Nikki's too
Yeah.
old to be like. Come on, like she should be like, come on, little girl. Like that's the time that Nikki should be on right now.
Yeah.
What the fuck,
What you beefing about?
Nikki?
What
You
you
had
mad at me for?
Apparently,
Nikki.
Megan called out, how her boyfriend got charges and shit, and Nikki came out and said, Megan be giving it up and all that, and I don't know, man.
Oh,
I
okay.
don't really
Well,
pay attention to either of them, so
Oh, slut
okay.
shaming shit. Get the fuck out of here with that.
Okay. Well, I mean,
apparently,
then she asked for it.
Mhm.
She asked for it then.
apparently Nikki called out her mom or something. I'm like, okay,
Oh
whatever.
yeah, man. Yeah, she asked for it then. Again, man, she's too old for that. Come on, man. God damn.
She
It's
ain't
past
Danielle
that.
Glover, man. She ain't gonna be saying, "I'm getting too old for this shit."
It's
Nah,
past that. They're talking
I
about
hate to
this.
say, but Nikki's one of them troublemakers that you need to. Nikki's one of them chicks you need to stay the fuck away from because she's a troublemaker.
Apparently,
She look like she trouble, man.
apparently there's strikes that are going to like Megan Thee Stallion, her mom's her tombstone, and they're twerking on her. They're basically
Okay,
Her
twerking.
mother's
Yeah.
tombstone.
Damn.
okay,
Yeah,
What?
they're
yeah,
twerking
it's
on
not
her
that
mom's
deep, man. Come
tombstone.
on. Don't get me
That's
wrong. I don't believe what they did Tory Lane dirty, but nah, I ain't doing all that just to get at Megan Thee Stallion. No.
Yeah, that's too much work. That's ridiculous. All that money. Well, anyway, I mean, that's fame. This is not about money. This is about fame, and that's why
Yeah, pretty much.
it's a stupid game, man. It's a stupid game. It's great to
And
have
and,
a
and,
lot of
uh,
money and to be anonymous.
and some of these barbs gonna be brought up on charges because they keep doxing people for Nikki. I'm
Yeah.
like, okay. I'm like, wait a minute, you're doxing people for a rapper that doesn't give a shit about. Okay, let me shut up. Let me shut up. Let me shut up.
Because people like drama.
Yep. Well,
Yeah, that's true.
Hey, drama sells just like controversy and sex sell, and fear.
But you're doxing people for
And
Nicki
condoms for
Minaj
the
who
extra
doesn't give a
large.
shit about you. Really?
yeah, the doxing is, but that's dangerous. That right there, man. That's some
Yeah.
We
dangerous
had
shit.
we had a big issue about that a couple of years ago about people doxing. Look, I'm surprised Grandmaster Troll still have a channel. Jesus Christ. Uh, a lot of this doxing shit can get really out of hand with the wrong person.
Yeah.
Exactly.
There's some people you don't want to know their background. You
Oh
really
yeah.
don't.
You don't. Next thing you know, they're gonna be like Liam Neeson and Taken.
Yeah, I mean that's why it just boggles my mind. Like people, yes, you can be anonymous, but like you should really take this internet shit as if someone is right there in person. because
Yeah.
you don't know, even in person, you don't know who this person is, what knowledge they have, or their network. You have no clue.
Right.
They might know some people, gonna know some people, gonna hurt some people.
And I mean, you never know how people take. Like I remember 2-3 years ago, people were coming after BGS's daughter. Come on, what the fuck did she? Him and his grandson. And I mean, what the fuck? You're mad about somebody's research or somebody's opinion on something that you're gonna go after their child and grandchild.
I didn't even see the pictures. If BGS didn't send them to me, I didn't even search. To this day, I don't even know what she looks like.
The only reason I know what she looks like because BGS personally sent me the pictures of her, and it's like, here's my thing. There's so many ways I could find out people's real identities, how they know. I do know how few people look in real life because I'm friends with them on other social media things. But I never look to go see who, because your anonymity, guess what? You're going to keep, if you want it, I'm going to give it to you. I could look up names. I'm not that interested.
I know several people's real name. I just don't talk about it.
Yeah, I'm not interested. It's like, I'm a different type of guy where when I came to this space, I kind of had to be because everybody doesn't like me because of my profession. I already knew that. So I had to be a little bit more honest, but leave people's shit alone. Like you're going after people's children, grandchildren, their deceased parents, twerking on their shit. I mean, you don't know what's gonna fucking take people over the edge, and if this is some plan, bullshit by the record companies, shame on you. Shame on you. Because a lot of this shit, gets real funky, man. Real funky. You don't want to be the victim of somebody. Like, I remember having somebody dox me, and I'm like, go ahead, dox me. Everything I told you about me was true. I probably left out a few things. And when you know who did that, and he was like, "Oh," I said, "Trust me." And all I did was like,
all I gotta say is, why would you want to fuck with a door kicker that was over in Iraq? I have no idea. But
doesn't make sense.
No idea.
I told him, I gave him the first two numbers of his door address. I said, "You want to keep going?" He left it alone. I said, and I just don't.
I'll give you a better one, Charles. Why would you fuck with a dude that, as a police officer, put his gun down and said, "Come fuck with me," and everybody back down? Why would you want to fuck with that dude?
Like, I just don't get it. Like, it's crazy to think that a guy will be like, if you want to do something, blame it on me, but don't come after my kids. Now you're gonna make that guy into something you don't want to see.
Yeah, right. You're asking to be deleted.
Yeah.
In a very painful, disturbing way. And
also, now let me tell you something. I know we talk about BW's on town, but let me tell you something. Do not underestimate what a black woman will do to protect her child. Don't ever do that. Don't do it. If she cares about a child, do not underestimate what she'll do, what she won't do to protect it. Don't do it.
There's some people.
I've seen the sweetest lady pull out a gun on people. Put up what they call now pew pew on people because they fuck with their child.
Man, and I've seen the opposite too, where grandmothers try to hire people to beat up their grandsons.
Really? Damn.
Shit. Oh yeah, he's a cop, so he's really seen all kinds of.
Yeah, man.
All kinds of shit.
I'm surprised. Let me put it to you this way, right? The Charles you see is about as close, if not exactly, the everyday Charles you get. Maybe about 5-10%. that I don't check. So I'm pretty accurate on. There's a side of me, like I had to tell when my son and my godson asked me about the utilitarian versus the nihilist. He's like, how do you keep your nihilist side away? How do you get rid of that? You don't. I said
You keep
keep
me
that
check.
motherfucker. You keep that motherfucker when you need him. Sometimes I tell people there comes a day and time once in a while the God of War got to come out and play. And I had my godmother's son tried to get real funky with me, and she threatened some bodily harm. And I said to her, "You don't want me in your life like that." I said, "I could tell I'm pissed, but I'm in control." I said, "If I was pissed, I'd have done something to you by now. And you could have brought the whole fucking Fifth Armored Division. You would have kept none of them would have kept me away from you." And I keep telling people, stop. When you have good-hearted people, let them stay that way.
Oh yeah.
Does that make sense, fellas? Does that make sense to you?
Yes.
Do not test the temper of a mild-mannered man, because they got demons inside them you don't know nothing about.
That's something. That's something that we as black people need to talk about, because a lot of some of the monsters of our community were good people that just snapped.
Yeah.
Yep.
What did Joker say?
You made me this way.
What did the Joker say? The Killing Joke. Just had one bad day.
Yeah.
And you keep fucking with those people. What my man say? It's not what you did, it's who you did it to. That's John Wick. What you ever notice in all the John Wick movies, all he really wanted was to be left the fuck alone?
Yes.
But they had to kill his dog.
You had to kill his dog. You had to steal his car. You put the last remnants of his deceased wife away. God have mercy on your soul. Like, Jesus. But then you just had to go follow him back to his house, shoot his dog, kill his dog, steal his car. And you wonder why your dad punched you. See, once in a while, I can tell when some of these people never live with their fathers. Because you would have done something.
Or he just was too spoiled.
Yeah, your dad would have just hit you.
Yeah.
Like you see motherfuckers.
That wasn't the worst of it. Because you remember, Charles, when he was when the father decided to use him as bait to ensnare Wick, he had him at the club. And the security guards were looking at him, right? And one of the security came to check on him in the VIP. He was downstairs in the VIP in the jacuzzi with some girls. And he came up to him and they just looked at him and said, we weren't paid to babysit a drunkard. What the fuck is wrong with you? Just sit your ass down and quit acting a fool. They were pissed off. They gotta watch this little motherfucker.
Because he was going to get them killed. Oh, I love that scene, man. That was a lot of respect right there, man.
With Kevin Nash,
yeah.
Kevin Nash.
Yep.
Yeah.
And he was like, "You're working? Take the night. Thank you, Mr. Wick.
Take the night off." Said, "Thank you, Mr. Wick."
Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Wick.
It was like, if you remember the conversation, like he looked at him and said, "You look different. Did you lose? Have you been working out?" "I lost about 50 pounds or something like that." He said, "Go for a walk." He takes off his earpiece, takes the night off. He's like, "Thank you, Mr. Wick."
He's like, "Go take the night off." Thank you. It's like, hey,
he understood. That's respect, because they had some history right there. That's respect.
Yep.
There's a lot of people that I'm not speaking from experience. Shut up, AB. BGS not here, so you did extra line.
Charles. When you
Shut up,
first came
neighbor.
to the States,
Hold
we
on,
were
let's
clowning
get
your
out,
ass about
neighbor. Let's
because.
get out.
All right, all right, all right.
Shut up, neighbor. You too. But I'll say this. There's sometimes you had to earn your respect by five knuckle justice.
Yeah.
Ouch.
And it was and people know there's only certain things that piss me off in law enforcement. When I get a late call, this better be a good one. It's either one that I could code out really fast, or this better be something interesting. We get a late call for a 17-year-old who's drunk and high, trying to fight the family. And I'm like, come on, man. Because he's under the influence of something, you got to take him to Johns Hopkins Pediatrics. So before that, he's already cuffed. My partners came there before me. Dude crotches up, cocks his leg back, and kicks me right in my knee.
Oh,
Ooh,
damn.
damn.
Luckily for me, I was sideways, or he would have dislocated or ripped off my joints.
Ouch.
And even though my knee was sideways, it still hurt like a bitch. All you
Yeah.
see
So,
is the fastest.
how many body slams did you give him?
Oh, the fastest two-piece you seen, not to his face, but to his chest. My partner, whose back was turned, one of my partners, he said, "Oh my God." I was like, "What?" He said, "You hit him so hard and so fast, the thuds, I thought you shot him." I was like, "What?" He said, "That was just the thuds and the speed you hit him. Boom. It sounded like a gunshot went off."
Damn.
That's what he said. You hit him like, boom, boom. Like, God damn. Like he said, I felt that from his arm. Like when his arm twitched to me. God damn. And then
Yeah.
I'm dealing with
Charles, I'm gonna need you to go to New York to help train the NYPD. So the next time one of the migrants get out of line, they know how to respond.
I'm gonna tell you. I'll speak on that after this part.
Yeah.
So just hold that note to remind me to speak on that. And I had to transport this guy. He's in a hospital, and he's being a little dick. Even though he's taller than me, he's being a dick. And I'm like, dude, if I gotta watch you, and the doctor gotta give you the slip to say you ain't okay to go to jail, you ain't watching no damn TV. Yeah, I would have let him watch it if he was cool. But nah, you being a little dick. Fuck you. He's like, no, no. He's up there like, man, fuck you. And then he's telling the nurse, fuck you. If you touch me again, nurse, I'm gonna kick you. And he's like, you're not. So I had to get up off my seat and was like, no, you're not gonna kick anybody. Man, I definitely want to kick you.
Oh boy.
How high was he?
This
Huh?
is after you punched him in the chest. He must have really been high.
Yeah, he was hot as shit. I said, dude, you kick me, I'm gonna break your leg. Next thing you know, he tried to kick me again, caught his shit, ankle lock, heel hook.
Ooh, how did that hurt?
He's like, that's the leg I broke when I was small. That's gonna be the leg you break today, motherfucker. So he's still wilding out, even though he's crying because his little foot hurts. Oh, your ankle. Oh, don't try to
Oh my
kick me.
leg, oh my leg, oh my leg, oh my leg.
There you go.
And
Oh
then
my leg.
next thing you know, Hopkins security come in. Little does he know, I know the supervisor. I know the shift supervisor who used to work there. They don't take too kindly to people trying to beat up people they know. So, they basically have little techniques where they, uh, how's the nice way I could say? He passed out.
Why wasn't he restrained to begin with?
How do you think he passed out?
And
He was handcuffed already.
Now,
And then,
on to the New York situation with the migrants. Your thoughts, Charles?
um, they didn't run into the wrong motherfucker, right? But when I was a street cop before I became a desk jockey, um, you had to get your respect, man. There's a reason why you carry an Afghan, you carry that nightstick. And New York's supposed to have partners too, so you're putting your hands on a cop. And see, here's the problem that a lot of people don't talk about: the migrants coming into this country. You don't know how many are MS-13.
What other gangs?
You don't know how many are cartels. You don't know how many are whatever. So they have no fear of police. And sometimes the only way you can get the respect is you gotta know how to fight. They're not afraid of your gun. You saw the pictures when they flipping the bird.
Yeah, when they're coming out of the jail, they were flipping the bird. Everybody like, yeah, these motherfuckers need to be deported.
And then you let them out with no bond. What did you just prove to them?
That they're untouchable. They can get away with shit.
That's why I love Republican governors. Say what you want. You put your hands on a cop, ain't no fucking way we go out that jail. Ain't no fucking way. And that's anytime New York does that, as strong as their FOP is, that tells you, like, dude, you're weak. You're weak. That's so disrespectful to so many people and so many cops out there.
And the
That
mayor's
man.
under investigation right now.
So what this time? Having another black child?
Oh, that too. I think he's still under investigation, right? From the for a while.
Something like
Right.
that. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, you're coming in with people who have criminality and they live their lives by it. And once again, basic boxing, basic wrestling, basic round fighting. Anybody's welcome to tell me anything different. Or would I be teaching for defense tactics? And I'm like, look, you're gonna have to build. You're gonna get that old school cop religion back. I'm sorry. A lot of people don't like it, but you're gonna get a much more violent criminal. And I'm gonna tell you, mark my word with this: the motherfuckers coming over here, they letting into this country, are gonna do some very violent, heinous shit.
That's
Listen
believe.
to everybody. Listen to the sound of my voice. Make sure you up with your permit to carry and your firearms training. Because if you thought 2023 was a motherfucker, we're already in a proxy war with Iran.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, how many how many of these motherfuckers from Iran or Syria can pass for Hispanic?
Mm.
You'd be
How
surprised,
many?
considering a lot of Syrians have, because unlike most most Middle Easterns, a lot of Syrians don't really naturally have dark eyes. Plenty of them have green and like light gray eyes.
Mm-hmm. How many of them can pass for fucking Hispanic? How
Easily
many?
plenty. I mean, there's even some who can pass for white. You'd be
Exactly.
surprised the number of gingers and natural blondes in the Levant from Syria or Lebanon, man.
So
And
now
some of
you
them
get
have some Armenian blood in them.
yeah. So now you're getting a bunch of people who can pass for this shit and they're loyal to Iran or whatever, you know, extremist fucking ideology. I keep telling you, if you have the ability to carry a weapon, you know, how many of you got pepper spray at least? How many of you carry a knife? You know, when you walk to your car, carry your keys in your hand, balled up into a fist. I
Mm-hmm.
mean, little stuff. Walk, situational awareness, man. And even being on the street as a cop. Let's say you can't win the fight. Keep the fight up long enough till your partners come there. Unfortunately, you should carry, if you're a street cop, you should carry your nightstick. I prefer my Spantine, one of the best ones. It also has a strap for good retention. You should carry 3 knives on you. 2 that you can see, 2 that are hidden. Make sure your weapons are functioning in order. Whether blazing heat or freezing weather. Practice, practice, practice. I mean,
Don't be afraid to go to the gun range.
Don't be afraid to hit the pads. Hit the, get your jiu-jitsu, your wrestling on, your boxing on. And always, if it looks like a bad situation, don't go into it unless you really, really have to. Situational awareness. Keep your head on a goddamn swivel.
Yep.
I'm just looking at that shit. It could have ended up worse. What if they would have got to his gun?
Mm-hmm.
That's why I tell a lot of security professionals, get a level 2 to level 3. I prefer level 3 holsters. Because once you put that strap over there, you're not getting my shit out. And that lets me get the other weapons to protect the gun.
Yeah,
My
I'm curious.
philosophy.
Charles, I'm curious. What's the difference between level 2, level 3, and level 1 holsters?
Level 1 is like retention, like holding. Like level 1 would be like you put it in your holster, and it usually has like a screw that you can screw tight, and it'll build up retention. Level 2 is that you have not only the screw retention, but you have a strap on the side of it. Level 3 is the strap on the side and the strap over top. Like you're gonna have to put the strap down and release with a button, or you got to twist it a certain way. So it's more levels for you to get the gun out the holster. Yes, and trust me, even with my level 2, my level 3, depending on the situation, I'll have the third strap, the level 3 strap down, and like let it be at level 2. But if I'm going where there's going to possibly be a crowd of people, the strap comes up so nobody could grab it.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So bear in mind one thing you have to consider here, folks.
You're dealing with like 4 or 5 people and stuff like that.
Yeah, when you're in a crowd and somebody could potentially grab it, but you don't want to really. If you're walking past people, like if you're in a McDonald's or a store, but if you're somewhere where you're gonna need your good weapon out fast, put it in level 2.
Okay.
But my thing is, he got out really lucky, and it's you got to remember there's in defense tactics and firearms training, they show you the 6'5" state trooper. I forget the straight it was in, and he's attacked by 3 little short 5'3" Mexicans. You know what they do? They go and try to take him down. They wrestle the gun from him, and they shoot him several times, including in the head, and killing him. Don't underestimate these people. You don't know their background. You don't know what type of desperation they are. And there's a lot of people escaping fucking heinous crimes in other countries, but starting new here.
A lot of them come from places where they like. There's also a huge corruption within law enforcement. And a lot of them come from places where they have to shake down each other just to get ahead and kill.
Oh yeah, you gotta look at it like a lot of these places. You're going into the mind of proverbial, I won't say savages, but
Think Aztec, because I remember BGS talked about the reason why a lot of Mexicans and such are so fearless in battle and whatnot is because they're Aztec, and because they cling back to their Aztec ancestry, because the Aztecs it was a death cult. They didn't fear death because death was they preferred death towards life because in their religion life was hard. death was easier. That's why some people were more than willing to sacrifice and shit. So these people, they have no fear taking, ridiculous risks trying to get to where they need. They're
Yeah,
very black pill like that.
yeah. And you gotta know your enemy. And
Shit. I mean, what if,
unfortunately,
like you talked about Iranians and shit, and what if the person, how many of those Iranians could be members of the Quds Force? That's
yeah,
Iran Special Forces and shit, or Revolutionary Guard,
yeah,
who are, operatives, or VVEX, which is Iranian intelligence and shit. You'd be surprised how many of them are actually in the country.
yeah. Uh, it's not foreign. It is not foreign. I tell a lot of you, man. Make sure your kids also know how to be aware of their surroundings too.
Yeah.
Don't talk to them goddamn strangers.
Oh
Don't
yeah.
talk to strangers. Don't talk to this and the third. I mean,
Go to a good driving class where you learn how to ram a car. Like what type of gear does your wife or girlfriend have in her car in case she's stuck in a highway or stuck in West Bumfuck somewhere?
Mm.
I always say to these women, because women think they got this air of invincibility. What happens if you're stuck on the highway somewhere? Do
or
you have blankets?
on interstate out in the middle of
Yeah.
fucking nowhere.
Do you have blankets? Because people forget right now, your car can become a fucking freezer.
Not to
Hypothermia.
mention, how many people know what to do? How many people know how to call AAA?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Hypothermia is a motherfucker. Remember that.
Shit, hypothermia is no fucking joke.
I had that.
Hypothermia, not hyperthermia.
Like hypo and, well, both are no joke.
Shit, overheating, and because was it I remember, was it back in the day a football player died of heat exhaustion
Mm.
on
Yeah, don't you hear
practice?
about all these chicks be leaving their babies in the car and they be dying of overheating and stuff?
Right,
Overheating and lack of oxygen.
that's the hype. That's the hyper. The hypo is when they freeze,
Yeah,
and
so
you
One
got
thing,
cold that your body just shuts down.
one thing I've never understood when I started driving is how some chicks be in such a fucking hurry that they'll stop and leave their car on. I'm like, what the fuck are you doing where you're in that big of a hurry? They they
piece of crap.
they get carjacked because they leave their car on with the kid in the car. I'm like, what were you like? Were you in that much of a hurry to cut your car off and But
Well,
I know I'm thinking logically. Maybe that's what it is.
part of it is
Or
that.
as Chris Bates would say, sounds too much like right.
Yeah, I mean, how many people I had to speak to a young man who drives a car but doesn't know how to change a tire?
Shit. My dad would never let you drive a car if you didn't know how to change a tire. At least change a tire and check the oil. Check the oil.
Mm-hmm.
Next time you talk to a lot of young men, randomly ask them, what did their mother teach them?
Nothing.
First ask them.
I was in the lift the
You'll
other
be
day.
surprised.
Man, I was in lift.
Shit.
I was in the lift the other day, Charles, and I can hear this young dude's brake pad. I can hear him grinding. And
Mhm.
when I,
Hey.
when I got to my apartment, I was like, young man, get your brakes checked. I can hear him. And you need a brake job badly because they grinding. When they making that crunching sound, your brakes about to go out.
You about to play? You gotta replace the brake pads. Also check the brake fluid and everything. I mean, how many of these guys even take their cars to someplace else to get service?
This was a young dude, though. I could tell it because I looked at my list thing. It's like, oh, that's a young dude. That's why. Because when he's backing up, I could hear the brakes running. I was like, okay. I can see if it was a woman, but this is a dude. Like, oh, did I look at the picture? Like, oh, it's a young dude. Okay.
Dude, most
Shit, I
people.
just saw somebody like that today. They were just androgynous looking
Don't get
because
me
they had this
started on
hair.
that. Don't get me started on the heifers because when you tell them to breaks back, like I know I don't need you to tell me. I was like, okay, bye.
Man, I worked with a woman who she purchased used tires on her BMW, and she has two boys. I said, "What is?" I was like, "Why would you do that?"
Two
Because
used
it's
tires?
cheaper.
Wow.
She was like, "You know how much money tires cost?" I said, "Yeah." I said, "Yeah, actually, I do quite literally." I said, "Oh, my tires are 200 and some odd a piece." I said, "And I used to have a BMW, so I have a good idea how much yours should cost." I said, "You got boys." And then I said, "Wait a minute, what's up with their father?" I said, "Well, I don't know what to tell you, man. You got used tires on a BMW and you got boys. I don't know, man.
Mm-hmm.
Scary out here, man."
Mm-hmm.
Scary. I mean, fuck. I remember, like, what is it? Somebody, I remember just hanging with a friend, and we were just like, we had to get an oil change and whatnot. You had to change the oil in
Charles
the
said,
car and everything. No,
Mm-hmm.
he's just breathing.
oh,
Nah, I'm about to sneeze.
Get a tissue. Get a tissue, fam. Get a tissue.
Oh, excuse me.
Yeah. It's a damn shame Art of Ibmore's not up here, because Charles he's just mad because the homie's not here to, just to trade barbs with.
No, that was always fun. Yeah. You still play
Oh,
Madden,
Oh,
Charles?
by the
yeah.
way, I just got bust Charles's ball, but I got, bust Charles's balls on this one. But we all remember when Charles first came to the Hangouts. Everybody was clowning on him, like there was it somebody said, "Look here, Charles. The only reason the hoes like you is because of the handcuffs." I still remember that.
No, boy.
Oh, look at this motherfucker. He got the big arms. He's got that nightstick and the handcuffs. Huh? What was that?
Cut out, Charles.
No, that wasn't Charles. I think that was Andre.
Oh.
well, I didn't say anything.
No, that was my
I'm
radio.
Oh,
It
okay.
was the radio. They're doing their rounds again.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. You still on the job. Hey, Salchi.
yeah.
Yeah.
Now, what you got rid of the BMW, I take it, right? You
Yeah.
said you used to have one.
Yeah.
So what, you found something more affordable?
No, I mean that car I paid off that car. That car was paid off, man.
Oh, okay.
It just got into an accident and the amount of money to fix it. I was like, not doing that.
Okay.
See, oh, hope it wasn't that bad of an accident.
No,
Well,
no,
for
it
you.
wasn't. No, it wasn't. It's just that it's a German car. And where it got hit, it was like I think it was like $9,000. This is a few years ago, so I don't remember.
Damn.
It's like
9 grand?
$9,000.
Yeah.
And it wasn't like anything, in my opinion. I mean, it wasn't like a frame or nothing like that. It was just like, I was like, man, again, it was a Beamer, and it was a fairly high end. So I said, nope,
This,
left it at the dealer. So y'all can sell it.
yeah, this is Bavarian, and the Bavarians do not mess around here.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, I still got a
Nine,
European.
nine, nine.
I got a Volvo, but I mean, that's not. I mean, I maintain my shit anyway. So I mean, if anything happens, I mean, it's still. I mean, it's not an American car or anything like that. It's still gonna cost, but it's not it's solid. So I'm good. Now I don't really have to worry about potholes or anything like that because the Beamer it had staggered wheels and it was low profile. So like it was like, I just got regular 18, and I don't have to worry about potholes, anything like that, man. All-wheel drive, I'm all set. I'm good.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm past that stage. I mean, aside from wanting to get a Porsche, other than that, I don't care. Anyway,
Mm-hmm.
A Porsche 911, yeah.
Yep, that's the only stupid thing that I really want to get. It's a Turbo S. That's it, and like 2 motorcycles.
Ooh.
That's it.
Boys
That's it.
and their toys.
Hey,
That's it.
Boys and their toys.
That's it. Other than that, hell no. Nothing else. I don't. Nah. Nope.
Uh, it is what it is, but Salchi, you have a very interesting taste, I must admit.
Mm-hmm.
A very interesting taste in motor vehicles,
Yeah, man.
especially motorcycles,
Oh
But
yeah.
I hope you
Em-
have the advocate insurance and everything to go with it.
yeah, man. Envy Agusta. Yeah, Envy Agusta. That's that. Envy Agusta and Aprilia. Those would be the bikes I'd get
Ah,
personally, because I rarely
all
ever
right,
see them. Yeah, man. But that's it, man. That's
that's
where
cool.
I would blow money. Other than that, invest, invest,
Yeah,
invest. That's it.
yeah, invest. What you got to do.
Yeah.
Hey, Jules, what's your take on vehicles? Julesy?
Hold on. Sorry, I was reading something. Uh, man, get something that you need. If you don't need
Mm-hmm.
one, don't get one.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if you're in New York and you want to get like the Audi A8, then flex. But outside of that, I mean, there's only a handful of brands you should really fuck with,
Yeah.
unless you need to. Like if you absolutely have to get a vehicle and you need a Nissan, then you need a Nissan, and that's all you can get. But whatever, it's gonna blow apart in 3 years.
Yeah, that's true.
Um, I mean, like the best stuff you can get: Lexus, Toyota, um,
Honda.
like Acura, Honda, yeah. Mazda has gotten better. You really have to read like Car and Driver, check out Edmunds reports. Like you have to just figure out what you have to figure out what you need, what you can afford, and
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
just price it in. If you can only afford 5,000 a year worth of repairs and maintenance, then that's all you can afford. If you can afford 30,000 a year, if you can afford 150,000 a year worth of maintenance and stuff repairs, and that's what you get. You know,
But it's
I,
amazing. Most people don't. Well, most people are in my opinion, right? Most people actually
Mm-hmm.
can't actually afford cars. Most people on the road, they
oh yeah,
actually can't afford their cars.
every
Like,
car you get and every car payment you get is basically taking money out of your retirement savings, investment, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Cars are just literally like a money suck if you don't plan it right.
yeah, it's. I mean,
For most people,
I typically tell people on average. I mean, it shouldn't be more than 10% of your net worth, not including your house, equity in your house, and or it shouldn't be more than, especially shouldn't be more than 2 days worth of work. Really
Mm-hmm.
should be one. And then when you look at it that way, then yeah, most people can't afford a car.
And
I'm
what's the average
no,
car payment now? 700.
It's fucking crazy.
no. I mean, man, you have those people paying 1,300, 1,800
I don't
for
even know how.
a car payment, like a
And
Tahoe, like
yeah,
top of the line Tahoe.
crazy.
I'm just like, man,
Wait,
On
is this
top of
per
the fact
month
that
or what?
most of them things are plastic
Yes,
frames now.
What per month? Damn.
it's
1,800.
crazy.
I've seen it. Yeah. I know people paying. I know people paying 1,000, 1,200, and I just, man,
Oh, wait a minute. And this is before we get to the EVs.
Oh, yeah.
yeah. No, I mean, it's like somewhere between status and then somewhere between utility and status and
I don't blame some of these corporations for telling the government like okay,
Well,
these EVs are not selling in. They've already shown to have problems in cold weather.
no. I mean,
the
but
the issue was the issue was the COVID and the supply chain. That's when things got ridiculous.
Mm-hmm.
But prior to that, it wasn't as bad. But ever since then, things got backed up, and now most of these cars are throwaway cars, and they're basically computers. The amount of fucking chips that go into these fucking cars now,
you need a
Yeah.
so it's
master's degree
crazy.
from like MIT to maintain most vehicles.
It
Yeah,
was fucking
Where
yeah.
I
crazy.
live.
Like I would say EVs, like
Mhm.
they would have to really dig deep into what they want to do with our electrical grid. Like, are you going to invest in nuclear so that you have like a free flowing electrical source? And then you're talking about having battery backups and then load shedding between those battery backups at like hospitals, major retail spots, major hotels, and resort, like a whole bunch of different things. And
Mm-hmm.
I think a lot of people, get yourself an efficient Honda, Lexus,
Yeah.
Acura, Toyota,
Yes.
Mazda, and then, or I mean, you could find a hybrid, but then hybrids, it's iffy. It's iffy depending if you're outside of those 4 or 5 brands I named. Uh, you're gonna be, if you get a Nissan hybrid, you're gonna be fucked in about 5 years.
Yeah.
But figure out what you really need, and then get yourself the best arrangement to pay that thing off and ride it until the wheels fall off.
Yep.
Mhm.
The with the EVs, I was again my guy on the hill. We were talking about this last year, and he, he came with a good idea. He was like, yeah, well, we knew that it's just not economically feasible for a whole large population. It's just not. Even Toyota said this, and they're correct. In major cities, yes. If you do, but obviously you would still need to change the infrastructure. So that makes sense. And it's only a few
But they're
MS,
not willing to do right now. But yeah,
and then there's only a few MSAs in the entire country. Yes. But for the way how they're marketing this ESG shit, man, listen, I'm telling you guys right now, it's not gonna happen. Like from a pure science, forget about finances. Pure science is not, it's just not possible right now. It's not. But they're lying with this.
oh, we're saving the environment.
No, they're not.
That's the thing. That's what's scary. That's like they're not even saving the environment when it comes to how they do how they make the barriers and shit. I was like, oh shit. Like, okay.
If this ESG shit was really what it was, look at Germany's energy prices and look at Sri Lanka. Then get back to me. Anytime somebody tries to sell me on it, I'm like, look at what happened to them and what they're going through. Then get back to me. I know this shit is not feasible. I know it isn't. I'm not saying that we should destroy her. I'm not saying that. I'm just very pragmatic. The shit is not, it's just not possible. Or basically, your way of living, cut it in half. How about that? It's not gonna happen. No animal, no mammal has ever done that. None. Nowhere in nature, and especially now with humans. Okay, then. So let's be honest about the shit. Nuclear, do it the right way. People need to shut the fuck up and stop lying. Shit don't work.
But Shelchi, we need to save the environment.
All right, man.
I know.
Yeah. Yeah, I got a problem too with logic.
Like we actually researched like damn, now I see why the Republicans are against this shit. I'm like, damn.
But you can't sell, especially a critical mass of people. You cannot sell them on facts. This shit just doesn't work. So that's why I say, as sometimes I'm like, yo, these politicians are stupid, but I'm like, no, they're not. When it comes to dealing with people, they're not. They know exactly what they're doing. Because telling people the truth, the shit does not work. It just doesn't work. It's sad to say, especially nowadays. This ain't like decades ago where the common person was actually fucking smart. Now, man. I mean, it's that's what I keep on saying, man. The divergence between the haves and the have-not is accelerating at a pace that a lot of people don't understand, man. It's just, I mean, it's sad, but like, I'm not gonna lie to you guys. It's either compete or you're fucked. That's it. Especially if you're over 25. Like that's just where we're at right now, man. Sorry to tell y'all. Same thing. Where I'm talking to you guys, that's how I talk to my nephews. And the oldest nephew just turned 21. The other one,
okay.
The other one, I think the youngest one he's gonna be 18. Because he graduated last year. Yeah. 19. Yeah, 19. Yeah. So yeah, I talk to them like they're fucking grown ass men. I tell them, no. I tell them, listen, this is what's going on in the world. This is what you need to be reading. Don't be fucking around with your friends or any losers. I tell them flat out, don't be fucking around with these loser females. They gotta be on your point. You live in your, they live primarily with my sister, but they stay a couple of nights at their fathers. I'm like, listen, you guys don't have any real responsibility. I'm like, yo, by the time you're 21, especially 23, you should have over $100,000 chilling. You should be saving minimum half. You should be working at least 60 hours. You got no excuses right now.
Oh, by the way, we need to talk about that before we get leave out. housing is so bad now. It's now not. It's now becoming less shameful to still for kids to still be living with their parents. That's how fucking bad housing is right now.
We have a again, obviously real estate is local, but again, with the marketing, they will blame either the interest rates or they will blame the banks. But the key thing is the states. It's their laws.
Mm-hmm.
That's the first thing. Then you look at the banks. Then you look at the interest, all that shit. That's how you're supposed to look at it.
Yeah,
So now
they never
it's
they haven't been
crazy.
producing housing like
Yeah,
Yeah, they
well,
haven't been building
like
houses.
on
like
purpose.
yeah, like there was a good uh maybe maybe a year after the 2010 2019, the 2009 crisis, where they were talking about all these REITs and mortgage backed securities. Like a lot of these bankers are talking about how, one, they should let them fall, right? But another group of them was saying, no, we need to start destroying homes. And they effectively did that by just not building, because there's a ton of boomers who have one, two, three homes, and a lot of people millennial or younger who have zero, or maybe one, and it's overpriced.
And some people think, some people are thinking like boomers should just sell their home. Like that's not going to help you because even if they downsize, they have to go in the same market that other people are going in. The 400,000. So
Well, most of the markets are created around them. Remember, the boomers have actually. This is not the discount. Like there's people who are boomers who are fine folks, right? But
right,
as an aggregate, boomers have consumed more and more over their entire lifespan than any other generation, and have not
They,
stopped and like not lowered
yes,
their consumption. And that's been a
yes.
big thing that
They,
that's a
they,
big reason why like Social Security is going to be dissolved, because there's a lot of boomers who have as an aggregate higher expectations
the,
than any
the
other generation.
Jules
And
is
we really did serve it.
100% correct. The boomers again, I'm just a numbers number guy. The boomers have had it the best.
Yeah.
We have had the best technology,
mm-hmm.
but the boomers have had the best lifestyle. It's totally different for us. It is more competitive in a sense. I mean, there's a split again, of course. We, in a sense, have more access, but we have more competition. And there are more people, and then there are more international people. So again, we have more competition
Right.
that they never had. And who
Honestly,
and guess who owns the majority of the assets?
boomers and silent gen.
There you go. So what happened when all the funny money was put into the system, when all the assets went up? The people who held the assets, that's why their net worths went up. And
Yeah.
if you didn't have assets, yours did not. And then if yours was cash flowing, you were still cash flowing.
Yep.
And you didn't have
I
to
mean,
work. People don't see the game, man.
the best bet that millennials are going to have to do is that multi-generation. They're going to have to do like the Indians do in like the Carolinas or like in Georgia, where there's 4 or 5 single black men in like a townhouse, and
Yes.
then each of them have like high income careers, and then they start buying the surrounding townhouse communities, and then keep doing that and spreading out and out and out. Because there's areas in like the Carolinas, Virginia,
Mhm.
uh, Maryland, where like you'll have like 3 or 4 Indian families will own like 15, 25 townhomes, and they'll be just forking people in. The downside of that is they get golden handcuffs, where they'll have like a 95 to $115,000 a year job, and
I
they'll own
was
a
just about to say
townhouse
that.
outright,
Mhm.
but they are not able to leave that company because they came in on like a visa to work for
Mhm.
X, Y, or Z tech company. But that HR manager is like, we're not going to let you leave. So they're stuck there for at least 5 years until they get green card, citizenship, whatever. Like
Mhm.
there's a lot of things that black folks could do but aren't. But there's a lot of things that Indian folks are doing,
They're working
but they
together.
hate it. Yeah,
Yep.
but
Yep.
they hate the golden
That's
handcuffs.
true.
But it's like
Yeah.
this is what we got to do.
And
You
and,
know?
and again, when it comes to houses, that's what I'm saying. Like easy math. Whatever your income is, times 2 or times 3. That's your max. Now, in certain calculations, they'll go all the way up to 4 or 5. No, you can't afford that bitch, and that's not including down payment. So whatever you make, so if you make 50 grand, that's 100 grand, 120, which means you can't afford a house. And I was saying even before 2020, I was like, generally speaking, if you don't make 100,000, if you make less than 100 grand, you technically can't afford a house. People get upset with me. Then I would break it down. I said, listen, one, you're not even putting 20% down. So you don't even have any equity in it. Again, which shows you can't afford the house.
Mm-hmm.
So if anything happens, remember, you're responsible as a house. You are responsible for everything.
Yeah.
So if anything happens, you got to come up with the money right away.
Yeah. I tell people, if you really want to do it, get yourself like one of these foreclosure or tax lien properties, get a 203B loan. And if you have some real skills, rebuild the house from the studs up. If you can do that, I mean, I don't think a lot of people have those skills, but that is the most efficient way that you're going to get, a good value property and then be able to build up some equity and then not have to spend as much money. You have to spend sweat equity.
Yep.
Because you would know. What are your thoughts on some of these black heifers out here talking about? I own my own house. I got a mortgage and everything.
Yeah, exactly. You have
the bank owns their house. The bank owns their house.
Yeah. You.
I know plenty of people who own an M class or a C or S class Mercedes. No, the bank owns that motherfucker.
Yep.
You miss the payment, they're gonna put that on the truck and drive off.
And trust and believe the vast majority did not put no 20+% down on that bitch. They did not.
Average is like 10%. Average.
No, it's less. Well, obviously it depends on the age. No, let me tell you, it's 7
by age. I'm sure it's lower.
It's it's between 7 and 8%. The second home is averaged at 12. Why? Because they use the equity from the previous house. That's it.
Yeah.
A lot of them don't understand that they give you because what did Goldberg say? They said they only give black women I forget the number. They're going to give them a certain amount of money or something in loans and shit.
I'm forgetting.
I don't remember the exact number, but I looked at it was like in the billions or something. I heard a lot of black men complain. I'm like, wait a minute. And now that I look at it now, I'm like, wait a minute. They're giving that money because they know they're going to get it right back.
That's right. The she economy, all that shit. Yes. I can't say everybody. Those of us in finance,
they know damn well they give to some of us, they ain't getting that money back, but they give it to them heifers. Ooh.
Yeah, we know. This is why I laugh and I tell guys, invest in these various things that these women are getting into because we know you're gonna get it back in folds. It's that simple. I'm telling you, man, women, and then even these black, I'm telling you, they're not doing as good as you think they are. No. I promise you. And it's just pure numbers, me doing taxes, me being like CNN shit. Like it's not. I've seen guys who are married who make less, who are in better financial position than single women who make more.
Yeah,
by tens of thousands, or even some that over 100,000+ more than that guy. What does that tell you? That's why I say just let them destroy themselves. That's why I say just get out of the way. Make sure that you don't go down with them.
Right.
That's my point. Just don't go down with them. That's all.
Yeah.
Yeah, but yeah, most of these women, man, I'm telling you, man, they're buying into the social media bullshit.
I really ain't tripping out because they got to pay all the repairs, everything that breaks down in the house. You got to go out of pocket for that. You're not in the pocket no more.
They have no fucking idea. And then again, don't forget student loan debt. They hold the majority, and then guess who has the average highest balance? Black women. Student loan debt is
black chicks that have 100,000 plus in student loan debt.
The student loan debt is over $1.74 trillion, and women own the vast majority.
Damn, I didn't know that.
Yes, I just looked at it last week. it keeps on going up.
Yep.
And are the majority of these women going into STEM and accounting? Hell fucking
No.
no. And then they
No,
come and
that's
complain and
important.
say it's a patriarchy. No, bitch, you ain't getting into STEM and accounting and these what we people really, really need and want. That's high
I
paid.
mean,
You're not there. Asian women are doing it. You aren't doing
yeah.
it. Sorry.
Yeah, I mean, I know a couple of Asian women who, they went to Berkeley, Stanford, MIT, Caltech type of stuff. Duke,
Mhm.
and they got, comp sci degrees. They were doing the low end version of programming back in the day. Like, there's a subtle positive racism that a lot of Asians get that they'll subtly talk about, but they don't want to spread it because they're like, look, I don't know this math, I don't know this ML AI stuff like they want me to, but they think that
Machine
I know it.
learning.
Because yeah, no, but but they think that there's a lot of people that are hire Asian people because they just imagine that they know more just because they're
Yes,
Asian. It is a
exactly.
weird thing.
No,
Yeah.
they just know how to
But
study. Mhm.
it's not that they're dumb, but this is like, look, I got a basic CS degree. I know, I can do some basic C sharp. I can,
Mhm.
go through Python. I understand the math, and they'll do fine. But they get a benefit, a slight benefit. But I know a lot more women in those Asian women in those
Exactly.
arenas, and I know a lot more Asian women who are in like medicine,
Yep.
especially like medicine, dental. Like they are doing that work,
Killing it.
and it's not like MS. They're not doing like the social work degree. They're not doing like
Hell
the
no.
master's in psychology or counseling. Like they're doing stuff
Psychology,
that gets
that's a big one.
high ticket, high volume per hour. I mean,
Or
it's
MBAs.
yeah.
Like they're actually getting at least the ones that I come across and know, like they're actually getting shit that's like practical and they can actually make money. Like they're
Yeah.
not just
So
getting a degree just to get a fucking degree.
yeah,
Mhm.
they'll be at like they'll get like an accounting degree,
Yes.
bachelor's, and then go to work for Price Waterhouse, and then get like Price Waterhouse to pay for them to get an MBA, and
There you
then
go.
and then they'll be there for like another 2 or 3 years, but the MBA is paid off, and then they can just go somewhere else, Accenture or work for the federal government or whatever.
Yep.
Like it's yeah.
You got a real game plan, man. Yeah,
Yeah.
man. That's so yeah, I mean
Yeah,
this
I'm about to shut this down, fella. Your final thoughts?
okay, I'll go first. Final thought, thanks for having me on. And just 2024, 2025 is I don't fuck around.
You gonna say your favorite line? It's over.
I
No.
mean, it's over for the majority. That's how, that's I should add that part. It's over for the majority. that's what I should be saying because that's just the truth. Unfortunately,
Yeah.
yep.
You gotta keep trying to win. I mean,
That's
Yeah,
what that's what
agreed.
I. But I'm the I'm a what do
You're the
they?
bad
What,
guy.
yeah, I'm the bad guy. I'm telling y'all to win that you can win, but I'm the bad guy though. Okay.
yeah. I mean, I've been gainfully employed, but I still take interviews every. I mean, let's say since January 1st of 2024, I've taken 5 interviews and have gone
Okay.
to second rounds on others, and I'm gainfully employed, very gainfully employed. But I still try to keep those skills sharp, and I still try to upgrade and upskill and a lot of stuff. But like, if you're not looking to hunt, I mean, you're gonna get swallowed.
Yep.
You're gonna be prey.
I've
It's
had
not gonna
two.
be
I've
great.
had two myself.
Yeah, you have to talk to people to understand. You have to figure out how to solve people's problems because that's really
Yes.
why they want to hire you. How are you
Yep.
going to solve their problem? How are you going to solve the company's problem? And
Yep.
then how do you get better
Right.
at doing them?
Yep.
It sucks, but it's like that Kaizen Japanese constant improvement. I mean, that's really the type of stuff you have to be on.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's
Anybody
really.
got final thoughts?
Thank you for having me up, AB. Appreciate it.
Mhm. Charles?
I just
Oh, never mind. Go ahead.
I just want to let y'all know y'all ain't shit, and God bless y'all for it.
Ha!
I
Hey,
never
I
claimed to
never
be
claimed to.
either.
Hey. For the record, I never claimed to be shit.
I never claimed to be. I tell you that much. Good talking to everybody. Make your new week be progressive and keep your ass low and your head lower. Woo!
All right. Thank y'all for coming through. This is AB Media 83, and I'm out. Peace. Yo, this is AB Media 83, Want to support the channel? Hit the Cash App. Also, be sure to like, share, and subscribe to the video. Also, be sure to hit that bell notification so you can be notified the next time I upload a live stream or video. And always remember, keep it grinding, keep it pushing, keep it moving. This is AB Media 83, and I'm out. Peace.